Good morning. Ready for the jury?
Seats ready?
Yes, sir. Fence is ready.
You can bring the jury. Okay, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Day number 13, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it Agent Fletcher or Miss Fletcher?
Miss Fletcher's fine.
Are you an agent?
Technically, I am commissioned. However,
Okay.
I'm a forensic scientist.
Right, okay. Well, Ms. Fletcher, just want to go over a little bit of what you testified about yesterday and hit some smaller points, but I mean, you pretty much, you said this yesterday, but gunshot primer residue is not biodegradable, correct?
No, sir. They're composed of heavy metals of lead, barium, and antimony, so they're individual particles of those metals. They are not biodegradable.
So if gunshot primer residue is on a surface, it will stay on that surface and will not degrade for hundreds of years.
Potentially, there's not studies that go out that far, but potentially.
Right. But the only way that current science knows to get primer gunshot residue off of anything is through cleaning, wiping it off, scrubbing it off, spraying it off. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it comes out when a gun is shot, right?
Yes, that's how gunshot primer residue is formed. It comes out through the muzzle and in a semi-automatic through the ejector port or through a revolver through the muzzle gap. So any opening within the gun, it'll come out.
Yeah, so the gunshot primer gunshot primer residue will follow the projectile, whether it's pellets or a bullet, out the barrel of the gun, rifle, or pistol, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And then if you have a semi-automatic rifle or shotgun, gunshot primer residue will go follow the discharge cartridge or shell shot as it opens up, right?
Yes, sir. Studies have shown as far as about 60 feet. Beyond that, they haven't been studied.
Okay. So within 60 feet of a gun being shot, there will be gunshot primer residue on whatever's around there. Fair enough?
Whatever's around the bullet, per se.
Okay.
When it gets out that far, it's more in the immediate vicinity of the bullet.
But for sure, gunshot primer residue will accumulate on the firearm that's being used, will it not?
Yes, sir, it will.
And if it's not properly cleaned and maintained, I mean, it'll stay there until it gets wiped off by someone's hand or left out in the rain or sprayed off, right?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay. And when you were referring to transfer GSR, is that one of the things you're referring to?
Yes, sir. If you touch a gun that had been fired at any point, then you have the potential to transfer it to your hands.
Now, this jury has seen throughout the course of the trial a number of folks holding up some firearms that are in evidence. A couple of shotguns, 300 blackout, and they've seen they've seen witnesses hold up. Mr. Murdaugh held up yesterday this blue rain jacket, which you had identified having 38 particles or more on it. My question to you is it very possible that where you're sitting right now, there's gunshot primer residue?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you did some, you work in the Forensic Services Laboratory at SLED, correct?
Correct.
And there's a trace evidence operation manual pertaining to gunshot primer residue analysis, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And that governs you follow that manual, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And you agree with the statement that gunshot primer residue evidence is most probative in the following situations: from subjects who have not sustained a gunshot wound, from subjects who have not been in the proximity to the discharge of a firearm or admitted to discharging a firearm, and from subjects who were not found in the possession of a firearm.
I do agree with that, yes, sir.
And that's a statement of your operations manual.
Yes, sir, it is.
And you obtained clothing, which we know is from Richard Alexander Murdaugh, shirt, shorts, and shoes, and did someone under your supervision did lifts from those clothing items so that you could analyze the particles, correct?
Yes, sir. Jamie Hall collected the particle lifts off of those items.
And those and that collection was done on June 8th, I believe, was it not?
Yes, sir, it was.
And are you aware that the clothes were collected on June the 8th?
Yes, sir, I was.
And were you aware that when the clothes were collected, they were wet?
I didn't know that they were wet until Jamie opened up the evidence, and it was evident that the shirt was a little damp and the shoes were definitely damp.
And so it's just been a few hours that they had been placed in some sort of bag, and you open it up and they're wet, and you smell laundry detergent.
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware it had been raining that evening at Moselle?
I was not aware of that, no, sir.
In any event, you tested after Ms. Hall, is that it, Jamie Hall?
Yes, sir.
She did the lifts, and you located 3 particles from the white shirt.
Yes.
You were at 3 particles from the shorts.
Yes.
No particles from the shoes.
Yes.
And there was no particles on Mr. Murdaugh's hands.
There was
Oh.
one particle on his right hand.
I'm sorry, there was 1 particle on his hand. And you would agree that that amount of primer residue, gunshot primer residue found on an individual who you had been informed had a firearm in his hand when the police arrived, that it was consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
When I analyzed the evidence, I did not know that he had a firearm in his hand, but that would be consistent with somebody who had a firearm in his hand prior to collection.
Okay. Well, you learned that at least by June the 9th at 11:03 a.m. when you had a telephone call with Agent Owen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you told him that that amount of gunshot residue would be consistent with the transfer from a firearm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you stand by that here today?
I do.
Now, the seatbelt assembly, let's talk about that for a minute. You did lists, you and Ms. Hall, or Agent Hall, did lists of the buckle, is that right?
Yes, sir.
The latch plate, is that right?
Yes.
And then 3 spots along the belt, the webbing.
Yes, sir. 3 areas along the belt. We divided the belt into 3 sections and did both sides of it. And those were the 5 areas that we collected.
I see. So did you take lifts from the entire webbing?
Yes, sir. We retracted it as far as it would go, divided it into 3 sections.
I see.
And collected them.
And the results of the lifts, and you did analysis, was there's 1 particle on the buckle, right?
That's correct.
0 on the latch plate.
Correct.
0 on the belt, on any of the sections of the belt.
That's correct.
So the whole belt was 0. And so they found 1 particle.
I confirmed 1 particle on the buckle. Yes, sir.
And you can't say how or when the particle was deposited on the belt, can you?
I cannot.
And I think you told this to Agent Owen that if Alex Murdaugh was shooting earlier in the day or anytime, at some point in time while he had that vehicle, and he got, after shooting, he got in the vehicle that has the ability to transfer any gunshot residue primer to that vehicle, right?
Yes, sir. I cannot tell you when that particle was deposited.
So if he had had that vehicle for 2 years and he'd been out shooting and got in it, that could have deposited 1 particle on the buckle, and it could stay there unless it got knocked off, right?
Yeah, unless it was cleaned, it could have stayed there. Yes, sir.
And if he went and got a gun and then put it in the car, and then he got back in the car and he got transferred GSR on him, and he could hit the buckle, and that could put it on there, right?
Yes, sir. That could have happened.
It's just very, very small. You can't see it with a naked eye, but it stays there forever unless it's moved.
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you were also asked to do an analysis of a blue rain jacket. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir. I did.
And once again, just like the seatbelt, there's no way for you to know when the gunshot primer residue was deposited on the blue rain jacket.
That's correct.
It could be at any point in time from the date that blue rain jacket was manufactured, right?
Well, probably not on the manufacturer date unless they were firing
Right.
guns in the manufacturing plant, but any time after a consumer takes possession, probably.
So if a consumer took possession of that garment 4 years ago, and we're going to talk about how you can get gunshot primer residue on it, but unless it's cleaned off or washed off, it'll stay for 4 years.
It could, yes.
And you have no idea how gunshot primer residue ended up on that garment, correct?
I cannot tell you how it got there
Okay. Or when it got there,
or when it got there.
or whether it was being worn when it got there, whether it was being worn inside out when it was deposited on there, or whether it was laid on top of a gun, for example.
I cannot tell you any of those scenarios.
Okay. So if Mr. Randolph Murdaugh, are you aware that this rain jacket was found in a closet in September of 2021 at Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's home?
That was the information that was on the submission, yes.
And he died, I think, on June 10th, 2021. Were you aware of that?
I remember hearing news about it.
But if he, before he got into his truck, had taken off this poncho and flipped it over and threw it on the back seat of his truck where he kept his shotgun bow whoop, and it laid on top of this dirty old shotgun, it could have deposited 38 particles of gunshot primer residue, right?
If the shotgun was not clean, there is a potential for the transfer off of that shotgun, yes.
And if if bow whoop hadn't been cleaned in years, there would be
Not objection, what's he saying?
bow whoop, B-O-W-H-O-O-P, the name of Mr. Randolph Murdaugh's shotgun. If that shotgun hadn't been cleaned in years, it'd be more likely you would get gunshot residue deposited on anything that came on top of it, right?
The transfer would be more likely, yes, sir.
Now, you also testified that 38 particles of gunshot primer residue was a significant amount. You
Yes,
remember
sir.
saying that?
Yes, sir.
So I guess then you would agree with me that one particle on the hand is an insignificant amount.
I can just say that it was present. I can't tell you that it's insignificant, it's just there.
Yet you can say 38 is significant.
Because it's much more than you would expect on an item that wasn't in the vicinity or didn't come into contact with an object with gunshot primer residue on it. One particle, I can't tell you when or how or it got there.
Well, would you agree with 3 particles on a shirt is an insignificant amount?
It's just 3 particles on a shirt, and it can be one of the 2 ways, or a combination of the 2 ways of being in the vicinity or transfer.
Yet you're comfortable saying 38 is significant, but you're not comfortable saying 1 is insignificant.
Insignificant implies that the evidence itself is insignificant, but it's a particle of gunshot primer residue. I'm not going to say that it's insignificant evidence.
Well, should you say 38 is significant, or do you say there's 38 particles on there?
Significant implying that it's a large amount, not that it's a small amount, but a large amount.
So is 3 a small amount?
Not in how many that we get normally. It's about average.
Okay. Now, in addition to the rain jacket, and I think that is item 173 in your lab, you were also provided a blue tarp, item 174. Do you remember receiving a blue tarp?
Yes, sir.
And after discussing the scenario presented by the witness with Captain Ryan Neal, you and he decided that there was no need to process the blue tarp seized from Alameda, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that this witness was Shelley Smith?
I am now. I was not aware who the witness was at the time.
So in your conversation with Agent Ryan Neal, he says, don't worry about the tarp.
Objection to hearsay.
The objection is sustained.
After your conversation with Ryan Neal about what a witness had relayed to him, you, in consultation with Agent Neal, decided not to test the tarp.
That's correct. That was based on that the raincoat was balled up in a closet versus the tarp being folded in a container and in place in a location.
When you say balled up, what do you mean?
I wasn't there, so I don't know, but that was the information. It was haphazardly placed in the bottom of the closet.
Okay. If it had been folded and placed on top of some other items in the closet, would that have made a difference to you?
I'm not sure. That would have had to have been a discussion between the agents and my management.
Have you seen all the photos of the search warrant, where it was found and how it was folded or not folded, balled or not balled?
I've seen one photo.
Okay. The one that's in evidence here?
I'm not sure.
You were informed from Agent Neal that, or you concluded that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, correct?
I'm sorry?
You documented that the supposition was that the firearm was in contact with the rain jacket.
They were trying to determine, I think, whether a firearm was in contact with the rain jacket, and that was a possibility given my results.
Now, you, so, do you remember what you did with the blue tarp? You just put it in storage and it's never been taken out again, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't know what happened to the blue tarp.
Okay. Did you ever have any involvement with the blue tarp after it was presented to your evidence lab?
No, I did not.
The rain jacket do you know if fingerprints were taken off the rain jacket?
I don't know of any other analyses performed on the rain jacket.
Would you have been able to tell if there had been lifts for fingerprints when it came to you?
For gunshot primer residue evidence, the trace lab always gets it first because any other processes might remove the gunshot primer residue, so no other analyses would have taken place prior to ours.
The rain jacket was slated, I believe you testified, for further DNA analysis.
That was what was on the outside of the box, yes, sir.
And because of that, you and Agent Jamie Hall wore gloves and a gown and a mask, right?
We always wear gloves and the lab jacket, but the mask was added because of the DNA request.
Do you know the results of the DNA analysis?
I do not.
You were shown photos that were introduced in the evidence and of the rain jacket. And I just want to publish two more that were introduced in evidence. 438. Doug, can you put 438 on the screen, please? I think you had it, now it's gone. There we go. Agent Fletcher, can you see that?
I can.
What's that?
This is a page out of my case file that I prepared for my technical reviewer and as part of my information to keep with me. It's a picture of the packaging, the paper bag that the rain jacket was included in, with the documentation on it, as well as the tag from the rain jacket labeling the brand of it, the size of it, and it also has our lab net information and the initials and date in which it was analyzed by the trace department.
Okay, now the bottom of this, I don't know if you can see it, but there's a date of 10/8/2021. Is that when you took the photo?
No, sir, that's when I prepared the PowerPoint for inclusion in my case file.
I see. Okay. So Doug, if you'll go to the next exhibit, 439, please. And there you've labeled manufacturer's tags. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what size this rain jacket is?
It's a large.
Okay. And do you know this brand name? Cocatat?
I had to look it up. I wasn't familiar with it prior to this case.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Can you take that down, please? One second, Your Honor, please. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Good morning.
Mr. Griffin asked you about 38 particles on the parka, poncho, rain jacket, the blue garment.
Yes, sir.
You asked about the 38 particles. That's what I'm responding to.
Yeah, we just can't hear you.
Okay, well, I'll talk louder, sorry. Actually, how many particles were on the garment?
In total, there were 52 particles. There were 14 that I confirmed on the outside of the rain jacket, and there were 38 on the interior of the rain jacket.
And I confused myself yesterday. There were 13 particle lifts and 12 particle lifts, correct? And then out of that, you found the 52 particle characteristics of gunshot primer residue, correct?
That's correct.
And 38 of those were on the inside?
Yes, sir.
That's what he asked you about. 14 were on the outside.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you wear that garment, do you typically wear it inside's inside? Is that what it means?
I would think so.
Yeah. And he asked you, is it a possibility that a firearm had come in contact with the rain jacket, and you said it's possible, it's really possible, isn't it? I mean, those numbers are unusual, aren't they? 38.
For the interior of a garment, I would think that they were unusual, yes.
And that's common sense, isn't it?
Well, they're just not,
What is, I'm sorry. How do you describe that in your world, everyday living, and then you're examining it? How do you describe those particles inside of a garment that you're supposed to wear with the outside?
well, typically people wear their clothing right side out. And so if they're in the vicinity to the discharge of a shooting, that's where the particles are going to land.
On the outside?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about, I think, a hypothetical if his father's gun had laid on it and it was in a truck, would the 38 particles inside of the rain jacket be consistent with a recently fired firearm being contained inside?
It could be, yes.
With a recently fired firearm being carried inside of that rain jacket?
Just inside the rain jacket. I don't know that it matters if you're carrying it.
Okay, right, you're very technical and precise, okay. But if you were carrying it, and you had a gun inside that rain jacket that had recently been fired, and you were taking it somewhere to hide it or transport it, would the 38 particles inside the rain jacket be consistent with transfer from a recently fired firearm?
That is a possibility, yes, sir.
And again, how did you describe those 38 particles in your world?
They're unusual because they're on the interior of a garment.
Go ahead.
And it is a large number.
Unusual because they're on the interior of a garment, and an unusual number.
Well, a large number.
Object.
The last answer for the record was a large number?
Yes, sir.
That's all.
Further examination.
Very briefly, Agent Fletcher, what I gather, there's just a whole lot of possibilities of what could have happened, right?
That's correct.
And the only thing you can tell us is what you saw under a microscope.
Yes, sir.
You can't tell the jury how it got there, right?
That's correct.
Or when it got there.
That's correct.
And, okay, and I forgot to ask one further question. A rim-fired gun, does it produce gunshot primer residue?
Rimfire ammunition does produce gunshot primer residue. Some don't produce the traditional lead, barium, and antimony. Others do. It just depends on what type of ammunition is used.
All right, thank you.
Step down.
Thank you.
Will you call your next witness?
Your Honor, the state calls Annette Griswold.
My name is Annette Griswold, Griswold.
Ms. Griswold, how you doing today?
I'm doing okay, thank you.
Good. If you would, just tell the jury a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, and what you do for a living, please.
Okay. I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, and lived there for the first 18 years of my life, graduated from Wade Hampton High School, went away for college at 18, ended up falling in love with the Charlotte, North Carolina area. Over the next 2 decades, I spent most of that time in Charlotte. That's where I got married. And with the exception of a few years coming back to Hampton and a few years in Columbia for my husband to get his degree, that time was spent in Charlotte until 2012. My dad took ill and he wanted us to move closer to be near him, and my mom needed help taking care of him. So I moved home in 2012 after my father passed away. A few months after, I went back on the job search, and I'd been out of work for 2 months helping my mom. So I was looking for a job and ran into my friend's father, and he told me I should probably check the law firm. I found out that I had a school friend that worked there, so I reached out to her, sent her my resume, and she forwarded it to the right people. And 3 interviews later, I was working for the firm, and I worked as a paralegal and was hired to work for Alex Murdaugh,
Which firm are we talking about?
what everybody refers to as PMPED.
Okay. And when did you start working there?
July of 2012.
And when you started working there, who were you working for?
Alex Murdaugh.
And the entirety of the time that you were there up until the time that he was no longer a partner in that firm, is that who you worked for?
That's correct.
So how long was that?
That was a little over 9 years.
Were you the only staff member that he had that was assigned to him?
No, we have, there's 2 of us that worked for Alec. I'd been with him, like I said, the 9 years, and then the other secretary was Christy Gerald, and she had been with him about almost double of what I'd been there.
Quickly describe for me sort of the division of labor between you and Christy Gerald, please.
I was hired to handle more of the larger cases that Alec had, where it's litigation law, and so it's personal injury for the most part, workers' comp, medical malpractice, premises liability, product liability, wrongful death, trucking cases. And so he wanted me to take over those bigger cases and handle those, and then Christy did more of the day-to-day stuff and the smaller files. Still just as important, but just smaller files than the larger ones.
You had the more complex stuff,
I did.
the bigger cases?
Yes, sir.
Just quickly, how was the defendant as a boss and a lawyer? Just what were his typical work habits, and what was he like in the office?
Extremely intelligent when it comes to the law. I respected and admired that in him greatly. He didn't keep normal hours. He liked to float in later in the late morning time or early afternoon. We always had a running joke. We never knew. We knew that he might not be there all day, but he would always show up right before 5 o'clock when we were ready to leave. So just, kept unset hours. Pretty, I sometimes referred to Alec as a Tasmanian devil, because when he walked in, no matter what you were doing, you started spinning, because he was just coming through and, shouting everybody's name and ready to get work done when he was walking in the door. So it was kind of confusing.
Let me ask you just a little bit. The jury's heard some testimony about disbursement sheets and how they work. And can you just remind them very quickly how that works? Who prepares the disbursement sheets, and how does that go about taking place?
After I find out that a case is settled, I go ahead and start getting my disbursement sheet ready, where I can kind of go ahead and expect what the deductions are that are going to come out of it. The attorney's fees, the expenses. Anytime you have Medicare or any health insurance, there's typically a lien on that money, and we are required by law to pay it back. So I go ahead and start looking into all that, draft the sheet, and get everything on it that I know, that I'm aware of, and then it goes to Alec, and he makes any changes he needs to, and then he would sign. Once he signs off on it, I send it across to our accounts payable department, and they cut the checks.
Are you familiar with what is generally referred to as the boat case?
I am.
and that is the boat wreck that occurred around February of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the defendant was sued civilly in that particular case?
Yes, sir.
After the boat case happened, did you notice any change in the defendant's demeanor around the office and about his work habits?
I did. He was more distant. Even when he was in the office, he was absent. It was hard to, he's always been hard to sit still and get answers from and to sign our documents and anything that we had put in his office to sign, but it got extremely worse after the boat accident. He was rarely there, and when he was, the door was closed, and it was almost impossible for us to reach him. He was always on his phone. He was always dealing with something bigger than what we had going on.
As time moved on into the early part of 2021, did that even get worse?
It did. He would come in lots of times, and he was just not his normal self or what his normal self used to be. It was just very tense, and I don't know how to describe it. It's just, you could tell that it was the boat crash was weighing heavy on him, and it was consuming his life almost, it seemed like, and he was just harder to reach. And there was a couple instances where I referred to him as having his ass on his shoulders, because that's how I felt. It was disrespectful of me to feel that way and to say that out loud, but that's how I felt, because he just wasn't himself with us anymore. He came in and it was just like yelled our names and just didn't treat us the same way he did prior to the boat accident.
Was the defendant very protective about anyone going into his office?
He was. There was often times where he would come in on a Monday and say, "Who's been in my office?" And we'd be like, "I don't know, probably the cleaning ladies. We have no idea." He was, it was very cluttered, very unorganized, but he said he knew where his stuff was, that it was organized in his way.
Jury's heard a lot of testimony about this, and just in the interest of time, I'm going to ask it this way. Over the years, in various cases, did the defendant ask you to put disbursements to forge on various disbursement sheets so that settlement checks would be prepared from the trust account made out that way?
Yes, sir, he did. I can't remember when it started, but he told me, to put it on Forge, and me knowing Forge Consulting was a legitimate company, on the disbursement sheet, I would put Forge Consulting, and he would say, "No, it's not Forge Consulting. If I wanted to be Forge Consulting, I would have told you Forge Consulting. I want it to be Forge." And I was like, "Well, I don't understand. Isn't the name of the company Forge Consulting?" And he told me that, he described it to me. He said, "Think of it like Forge Consulting is the large company, and Forge is a kind of under that umbrella of it." So he said Forge Consulting is the big name, and then you have all different things they do, including Forge, which is more like a savings account than a trust.
So he would actually get you to change it from Forge Consulting to just Forge?
Correct. Even when across the street at the accounts payable department, they would write the check out to Forge Consulting, lots of times I would have to reach out to them and say, "Hey, you wrote this to Forge Consulting. He says it needs to be Forge." And so lots of times they would have to change that.
Those checks that he would have on disbursement sheets to get cut, made out to Forge, would he often talk to you about picking those up personally?
Yes, I would ask him if I could go ahead and mail it to Michael Gunn at Forge Consulting, because he was our contact. And he would say, "No, you know what? I'm seeing Gunn this weekend. He's coming out to the farm, or we're going to meet halfway tonight and have dinner." He always said that he was going to hand deliver it. So I even got to where I would make file notes in my files, "Alec took check to hand deliver," because I was so worried that he was going to lose these checks. Because he was, a little aloof sometimes, and, would leave keys in his vehicle, would misplace a few things. And so I was so worried that these checks were going to get lost, and then we would have to do a stop payment and reissue the check. So I started making notes where I would remember that I didn't mail it, that it was actually hand delivered.
Well, hand delivered, at least from who was telling you it was going to be
That's
hand
correct.
delivered.
Yes.
Who was saying that?
Alec was.
All right, when you're talking about the defendant or Alex Murdaugh, do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury, please?
Yes, he's over in the, it looks like a navy blue jacket.
Your Honor, can the record reflect she's identified the defendant? You mentioned he would say that, oh, I'm going to see Gunn, I'm meeting him halfway, we're going hunting, things like that. Tell the jury again, who's Michael Gunn?
Michael Gunn he's our contact. He's the person we talk to when it comes to trust annuities with Forge Consulting.
And that's the real Forge, correct?
That's correct,
Not the fake Forge?
not the fake Forge.
Moving into the latter part of 2020, did you have any particular issue arise with a disbursement to Forge that caught your attention?
I did.
Tell me about that if you would, please.
I was currently working from home. I'd had surgery on Halloween of 2020, and I was working from home, hadn't come back yet. I was planned to come back to the office the following Monday, and on that day, I believe it was December 15th of 2020, I got a phone call from the accounts payable department. Nicole called me, and she's one of the ladies that cuts the checks and works for Jeannie Seckinger. And she told me that she had just got a disbursement sheet over, that Christy had sent over a disbursement sheet in one of my files. It made no sense. She didn't understand it. And I was like, I was confused too, because I was like, why didn't he contact me to do my disbursement? Because I'm kind of protective over my files. If I've worked that file the whole time, I want to finish that file. I want to work the whole process of it. And actually the disbursement part is my favorite part of the file, because I want to be able to have that, be there when that client gets their money and gets that closure that they deserve. So I thought it was very odd that Christy was drafting a disbursement in one of my files, and
This was the day you were off work.
that's correct. I was working from home, and I still could have been reached, but I wasn't until Nicole reached out to me and told me.
Keep going.
She told me, so she sends it to me by email or text, I can't remember, and I reviewed it, and it didn't make sense to me either. There was a line on it that said the attorney fees were going, or amount of it was going to Forge, and I didn't understand how that was happening, and I'd never seen him send attorney fees to Forge before, and so I didn't know that that was even a possibility. And so I called the office, and Christy transferred me to Alec, and I spoke to him and asked him about it. And he said, why did Nicole call you? And I said, well, she doesn't know how to write these checks out, because it doesn't make sense to her. She hasn't ever seen a disbursement like this. And he said, I'll take care of it. And so he said, I'll call Nicole, I'll take care of it. And so I remember talking to Nicole later and say, so what did he say? What was the reason behind it? And she said, he said that they can structure their attorney fees, and that's what that check was for.
Did you have a subsequent discussion with the defendant about that?
I did, and he told me the same thing. He said it was something that they've been able to do forever. He just never took advantage of it before, and so now he decided that he was going to start structuring those attorney fees where it would make interest, have interest drawn. And so it made sense, because why not? Why not, instead of having that money sit somewhere, put it somewhere where it's going to draw more money?
His explanation to you made sense.
Yes, it did.
On its face.
Yes.
Do you remember the name of that case?
That was the Hirschberger case.
I'm going to show you. Stand by. We'll show you what's already been admitted to evidence that states 429, and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, I do. This is the disbursement that was in December of 2020 that I was talking about.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Put it up on the screen. At that point in time, we're in December of 2020, is that right?
That's correct.
After the defendant gave you that explanation that seemed valid to you on your face, did that matter just kind of go away at that point in time?
It did. It was kind of, always at the back of my mind because I still felt like there should have been some kind of paper trail, but yeah, the explanation worked that he gave me, and so I was trying to just go along with it because I thought it was valid.
As we move on into January 2021, did another incident happen that came to your attention as it related to disbursements?
Yes, the end of January, it was a Friday afternoon. I left early that day to take my mom to the eye doctor, and kind of the same scenario of kind of an exact repeat of December happened again. Nicole from Accounts Payable called me, and I said, "What's going on?" And she said, "Well, I've got another one." And so Christy had drafted a disbursement in a case referred to as Moore, and she had sent it over, and once again it had the same wording and kind of confusion that the Hirschberger one had a month previous. So she didn't really understand it again. She was still trying to say, I feel like we need more information on this, and I said I do too. And so kind of the same scenario as before. I reached out to Alec, he reached out to Nicole, and ultimately the checks got written. But it was the same scenario. As you can see on here, the $91,867.50 was attorney fees that were structured that went straight to Forge, to the fake, what we now know was the fake Forge.
All right. And is that still in the Hirschberger matter you're talking
That's
about?
the Hirschberger one, and on the Thomas More one, it
We'll
was.
get there in a second. But
Okay.
when you got that call, do you remember where you were, the second call?
Yeah, the Thomas More, I was at the eye doctor with my mom.
All right, I'm still on Hirschberger. Do you remember where you were on that
Oh,
second?
I was home. I'd had surgery and I was home recovering.
And I'm gonna show you this, and we're still in the same exhibit, that being 429. Do you recognize that at all? Let me hand this exhibit to you. Probably easier that way. I'll just take a flip through it, if you would, please.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is what we refer to now as the second Hirschberger disbursement. It was on the UIM portion of the case and liability portion. So once again, the PMP attorney's fees were routed to Forge in the amount of $83,333.33.
All right, thank you. All right, you had started to talk about Thomas More. Is that another incident that came to your attention as we're moving into early 2021?
Yes, sir. That one, like I said, was at the end of January. Once again, I was out of the office. I was at an eye doctor with my appointment with my mom. Got the call from Nicole. She said it's the same scenario. But this time it was all the funds that was in client's trust, which was $125,000, I believe, and all those funds were being routed. That was attorney fees and client money that was being routed to the fake Forge.
And this was another one of your cases, is that right?
It was. So another situation where I'm out of the office, it's almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. Christy drafts the disbursement, Alex signs it, they send it over in my absence.
When these instances are happening that you're describing to the jury, where you happen to be out of the office, and these are your cases, right?
That's correct.
And all of a sudden you're getting communications that the defendant is having Christie draft some disbursements. In any of these cases, was there anything going on that something happened and had to be done that very day that you just happened to be out of the office?
I didn't think so because, in particular, the Thomas More case, we were working on the third party portion of the case, but there was also a workers' comp portion that another attorney was working on. And when you're working on a workers' comp case, if you settle the third party first, you can't disperse it until the workers' comp portion is taken care of, because workers' comp always has a huge lien that you have to negotiate for the client. So the money was supposed to sit there. It was my understanding it would probably be sitting there another year until the workers' comp portion of the case was settled. So those funds didn't need to go anywhere. So it was very odd that all of a sudden they're all sent to Forge because they were supposed to remain in the account, was my understanding.
Do you take pride in the work that you do on these complex cases?
I do.
Do you know your cases very well?
I'd say I do.
And was there any reason of which you were aware that things had to be happening the day that they were?
I did. No, it definitely put up another yellow flag, and it made me think about the previous one that happened in Hirschberger in December, because both of them were kind of the same scenarios. Me out of the office, someone else drafting it, and not that we can't work in each other's files. We can, but it's easy to miss something if it's not your file. If I had to go in somebody else's file and draft a disbursement, I may not know that there's a lien or a certain promised medical bill or anything else that needs to be paid. So that's why, to me, it's easier if somebody that's worked the case actually drafts the disbursement, because they know all the deductions that have to come out.
Was the defendant using the opportunity of you being out of the office to push these things through?
Yes, in hindsight, it was easy to see that the chaos, the sending it over at 10 minutes before 5 p.m. was kind of a way of part of that little hurricane, a little tornado portion. Just sending it over when most people are gone, and it's just going to get done quickly and no questions asked.
You said that the Thomas More line was particularly unusual because it was workers' comp and those funds couldn't be dispersed yet, correct? To your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about why these funds were dispersed?
I did, and he explained to me that he had gotten permission that since the money was going to be sitting there another year, that they were going to send it to Forge and let it draw interest, and then that would be money that would draw interest on for the client as well as the firm, because it was both portions of the money.
I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. It states 328, and see if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is the Thomas More disbursement that I'm referring to, where the entire client trust amount of $125,000.
Do you recognize the signature down at the bottom of the page?
I do. Alex signed it where it says R. Alexander Murdaugh, and then where the client's signature is, that is not the client's signature. It's Alex handwriting.
You recognize this handwriting from working for him for 9 years?
I do.
Did the defendant have a case going on around this time involving Mack trucks?
He did. What we refer to as the Ferris case. We actually went to Columbia and had a bench trial in that case in January of 21.
And did you work on that case to some extent?
I did.
Okay. Was that one of the ones assigned to you?
Yes.
Was the defendant the only lawyer on that case, or were there other lawyers?
No, there was 2 co-counsels that had brought us in. Wayne Ridgway was the first attorney that received that case. He reached out to Chris Wilson's office, and Chris joined the case as well, and then Chris reached out to our firm, and so now there's a third attorney, which was Alec, involved in it.
Ultimately, was that case tried before a judge?
It was bench trial, like I said, in January of 2021.
And did the judge issue a verdict in favor of the firm's clients?
Did, yes, sir. And the next month, I think sometime in February, we got a very nice verdict for the clients.
Who was going to be dispersing the fees in that once the money came in? Was that going to be PMPED, or was it going to be the other attorney's
Chris
firm?
Wilson's office.
Had the firm PMPED, had it accrued costs in the course of that litigation?
Yes.
Expenses?
Yes,
And did you prepare those and send those to Chris Wilson's office, or how did that work?
I did. I put the totals in an email and sent them to, Alec wanted me to send him the totals by email, and so that's what I did. And then I guess he sent them to Chris after that.
All right. And then after that happened, do you remember what month the money came in, roughly?
In May,
Well, let me slow you down. Once you've done that, when the money comes in, you said Chris Wilson's office is going to be handling that disbursement, correct?
correct.
What are you expecting to happen next?
I'm expecting copies of the settlement paperwork, copies of the disbursement sheets signed by the client, and I'm expecting 2 fee checks and 2 expense reimbursement checks, because there's 2 cases. It was a case for the deceased and a case for his wife. So I'm expecting 4 checks total.
All right. And you're about to say, and I cut you off, you said something happened in May. Did something happen related to the Ferris case in May?
Yes, I received by mail the settlement package from Chris Wilson's office, but all it contained was a cover letter and the 2 expense reimbursement checks. So I emailed Vicki Lyman, which is Chris Wilson's secretary, and said something like, hey girl, I got these expense checks in, when can I expect the attorney fee checks? And she replied to my email telling me that, excuse me, hey friend, the attorney's got that money at disbursement. And I was really shocked because I didn't even know when the disbursement took place. I was never supplied copies of it or anything.
What's your thought when Vicki says that? What did you think may have happened?
Well, I called her and I said, you already gave the checks. I was like, I don't think we've received them. And she was like, yeah, they were done at disbursement in March. And so I asked her first to send me over copies of the disbursement sheets and where I could look at those. And then I reached out across to our accounts payable just to make sure that checks somehow bypassed me and went straight to into the client trust, to their department. And they told me no, that they didn't have any such checks on the books either. And I was like, okay. So I assumed that they gave Alec the checks and he's lost them. They're misplaced. They're somewhere in his truck. They're somewhere in a file folder stuck and just kind of hid away and he's forgotten to give them to me.
Did you say that to Vicki? Like, come on, why'd you give them to my boss?
Why? I said, why would you do that? I was like, why would you give checks to the attorney? Why wouldn't you send them straight to me where I can get them deposited?
I'm going to put States 312 that's already in evidence, and this is the page marked Bates stamp 2371 for the record up on the screen. Can you see that on your little screen? Do I need to bring that in?
I can see it.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
That is the email I was talking about where I told her I just got the expenses, but where's the fee? And she says, it's because your boss and mine and Liz's got their fees once they were signed, duh.
Did you have a conversation with Alec at this point, or what did you do next?
I did.
So you called the finance in your own firm and said, hey, did we get this check? And they
Correct.
said no.
They said no. And
right.
so I verified that, and then I asked Vicki, I said, are you positive? And she said yes. And I was like, okay, I'll go see if he remembers where they're at. So he happened to be in the office by that time. His door was closed. I went in, he was on the phone, and I kind of kept checking and going back. Eventually I got to speak to him, and he was still kind of on the phone, but he was like, no, I didn't get those checks. And I was like, are you sure? And he said, yeah. And I was kind of back and forth, and I'm like, he said he didn't get them, are you sure? And this kind of went back and forth for a few minutes, and over the course of the rest of the day. And I said, hey, he just told me that Chris was still holding those funds in trust. I was like, I don't understand, you say that they've been cut. I was like, can you send me copies of stuff? Because I don't see anything. And he's telling me their funds are in trust. And she was like, Annette, I know for a fact that the checks are cut. There is no money in trust. And the reason I know that is because when the checks were written to Alec, I knew it was a bit odd because they were written to Richard. They were written out to him personally instead of the firm. And I said,
they were written out to him personally instead of the firm.
Correct.
Why did that stick out in her mind? Why did that stick out in your mind?
Because common sense tells me that the attorney fees belong to the firm, where the firm, I don't know, I didn't understand the complete breakdown until Jeannie went over it in her testimony, but I knew by common sense that the funds belong to the firm, and then once they do whatever percentages and everything they need to do, then the attorney gets his portion later. So I knew it wasn't right, that it shouldn't have never gone to an individual attorney. It should go to the firm as a whole.
When you asked the defendant, said, hey, Vicky says you already got those, and he tells you what?
He told me that Chris was holding that money in trust, that it had not been dispersed yet.
Did he tell you Vicky's wrong?
Yeah, he told me Vicky's wrong. I don't care what she's telling you, she's wrong.
What was his demeanor when you were inquiring,
Just
sounds
kind of
like-
like, just shooing me out of his office, like, I don't have time for this.
After Vicky tells you that it was odd because the checks had been made out to the defendant personally instead of the law firm, what did you do next?
I asked her, I said, are you sure? And she said, yes. And she said, yeah, it was written out to him. Well, first I was like, I'm sorry, what did you say? And I made her repeat it to make sure I heard correctly. And she was like, and then kind of while she was saying it out loud, I think it kind of registered to her, oh, wait, that probably wasn't the right thing to do. Because she kind of hushed after that and didn't want to talk and kind of wanted to get off the phone with me. And so I still kind of tried to question Alec over the next couple days and tried to get a reasonable explanation of what was going on, because in my mind, I'm still hoping he just lost the checks and this was all just a misunderstanding. But at the back of my mind, there's this huge red flag telling me this is not right. What is going on?
Did you eventually take this issue to anyone else since you couldn't get an answer about it?
Yes, I eventually, I don't know the exact date, but I eventually emailed Jeannie Seckinger and asked her if she was in the office because I really needed to speak to her. And she said she would be back later that day. And so I went into her office and I had everything printed out and kind of showed her and told her my concerns. And she was instantly on, excuse me, on high alert as well because, it didn't look good. We were still both hoping that it was a misunderstanding, just this one-off, something silly that happened, but we both had that nagging feeling of, this is not good. Something is definitely wrong.
Did Jeannie instruct you to do anything?
She did not. She said that she would talk to him about it, and she kept the paperwork that I gave her.
Were you ever asked to send another email to Vicky asking for particular documents?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of my idea. I kind of told Jeannie, I was like, hey, why don't we do this? Why don't you send me an email telling me what we need, and then I'll forward that email from myself, and, to see if we can get copies of everything where we can figure all this out and eliminate it. Because, at this point, we want to prove that that suspicion we had was wrong and that everything's really okay. So she did. She forwarded me an email, and it,
I'm still on States 312. What's been bait stamped is 2374. And is this the email that you just described that Jeannie forwarded to you requesting the documentation for the Ferris fees?
it is underneath where, Jeannie texts there or emails there and tells me exactly what she needs and kind of is very specific.
And what date was that? I'm sorry.
That was May 27th at 11:40 a.m.
All right. And then going over to 2373 in the same exhibit, is this the email right here that you then forwarded to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
Yes, it was, I forwarded that email that Jeannie sent me on the same day, May 27th. And I knew she was on vacation, but I went ahead and sent this to her. And then when I knew she had time to get back from vacation, I sent this follow-up on the Strand on June 2nd and requesting it again.
All right. And did you get a response email from Vicki Lyman in Chris Wilson's office?
Yeah, she said she didn't, this doesn't involve her, and she said she would forward it to Chris. And we were basically just asking for copies of everything where we could clear this matter up and, like I said, we wanted our suspicion to be wrong.
item already in evidence?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 440 to your testimony. And again, just tell me, first of all, just if, without going into any content, whether or not you recognize that particular document.
I do. It's a text strand between myself and Vicki Lyman.
All right. And is this, what is the date on that particular text strand?
June 2nd, and then it runs into June 3rd.
And is that 2021?
Yes, I'm sorry, 2021.
And is this a text thread where y'all are discussing the things that you've described here today?
Yeah, I told her I just, don't mention anything.
Hold on, just real quick.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Y'all are describing what we're talking about here today?
That is correct.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would move Stakes 440 into evidence.
Your Honor, object on hearsay grounds. It doesn't fall within an exception to the hearsay rule.
See the document.
Yes, sir.
I sustain the objection.
Did you ultimately text Vicki on that particular day?
I did. I told her that I gave her time to get back from vacation, and I just basically texted her with my concerns and told her how stressed out I had been over this situation and how I was hoping my suspicion was wrong, but I was really stressed out. And unfortunately, my daughter, me and Vicki had talked on the phone. Vicki had called me as well, and unfortunately, my daughter had overheard me too. So she instantly got really worried for me. And my daughter said, "Mom, you need to go ahead and get your resume because once you turn all this in, they may fire you." So she was very concerned for me.
And this latest email on the screen, that was June 2nd, 2021, is that
That's
correct?
correct.
You recall June 7th, 2021.
I do.
Was that a Monday?
It was.
Were you at work that day?
I was.
Did the defendant come to work that day?
He did. He came in probably around lunchtime. I can't remember if he came in before lunch or after, but somewhere in that time frame.
Did you see Jeannie Seconder that day?
I did. Jeannie had already told me that she was going to talk to Alec about the Ferris fee checks that were missing. She was going to go and talk to him about them that day, and so she asked me to let her know when he got it to the office. So when he got to the office, I reached out to her to let her know.
And did she come up to your area?
She did, and we have open style offices, no doors on the secretary's offices. So she had to pass by me to get Alec's office. So I saw her when she was walking past.
Did she give you any look when she walked past?
She did. It was kind of just like that, just kind of a raised eyebrow, like wish me luck, here goes nothing kind of look. Like, hope, because we were both just, like I said, wanting to get answers and
Get answers about what?
about those missing checks and figure out what was going on.
Where did she go after she gave you that look?
I heard Alec's door closed, so I assumed in his office to talk to him.
This is what day?
This is June 7th, 2021.
Did she come out after?
She did, and she didn't stop. She just hurried by my desk and she went on about her business.
Did you have any conversation yourself about the Ferris fees with the defendant that day?
I don't recall having any discussion with him on that day. At that point, I'd turned, Jeannie had everything, and it was kind of in her hands.
What time do you think you left work that day?
I left at 5:15 that day.
Is that your normal time?
It's not. I typically work later. Alec always tend to work nights, and me and Christy tend to kind of adapt to his schedule a little bit and work a little later than 5 o'clock. Most of the time, we were there till 5:30, 6 o'clock.
When you left the office on June 7th, 2021 at 5:15, was the defendant still there?
He was.
Did you go home? Eventually? Eventually went home?
Yes,
Just a normal night?
yeah, I went straight home that night.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, it definitely, my phone was on silence, and I slept through a bunch of text messages and calls. I woke up in the middle of the night, and my phone was just full, and I was like, what is going on? And so I'm looking through the text messages. They don't make a lot of sense. I see I have a voicemail message from Randy Murdaugh. And so I checked the voicemail, and I could tell he was upset and crying, and he said, Annette, please call me when you can. It doesn't matter what time. And so I don't remember what time it was, but it was sometime in the middle of the night, and I called him. And he told me, well, when he answered the phone, he was upset, obviously, and I said, Randy, what's wrong? And he said, it's bad, Annette, it's real bad. And I said, oh no, Mr. Randolph passed? And he said, no, it's not Dad, it's Maggie and Paul. And I said, what? And he said, they've been shot and murdered. And I said, what? And it was very overwhelming. We both cried on the phone with each other, and you know, obviously the first thing I did was say, oh my God, how is Alec? You know, how is he? Is he okay? Where's Buster? Is Buster okay? I was very concerned. You know, I had a million thoughts running in my head. I was like, are you guys safe? You know, is this something aimed at the entire family? You know, and I was very, very worried about Alec and Buster and Randy and his family and the entire Murdaugh family. So it was very overwhelming.
Over the 9 years of working closely for the defendant, did you also get to know his family, Maggie and Paul and Buster?
I did.
Is this firm pretty tight-knit?
Yes.
What was the reaction of the people in the firm to this terrible news?
There was two reactions. First was scared. We were like, please lock our doors. You know, we're scared. Who is this aimed at? Is it a client retaliating? Is it, you know, aimed at Alec? Is it aimed at the firm? We didn't know. We just had so many questions, no answers, a million thoughts running through our heads. We were just there, you know, supporting each other and helping one another through this grieving process, and at the same time, we were very protective over Alec and Randy. We wouldn't let them leave the office if strange cars were driving around. We would say, don't walk out yet. There's a white car that's went around 3 times. I mean, we were in complete mama bear mode. We didn't want them to go out and have to talk to reporters. We didn't want them to have to run out and run into anybody, and we were scared for them. We were very protective. I mean, anything suspicious out the window, we were on high alert.
Said, what kind of mode?
Mama bear mode.
Mama bear protecting who?
Protecting Alec and Randy.
Did the law firm community rally to the aid of the defendant?
They did.
Was that the primary focus on everybody's mind in the aftermath?
Absolutely.
Were you at all concerned about finding out what happened to these Ferris fees after that happened?
What Ferris fees?
What Ferris fees?
Yeah, what Ferris fees? That was the furthest thing on my mind.
In fact, was that the last time you really thought about it in any aspect until September of 2021?
It is, yes, sir.
And you were more focused on helping this defendant and his family in the aftermath of this tragedy that had happened.
Yes. And everybody was so supportive. I mean, some of the associate attorneys stepped up, and they came up to me and Christy and said, hey, you know, if you need anything over the next few weeks, you need us to review a file for you, get something else, sign it, and get it out the door, we're here for you guys 100%. So it wasn't, you know, we were supportive, and then we had other folks in the office that were coming up to us, supporting us as well, because they knew we were at a standstill. What do we do? You know, because we knew obviously he was not going to be the same and not be himself for quite a while.
I asked you earlier about the boat case. Before the murders, when the boat case happened, had there been some reaction and backlash in the community against the defendant and his family after the boat case?
Yes, it was very difficult because Hampton being a small town, we all know each other and we all know both sides for the most part. For instance, Mallory Beach, her father is my first cousin. So Mallory Beach, I was kind of felt like I was in between a rock and a hard place because, you know, her family is, you know, beyond heartbroken over the loss of her. And I know some of them didn't like the idea that I was still working at the firm, but I was still, to me, it was two separate entities. This is my job, this was my family, and I had to keep them separate. I didn't want any part of the boat wreck case. I didn't want to know any details or anything because, like I said, I was keeping my family life and my work life separate.
After the murders, you said the law firm community, though, rallied to Alex's aid, correct?
Absolutely, everybody.
Did the larger community do as well
Yes, they did.
after the murders?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that after those murders happened, what Ferris fees? They were the farthest thing from your mind, correct?
Yes, sir.
When did they come back to your attention?
September 2nd, it was a Thursday in the afternoon, and I was looking for a file in the file cabinet, and I was unable to locate it. And lots of times if, you know, Alex talking to a client on the phone, he'll yell for a file and we'll take it to him. So I was like, oh, it's probably in his office. So I went to his office to look for the file, and when I found it, I picked it up, and when I did, a check kind of floated like a feather to the ground. And when I bent over to pick it up, I saw the check and what it said and had on it, and I instantly became very upset because it happened to be one of the checks from the Ferris case that didn't exist.
And what did you see on the check that let you know that stuck out in your mind?
It was from Chris Wilson's office. It was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and at the bottom it said Ferris fees. And it was dated March.
So what did you realize at that point?
I said, he's been lying this whole time. He had these funds, he lied to me. That feeling in the back of my mind was correct. Unfortunately, he did take these funds, because when I flipped the check over, I also saw that he had deposited by mobile deposit, and I can't remember if he signed the back of the check or if it just said mobile deposit only.
Let me show you stage 313, see if you recognize that. It's already in evidence.
Yes, sir, that's the check that I found on September 2nd.
All right. And if you flick up one side and the other side.
Yeah, it's got his signature, Bank of America deposit only.
You recognize that writing as the defendant's?
Yes, it is.
When that check fluttered down, you picked it up?
I did.
You saw that? Where did you take it? Did you take it anywhere?
Yeah, I went back to my desk, and you can imagine all the emotions that I was feeling at this point. You know, I was hurt, I was angry. I just was beside myself, and I was a bit enraged too, because I asked him so many times. There were so many times that I felt like we could have clarified this and got it taken care of, but here it is from March to September, and I find this check that supposedly did not exist. And so I went to my desk, I called Jeannie, and I was like, I just found something. And she said, oh, shit, what did you find? And I said, are you busy? And she said, come on over. And I went over and closed her door and threw the check at her, and she was like, is this one? I said, yeah, that's one of the Ferris checks that doesn't exist.
Was Jeannie doing anything else or start doing anything else when you came down with that check?
I didn't know it until I took her the check, but when I took her the check, she was like, yeah, I just ran a report yesterday, and she said, one of the attorneys is gonna call Michael Gunn later today, and I said, well, what do you mean? And that's when she told me that she thinks there's some more stuff too. Back to my suspicion with Hirschberger and Thomas Moore, she pulled a report and she found out that we may have other issues of stolen funds. But I was not aware of any of that. I didn't know that she was looking into it again. I didn't know any of that until I took her the check and she said she had just started doing stuff within the last few days.
Within a few days of this happening, what happened to the defendant's employment at the law firm?
He was fired the next day.
And did the law firm engage in a review process to determine the extent of any alleged?
Yes, we've had months upon months of going through all of the files and finding, just following the numbers and making notes on everything, and lots of hours, lots of manpower involved in this process of putting everything together, and just in awe of how much was happening, and we had no idea about it.
And without going through all the exhibits that were gone through with Jeannie Seconder, but she was the one, or one of the central ones in doing that review, is that correct?
Of course, yes.
And without going through each one, is a lot of those disbursements for the fake forge account, those were disbursements that the defendant told you to put on there?
That's correct.
Are those, a lot of those disbursements, one where he corrected you and said, no, don't put Forge Consulting, put Forge?
Yes, they were.
A lot of those checks, ones where he said, oh, I'm gonna see Michael Gunn later, I'll take the check myself.
Yeah, they were all for him.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 441. Again, without going into the contents, tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, this text message that Alex sent to me and Christy on September 26th, when he was in 2021, when he was in rehab, is my understanding.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 441 into evidence, I believe without objection.
No objection.
Submitted without objection.
Your Honor, I apologize. We do have the 403 objection, and subject to the court's prior ruling on this.
I haven't seen the exhibit, I don't.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case. Yes, sir, Mr. Griffin.
Just preserving our prior objections on 404B evidence under 404B and 403. And this, it's nothing new. I just forgot to state no additional objections than what we've already had in this line of testimony, which is this is the same line of testimony of financial misconduct. That's all.
Mr. Waters?
And I just clarified, I think, with defense counsel that he was not adding a specific 403 objection to that. It's just the prior objection. However, this is a text from the defendant to this witness in this particular instance. Certainly, it can be read, and there's no hearsay issue because obviously it's a statement of a party opponent, and it certainly also is relevant because it can certainly be read in the nature of an admission to the various things that are at issue in these particular proceedings. And for that reason, there's certainly the probative value of an admission is certainly, I would argue, is the probative value of that is not substantially outweighed by the danger of any unfair prejudice.
It introduces another issue, the issue of drug use, and I think the witness testified that he was in rehab. Is that what you said? That he was in rehab and sent an email, and just want to be clear from the defense, the part of it, of the testimony that establishes through this witness that he was in rehab, that is not a basis for your objection.
We do have, yes, we do object to evidence of his drug use and to be included in this, and we would ask that that document be redacted to the extent it references rehab at this time.
It doesn't specifically mention drug use. So, have you all review the exhibit and tell me if you have no objection based on the fact that he sent it while in rehab, then it's admissible as far as your prior bad acts objection.
We don't have any additional objections, Your Honor. We would, because this does raise an additional character issue asked of the court. We ask that the court give, additional limiting instruction at some point in time.
How does the character in that he saying he's getting better, or what part addresses character?
Well, certainly he says I'm getting better every day, and I mean it's clear from that he's in rehab. I mean that's all.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, I mean, he doesn't expressly say that. I would point out that the issue of pills has already come up a few times in this trial. I'm not trying to go there, but it is, when we talk about 404 and res geste, it is kind of part and parcel of a lot of things. I mean, even the defense has examined, I believe, Ms. Seconder on the issue of pills. And on top of that, we had Chris Wilson, who testified in camera, who will also testify here today. One of the things he says when he had that confrontation with the defendant on the the afternoon, I believe, of September 4th, that the defendant said, yeah, I've been stealing money and I've been hooked on pills for a while. So this is a bridge I think we have to cross at some point. The state is not trying to gild the lily with that, but at least with these various witnesses, it is part of what they're being said. As far as that specific exhibit, though, Your Honor, there's no express reference to drugs or anything like that, and it certainly is in the nature of admission. And again, I think for that reason, it's very probative and very relevant and admissible for that reason.
Well, my concern obviously is that we do not, or that I do not allow testimony involving these admissions to bleed so far into the character 403 that it has the effect of undoing the 404, 403 analysis. A lot of testimony has come in unobjected to that touches upon the defendant's character. That's why I want to be clear on what the objection is.
Your Honor, just from the state's perspective, we are trying to, walk that line. I mean, there's a lot of the financial stuff we're not even seeking to admit. I think that, we've limited it to things that had that connection that we discussed in camera. So, I'm not trying to gild the lily.
I'm not sure what that means.
That's a phrase I learned from Chief Justice Toll over the years. I guess that means, piling on, I guess, is a way to do that. And again, I don't have, we recognize the situation we're in and trying obviously not to get out over our skis from what the admissibility of that the court has already ruled on.
All right. I'll ponder it while we take our break, and we'll be in recess for about 15 minutes. Ma'am, you may step down. Do not discuss your testimony.
Welcome back to the Fitsnews RV headquarters in Colleton County as Dylan and I discuss the testimony of Annette Griswold, who is Alex paralegal. Dylan, as an accounting
Well, we often have
guru.
the discussion, how smart is Alec? And I think that you frequently fall on the side of Alec is not that smart. I think this testimony exposes that he was certainly calculated in how he put together his financial crimes. He knew what the people that would be looking at his transactions would be looking for. And you can hear how many times they saw these red flags before they believed it and saw it for what it really was.
Okay, I'm starting to get, so for a very, very long time, I struggled to believe how everybody at the law firm was missing all of these, these financial transactions where he was allegedly or admittedly stealing money from clients. But I'm starting to see now, because Griswold seems quite intelligent, and his explanations to her, probably I would have believed them as well.
Yeah, and I think that it's important to note that her responsibilities as somebody who's handling, Alex's legal documents are not the same as Jeannie Seckinger, who we heard from yesterday, who is the CFO. She doesn't have that responsibility to overly scrutinize everything because she's not in charge of certifying that the books are clean. She's just trying to help her boss do his job.
Right.
And I don't fault her at all for missing the things that she missed, but to me, hearing those 4 or 5 times where they were like almost on his case and he slipped away, it indicates to me his ability to really think out the way that he was going to commit these financial crimes to minimize the risk that he would be caught.
So for anybody who doesn't understand what a disbursement sheet is, which Ms. Griswold's talking about pretty extensively in her testimony, when a civil case settles, what they do is they take the funds that they received from the settlement and they prepare a disbursement sheet. So, for example, if they are doing a personal injury case and the person was injured and had medical fees as a result, they would need to pay all of those medical fees and liens that accumulated on the client's account. They also account for all of the attorney's fees and expenses, so expense reimbursements for, expenses that come up during trial. So trial, like expert witnesses and travel expenses for the attorneys, stuff like that. So that's what Annette is talking about when she's talking about disbursement sheets.
Yeah, it's just the way that they document all of the financial expenditures that, subtract from the bottom line that the client receives, and also account if the client's money is going to go into an annuity or a structured settlement of some sort. It neatly puts everything onto one piece of paper showing where that money is going.
So I thought it was interesting when Alec was having her specifically make the checks out to Forge, and his explanation as to why it wasn't Forge Consulting, which raised what she called a yellow flag in her head. He said that he explained to her that, Forge Consulting was the umbrella company and there were smaller companies under it called just Forge. I
wasn't sure that there was such thing as a yellow flag in the financial world, and perhaps that's my accounting background, but if it's a flag, if it's flagged at all, it's a red flag to me. But she's not coming from that same place.
She is not an accountant. She is a paralegal.
Right. And I thought that her testimony was strong for the prosecution.
Right.
Because now I think the jurors completely understand the financial pressure. Well, actually, there's elements of the financial pressures that he was facing that the jury hasn't heard about. They haven't heard about the statewide grand jury investigation into his finances, and I don't know that that will be presented to them. So for y'all keeping track at home, Mark Tinsley, who we heard of, he was putting financial pressure on Alec through the lawsuit that he spoke extensively about. His law firm was catching on to him at right around the same time. And also, the statewide grand jury was about to subpoena Alec's finances. So that's three separate institutions that all have real power to look, behind the curtain at his finances that were going to catch on right around the time frame of the double homicide that he was a crook. I mean, if you're smart enough to put together a calculated scheme like he put together to defraud all of these people, you're smart enough to know when the house of cards is inevitably going to collapse. And there was no situation in which Alec would be able to spin his way out of Mark Tinsley, his law partners, and the statewide grand jury. I mean, as you can tell, Creighton Waters, who is leading that prosecution for the statewide grand jury, is a dog, and he would have pursued Alec until he was in a jail cell for those financial crimes, and he knew it was up, which I think is going to be a huge part of the prosecution's closing. And I really wonder, I can't wait for Will to come back, who's been in the courtroom all morning, to see if he has any insights as to how the jury took this, whether they were attentive, because I think that this testimony that we've heard this morning will be huge for the prosecution's ability to put together their case that Alec was under immense financial pressure, saw that everything in his life was going to completely collapse. The whole facade of normalcy, of being a gentleman, of being a reputable member of society was going to completely collapse. His family's perception of who he was, if they indeed didn't know about the crimes, which I'm not completely convinced that they were, completely in the dark there, but regardless, the public perception of who he was going to go down the toilet, and I think he knew this. I mean, there's just no way that those three entities breathing down his throat, breathing down his neck, don't bring him down.
Good point. I agree.
And I think the prosecution's doing a good job of demonstrating that.
Yeah, I think she's presented as one of the stronger witnesses for the state in my eyes when it comes to motive in financial crimes, because it really does. I mean, she was right there with him. And I thought it was interesting how she talked about his, how he would come into the office and it would be like a Tasmanian devil, a hurricane. And like he would come in unexpectedly, midday. They never knew when he was going to come in. And also that he used her being out of the office as an opportunity to slip things by her, because she clearly looks like she was on top of her disbursement sheets and the cases on which she was working. So I thought that was absolutely fascinating. And then when she talked about after the homicides, how the law firm rallied together, and they asked, if she thought about the Ferris case during that time, and she said, "What Ferris case?" I mean, so clearly,
Yeah, that was a point that Creighton was trying to drive home and that the defense was, ardently denying. And I think that this was the first witness to really put it in concrete terms for the jury that if Alec's goal in allegedly murdering Maggie and Paul was to throw the law firm off of his case, and by the way, to delay the court hearing that would give Mark Tinsley subpoena power, both of those goals were achieved.
I'm like giddy waiting for Mark Tinsley to take the stand again. I mean, that man
Yeah, the
was
jury hasn't heard Tinsley.
fire.
Well,
Like-
he was spitting fire because he knew that he was in a room full of attorneys and the judge. And I think that he'll take a different tact when he's in front of a jury because I think that he'll want to come off as a bit more likable. Whereas I think that his goal, when he was there in camera, was just to light Dick, Jim, Alex, to just light them on fire publicly and expose them, for doing what they are doing, which is,
Gosh.
I can't believe, and Eric Bland was, out in front of our RV a couple of days ago shouting about this, but I can't believe that Senator Harpootlian said that he is honored to represent Alec after hearing about all of these other crimes, which he's very credibly accused to have committed or has admitted to having committed.
Lots of evidence, and he did admit to judgment in the Satterfield case. So.
And as you point out, Mark Tinsley will not let anybody forget about any of those other crimes.
No. Do you think Eric Bland's taking the stand? I know he's been subpoenaed.
I don't know if Eric Bland is going to take the stand.
I don't either. As I'm just wondering.
That would certainly be worth watching if he does take the stand, that's for sure.
Yeah, I agree. Whenever you play with the thing, are we back? What?
No, we're not.
Okay.
I just wanted the audience to be able to see the courtroom so that they know that we're not back.
Oh, good to know. Good to know. So, what do you expect from the rest of the day? I'm going into court this afternoon to observe the jury for a different perspective at Will's request. What do you expect this afternoon?
I'm not sure. Do we know who's being called, Jen? Are you allowed to say?
I am not allowed to say who's being called, but I do know who's being called. I just want to see who you think is being called.
Well, Jen, you've told me, but I really don't want to throw your source under the bus. I like that we have good relationships with our sources.
Yeah, I do too.
So I don't know why you're goading me and asking me this question.
I'm just throwing it out there. And honestly, what I know in terms of who's coming up next with witnesses, they do go out of order, so I never like to say because
Right.
I do know that Cousin Eddie is not in town today to testify, although I heard a lot of rumors that he was, and the line to the courthouse was quite a bit longer than usual today. So I think maybe that was kind of getting around. But I've been watching the Lexington County jail roster, and I have an alert set up for Eddie. So anytime he's moved, I get an alert.
Yeah, Jennifer Wood keeps good tabs on all these potential witnesses.
I try.
Do you get a cell phone message every time he uses the restroom?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Every time he goes to the commissary, buys a new beef stick, I get a cell phone alert.
I'm glad to hear.
Wouldn't that be
you're
amazing
keeping
if I
tabs
did, though?
there. I had some very interesting conversations with people in my personal life who are watching the trial who are not, legal experts or as much of junkies of this case as we are. And they said that Miss Libby's caretaker's testimony was, and this is multiple people have told me that Miss Libby's caretaker's testimony was the most convincing that they've heard to this point because of both the alibi and then showing up and taking mysterious items to the smokehouse, as well as the offer to seemingly bribe. It's interesting, the way that we perceive this as people who have been we've had our heads completely in this case for years, so it's really hard for us to have that perspective of folks who are maybe seeing this with fresh eyes, or at least with fresher eyes. But it seems like that was really hard-hitting, and I think that it's because she seemed incredibly genuine, incredibly credible, and like she didn't want to be there at all.
Even her discrepancies to me just seemed straight nerves and fear.
And also just memory. I mean, this was a while ago, and if somebody walks, think about the time, in a moderate-sized house, the amount of time it takes you to walk from the door of the house to the stairs. It's probably a couple of seconds, especially, and okay, maybe you're trying to shield with your body what you're holding if you know that you're holding something that could perhaps come up in your murder trial. So I don't know that she had a ton of time to even put eyes on this tarp and or rain jacket, which we now know to be the rain jacket. So nobody expects a normal person under those circumstances to have perfect memory of everything that happened.
No. I mean, I do think that on days of traumatic events, your memory is better, but to me, that woman has been through a lot, which I think...
Well, and it also sounds like she works 24 hours a day.
Oh my
about
gosh,
7
does
days a
that
week.
woman sleep?
Yeah,
I
really admire the work that she does between the school that she works at, her
I think
church.
she might be awake more than I am.
And that's saying something.
That is saying something because I don't sleep much. Dylan should be fired for lack of appetite. Lack of an appetite for destruction.
Oh, man.
Will and I did make Dylan listen to quite a bit of Guns N' Roses yesterday, trying to sway his opinion.
Yeah, if y'all missed the end of our stream yesterday, Will threw me under the bus for not being a Guns N' Roses fan. And I guess that the chat is not reacting positively to that.
I love some GNR.
Folks, it seems as
Speaking
though
of-
we have roughly another 5 minutes. Sorry to talk over you, Jen, but if you have questions that you would like answered while we're still on air, please throw them in the chat and we'd be happy to respond to them if we can.
There have been questions about whether or not you can get into the courtroom as the general public. You can. You have to get in line, wait outside, and they only have a limited amount of seats. So I would recommend, if you're planning on doing that, getting there earlier.
Also, the afternoon it really clears out. So, they generally break for lunch around 1-ish, and then they're back sometime around 2:30.
Right.
If you are worried about having a hard time getting in the morning, or maybe you're worried about having a hard time getting out of bed early enough to get here early enough to get in, I would recommend coming for the latter half of the day, as I feel you'll be...
Also, I think the testimony sometimes is more interesting in the second half.
Yes, but it's harder to pay attention to if you've
That's
been there all
true.
day. I feel bad for those jurors sometimes by the end of the day. But yes, it's really fun to be down here. We'd love to see you, stop by and say hello. But also, I think that you would not be disappointed by coming and just seeing all this in person.
Why is Buster sitting in a different place today? I'm not sure. Maybe he needed a different perspective? I don't know. It's a good question. What did you think about the cross-examination of the gunshot residue expert Megan Fletcher?
I mean, I think a good tell of how well a defense attorney's doing is how angry you are at them for asking stupid questions. And I like Jim Griffin a lot personally. He's a very nice guy, but I found some of those questions I was just getting a little irritated. Like, Jim, what are you getting at? Obviously, they're not being gunshot residue on a particular item of clothing. It's not. When you pose the question like, obviously my client's innocent, there was no gunshot residue on his belt. I mean, I'm sure that everybody on the jury is thinking, well, maybe he put a new darn belt on.
I'm just not getting. I don't think that was a very effective cross-examination.
But I do, I think that the way that a witness handles cross-examination is so important to how it is perceived. And she pushed back, but she didn't push back so hard that she seemed like she was biased. She just took these questions that you could tell that she found were kind of stupid questions and answered them.
She's a scientist. She answered like a scientist. I thought she did great. Where did Buster move? Buster lives in Hilton Head with his girlfriend, who is the brunette that typically sits beside him in court. Our favorite food truck is Mama Mickey's, but we like them all. That just seems to be the one we keep going to because that's Will and Mama Mickey have a thing.
Yeah, Will and Mama Mickey get along really well, and I get along really well with her food, so I think this is a mutually beneficial relationship.
What are we eating today? Will's wife packed him a lunch. Very healthy lunch. It looks good. Katrina is awesome at that.
Will every single day eats a turkey wrap, baby carrots, and an apple for lunch. That is the standard Will lunch, and he's been packed with 5 of them this week.
He has. He's got a good wife. She made us dinner last night. Pork tenderloin, carrots, green beans, and rice. It was amazing.
Yeah, that's why we have a little bit of pep in our step today.
Pep in our step.
I can tell you that the food truck food, you don't want to eat that for a month straight because you will have a heart attack.
Has the judge ruled on the attorney-client privilege claim over the conversation at Moselle, where the state implied there may have been an admission that occurred on June 10th, 2021? I actually think that was at John Marvin's hunting property. I do not think the judge has ruled on that yet.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, but I've been running around doing technical work on the broadcasting side, so
and
I
Ronnie,
haven't
it
caught every
wasn't
second.
brought up in Ronnie Crosby's testimony, so I don't believe it's been ruled on yet. I am curious about that one too.
If you guys have any information that suggests otherwise, throw it in the chat, because it's not possible to keep up with every second.
What is the media presence like? So the first 2 weeks there was like media everywhere. Nancy Grace was here, News Nation was here, CNN was here. I think they're all still here, but they are not as, what's the word I'm looking for, rabid. Local media is here every day. They're all so very, very kind. But yet I don't feel like the national media presence is as big this week, which I noted yesterday and kind of thought was weird, but there's Chinese spy balloons and stuff being covered elsewhere, I guess. I mean, there's news besides Murdaugh. Who knew?
Yeah, who knows? There was a State of the Union last night. Apparently there's going to be a Super Bowl coming up. Yeah,
Super Bowl?
There's other things
The
happening in the world,
sports.
but folks, only tune into the Murdaughs here on Fitsnews.
Dylan and I love the sports.
Oh man, don't throw me under the bus with the sports fans. I'm gonna have the Guns N' Roses fans and the sports fans coming after me.
Hey, listen,
can't take this.
You may not like love sports, but you know your football. I was impressed when you and I went and watched the South Carolina game.
Well, Dad, if you're listening, I hope you're proud.
Let's see. We're looking for any other questions.
Yeah, Brad says Ron Rawlis for one.
Oh.
Ron Rawlis was arrested for contempt of court up in Greenville. If y'all did not follow that, there's a story about Congressman William Timmons, who was sleeping with this guy named Ron Rawlis' wife, and Ron Rawlis went on the absolute warpath in an attempt to get his daughter back in a ugly child custody case, and it appears that things have only descended further. We did an interview with Ron a number of months ago in a church that he bought and painted pink, like bright pink, in Greenville, South Carolina. If you're looking for something to entertain you, that whole story is definitely worth looking at.
It is. Ron Rawlis never ceases to entertain me.
Yeah, he's the most
highly
he's
recommend
like the Bravo
Googling
character.
him.
Oh, they're coming back.
All right, they're coming back. We'll answer the rest of the questions after.
All right, to this exhibit number 441, I find that it is admissible under Rule 801 by a party opponent. However, the portion of it that says, when I get out of here is problematic. If the defense would like that portion of it redacted, that would suggest that he's in rehab, and when he gets out of here, he's going to do this or that. We can redact that portion. If the defense does not wish to have that portion redacted, the exhibit will come in its entirety.
Your Honor, here's where we find ourselves on the defense side. His drug addiction and drug use is frankly res gestae to the alleged criminal conduct on the financial fraud. And it's hard for us on the defense side, and it didn't really get flushed out in our in-camera hearing because they didn't put evidence up of this, but it's something that we all knew. But it is part and parcel of the financial crimes, and it explains why he did what he did. And it does, in a way, pile on and make it even more prejudicial. And so when considering that, Your Honor, what we would ask is we want to renew our motion, object to all the financial crimes. Now that we know drug use is coming in the midst of it, because it is res gestae, it does tell the entire story, and we would ask the court to strike all the financial testimony the court's heard thus far, and let's proceed with a murder trial.
Well, that motion is denied,
Thank you.
but the portion, the court admits this document and will redact that portion if requested by the defense. Do you want to redact the portion that suggests that he was in rehab? You says it's part of the res gestae. It may even be part of your defense. I don't know. The state is offering evidence, and
We're not asking it to be redacted. We would request that whenever we get in these 404B witness testimony, that the court provide a limiting instruction. Thank you.
well, I'm not going to give a limiting instruction prior to every witness's testimony or in the middle of every witness's testimony. The court has given the limiting instruction twice and will do so at the end of the case as well. And there may be other instances, but not at every juncture where evidence is being offered.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this exhibit is admitted. You may bring the jury. Thank you. The objection is overruled. The exhibit is admitted.
May it please the court, Your Honor. Just very quickly, when we left off states 441, now admitted into evidence, this was a text you received from the defendant, is that right?
That's correct.
And the date on that is September 26th?
September 26th, yes.
Is that 2021?
It is.
Is this the text of, that text that the defendant sent to you?
It is.
I only have a couple more questions for you. Before I get to the end, one question I wanted to ask you was, what was the defendant's cell phone usage like?
He was always on his phone, always on his cell phone, always on his office phone. He would quit one conversation and grab another. Sometimes he would have both phones to his ear.
Would it be unusual for the defendant to go anywhere without a cell phone with him?
Absolutely.
want to play for you what's been admitted to evidence as States 297. Can we have the this input, please?
Get it! Get that! Quick, Cash. Come on. Quick! It's okay. Come here. Come here, Cash. Shit. Come on. Post it. Cash. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth! Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Cash. Quick.
Do you recognize any voices in that video?
I do. I hear three voices.
And tell me who you hear.
I hear Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
And how sure are you?
I'm 100% sure.
Can I have the Elmo one more time, please?
I'm sorry. Oh.
Going back to States 441, can you read just that one sentence starting where my finger's pointing that the defendant sent to you?
The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Ms. Griswold, were you hired by Alec to work at the law firm?
I was hired by the firm, but he was in one of the meetings and it was my understanding that I was going to be working for him.
Right. And so you interviewed with him?
I did.
And you've been working, well, you worked with him for?
About 9 years.
9 years.
Yes, sir.
And 1 second, left. My understanding is that you moved back to Hampton because your father was ill?
My father was ill. Yes, sir.
And then, so you moved your family back, you and your husband and?
Right. My husband and my daughter and I moved to be closer to my dad and help my mom with him.
And you got a job working at the law firm, and did you work exclusively for Mr. Alex Murdaugh?
Most, yes. I mean, there was other attorneys that I might do some work for here and there, but primarily Alex was who my attorney was.
And if you needed to take time off for personal matters, would you just have to run it by Alex?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And he put family first at work, did he not?
Most of the time, yes.
And he encouraged you to put your family first.
Absolutely.
And I think your husband had a heart attack. He was in the hospital for quite some time.
Yes, for 5 weeks before he ultimately passed away.
And I'm sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
But Alec encouraged you to do all you needed to do to care for him and don't worry about work. And it's a paycheck.
I sure didn't.
Is he a good person to work for?
It was hit or miss. I cared about him. I respected him. I loved him. You know, you can't be that close and work with somebody without having, developing feelings for them and their family members.
Right.
But it was hard to work for him sometimes. He was a bit erratic, and for all the respect and love I had for him, it was still very difficult to work for him.
I think your description was he was like a Tasmanian devil that would come through at the end of the day,
He would.
and he was frenetic.
Yes.
Okay, and but people came to him if they needed something, right?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
And so he had a lot of people coming, and did he ever say no to anybody's request?
He didn't know the word no.
Right. And, well, he would want to schedule his appointments around his family's commitments, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
So like if the Buster and Paul had baseball season, he'd be sure to block all that out off his calendar, wouldn't he?
Most of the time. Sometimes he didn't tell us about personal matters or things where they were going until the day of or whatever, and we would have to reschedule stuff. But if it was on the calendar, yes, he was going to be there for anything that the boys had going on.
He put in his work life family first. Is
Yes,
that right?
that's correct.
You would agree with that?
I would definitely agree with that.
And you got to know Maggie, did
I
you know?
did. Yes, sir.
And she was thoughtful for you on your birthday and anything you had going on?
Absolutely, yeah.
And I think you mentioned the Ferris trial in Columbia. That was in Columbia, wasn't it?
That was, yes, sir.
And you went to the trial, didn't you?
I did.
And you remember Alec going up on a Sunday and he spent the night in the hospital because his dad was going to have surgery the next day?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it seems like it's been a
And then-
long time, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Maggie came up on Monday and stayed with him during the trial, right?
I never did see her. Our paths never crossed because I was kind of in work mode, but I know she was there.
Right. And he traveled frequently with Maggie on work trips, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he would take his family to conventions and when they would have work, right?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And Alec wasn't the type of guy that would go off on a guy's trip. His trips were family trips, weren't they?
I mean, I don't know that without a shadow of a doubt, but, I know a lot of his trips were family related, something with him and Maggie, or him and Maggie and the boys and their significant others.
Right. And he was real close with Maggie's family too, wasn't he?
Yes, it appeared that they were very close.
And if Mr. Brandstatter's, Maggie's dad, couldn't get in touch with Alec on his cell phone, he would call you and ask, where's Alec?
Yeah, he would call myself or Christy and say, hey, can you get Alec to give me a call? Yeah,
And they communicated quite frequently, didn't
they did.
they? And did you meet Mr. and Ms. Brandstatter?
I didn't meet him until, we had Mr. Randolph he got the, what
Order
was
of the
it?
Palmetto?
Yeah, and that's when I met them. That was the first time I'd ever met Maggie's parents.
The, and if Alec was in even a deposition, and if Maggie or Paul or Buster would call, he would walk out and take the call, wouldn't he?
I never was present with them. I've heard rumors of such, but I was never present with him at depositions and mediations.
Well, in the office, if he was in a meeting, he would always
yeah.
take their calls, wouldn't he?
Absolutely, yes.
Never say, oh, gosh, tell her I'd call her back. He'd
No,
take her call.
no, he never put off calls with his family. He always talked to them.
Now, you were talking about the night that you learned that Maggie and Paul were murdered, that you thought when you first got the call that it was about Mr. Randolph.
Correct.
And we're talking about Mr. Randolph Murdaugh,
That's correct.
Alex and Randy's dad.
Yes, sir.
Because it was well known that he had just been put back in the hospital and his condition was not well.
Yeah, it was my understanding that at that point, the family was making arrangements to bring him home, and hospice may be involved. And so, obviously, we were all expecting awful news.
And he, in fact, did die on Thursday, June 10th, I believe.
I believe so too, yes, sir.
Right. And after that, you said that, you know, the whole law firm rallied around not just Alec, but Alec and Randy and their families.
Absolutely.
Okay. And that's
And we
what,
rallied around each other because we were scared, we were worried.
right. And then after, well, I guess there was like a tidal wave of media surrounding the law firm at some point in time, wasn't there?
Yes, sir.
And so y'all had to, you know, be careful with comings and goings, and that was kind of scary, I take it.
It was. We ended up having to lock the front door because they would just walk in and just overwhelm the receptionist. So it became like a daily habit there for a few weeks. So we had to end up locking the door.
And as a result of Maggie and Paul's tragic murder, Alex Murdaugh became front and center of a media spotlight, didn't he?
He did, yes, sir.
And it wasn't, I mean, and there were cameras outside the court, outside the office frequently, right?
There were, yes, sir.
And there were cameras out at Moselle.
I think so. I didn't go out there, but I'm assuming they probably were.
And all the buzz was about Alex Murdaugh and what happened to Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And all the while you were around Alex on occasion, and you noticed his demeanor, and he was grieving greatly, was he not?
He was grieving, and he was also very humble. He had changed dramatically. Afterwards, he was more mellow, and he would come in the mornings, and instead of yelling Christy, Annette, and telling us what to do, he would actually come to our desk and say hello and check on us, and we would in turn check on him. So he was very different after the murders.
And he had a hard time working after the murders?
Absolutely, yeah, as you could imagine.
Sure. And you're aware, and you had to keep up with his whereabouts, but he spent a lot of time with Maggie and Maggie's parents?
Yeah, he would tell me that he had weekend plans, and I would hear him on the phone with his in-laws and making plans to meet up for the weekend.
And he stayed in Somerville a good bit with Buster, with Maggie's parents?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
And he and Buster traveled up to the upstate, some Lake Huey or something? Are you aware of that?
I remember him saying, the family had property or something up there, his in-laws, and they were all getting together.
And you're aware that Alec would not spend a single night after Maggie and Paul were murdered at Moselle?
Yes, sir, I knew that.
And when he was working in Hampton, he was either commuting from Somerville, Edisto, or staying with his brother Randy, or something like that.
I knew he was either staying with family, or he was coming back from Somerville or Greenville from being with the in-laws, but that's all I knew.
But he never spent one night more at Moselle.
Not as far as I know, yes, sir.
Now, you were asked questions by Mr. Waters about the Ferris matter was the furthest thing from your mind after the murder of Maggie and Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And that you didn't do any more about that after Maggie and Paul's murder, right?
That's correct.
But I think you also said that you conveyed your concerns to Jeannie Seckinger, and that she essentially took over.
Yes, when I gave it to her, I knew she told me she would take it from there. And so I know I gave it to her, and that was that.
And so there's really nothing more for you to do on the Ferris matter, because after you turned it over to the genie, right?
Correct.
And then you were in this Alex's office one day looking for a file, and you stumbled across this canceled check.
Yes, sir. It must have been underneath the file. I wanted in between that and something else, so when I lifted my file, it fluttered to the floor.
And and you felt, I think you talked to this jury about how this whole thing put you in a bad spot, and your daughter said you need to dust your resume off or something like that,
That's
right?
correct. Yes, sir. I was worried. I was hoping I was wrong. I was hoping that my gut feeling was wrong and that what I was looking at was not money being stolen and that he was not doing that. I was hoping I was wrong, but at the same time, I was scared to turn it in because what if they, look into it and it's nothing, there's nothing going on, and then, it disturbs the relationship we had working together, and, what would I do? Would I be able to stay at the firm after turning him in on something so bad that he could lose his job over it? So I was concerned. I was concerned for my livelihood. I'm a single mom with a teenage daughter.
And nothing happened to your job, right?
No, sir. Nothing happened to my job.
It's Alex who lost his job, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you mentioned in what's in the evidence as defendant's exhibit number 441 is a text that you received from Alex, right?
That's correct.
And was it just to you, or was it you and
Me and Christy, his other
Christy,
secretary.
the other secretary? And the date is Sunday, September 26th at 4:30 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned it was from rehab?
Yes, as far as I knew, it was rehab. I assumed it was probably one of the steps of reaching out to those that you hurt and telling them you're sorry.
And Alex was in rehab?
Yes, sir. As far as I know, he was.
Okay. And I want you to read this to the jury, the whole email, if you don't mind,
Okay,
please.
sure. Hey, it's Alex. I'm finally feeling a little better each day. I'm over the worst, but still feel like I have the flu. Real weak. I have been worried about y'all, and I'm sorry I didn't get to tell y'all myself. I know both of you been hurt badly by me. I know it sounds hollow, but I am truly sorry. The better I get, the more guilt I have. I have an awful lot to try to make right when I get out of here. The worst part is knowing I did the most damage to those I love the most. I'm not real sure how I let myself get where I did. I'm committed to getting better and hope to mend as many relationships as I can. You both are special people and important to me. Please know how sorry I am to have made you part of my misdeeds. I hope you are doing as well as possible. I love you very much. Please tell Cheryl and Haley hello, and I'm sorry. All my love.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Very quickly, Your Honor. Mr. Griffin asked you about whether or not you were worried about losing your job over these Ferris fees. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then he asked you, the defendant lost his job, right?
That's correct.
After the murders, but before September, the defendant still had his job, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
He still had his law license, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
You said, in response to defense counsel's question, that people came to him if they needed something, correct?
Absolutely. Yes, sir. He was trusted by everybody, and they knew that if they needed something, all they had to do was reach out, and he was going to help them.
He was trusted by everybody. Did you trust him?
I trusted him. Yes, sir.
People came to him for anything, like all these clients right here?
Yes, sir.
He was a prominent lawyer,
Yes, he was.
one of the most prominent in the region.
Yes.
And all of that came to an end in September 2021, when all of that came out, did it not?
Right. When I found the check, I knew that he had lied to me and that he'd stolen that money.
Thank you. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
Johnny James for the state. State calls Michael Gunn.
Mr. Gunn?
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You have a seat on the stage. Address that microphone, address your seat. And you state your name again and spell your last name, please.
Sure. It's Michael Gunn. Last name is spelled G-U-N-N.
Morning, Mr. Gunn.
Good morning.
Just barely morning. Where are you from, Mr. Gunn?
From Columbia.
Born and raised?
Oh, grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
Oh, grew up in Conway, South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
All right. Where you work?
Work for Forge Consulting.
And what is Forge Consulting?
Forge Consulting, we are a settlement planning firm based primarily in Atlanta. I run the Columbia or South Carolina office, and we work with people, plaintiffs and plaintiffs' attorneys, to help them really try to take the settlements that have been recovered for them and try to make them make these settlements last a long time. These people normally have been in catastrophic injuries or wrongful death of a loved one.
So your company works with law firms who represent people who've been hurt, and if they get a little bit of money to make them whole, you can help make that money last a longer time. Is that an accurate summary of what you just described?
Yes, sir, and that's the goal.
All right. When did you first start working for Forge Consulting, or do you work for Forge Consulting, or did you found it?
I'm one of the principals in Forge Consulting. We started in 2003. I've been there since 2005.
And what is your actual, you said you're a principal, what is your actual title at Forge Consulting?
I would be a principal and settlement consultant.
Okay. And so do you work directly with the attorneys yourself in arranging some of these settlements and structures and things of that nature?
Yes, sir, I do.
So if you could, what exactly is a structured settlement in a summary form?
Sure, kind of a primer on it. Essentially, a structured settlement is when it's only available to those who've been, first of all, to those who've been injured or involved in a wrongful death or workers' compensation. It's really a method for them to try and save money. And what I mean by that is when they get the settlement, they have an opportunity to put some of that money into almost like an annuity. And that annuity would pay them over time, much like a paycheck, because a lot of these folks have lost their jobs, they've lost a loved one, or they have bills to pay. And so by doing that, it allows them to receive that money, but not only do they receive the funds, they do receive them tax-free from the federal government.
Totally tax-free?
Totally tax-free, with interest.
Now, who actually funds these annuities that ultimately get paid out to those who've been hurt?
Sure. Well, generally speaking, the annuities are funded by the insurance company that's paying the claim, or the defendant themselves. That's generally speaking.
And when they pay that claim, where does that money go in order to fund the annuity? Does it go to Forge Consulting?
The only way it would go to Forge Consulting is if the check was made payable to that insurance company, and then we would forward the check on to that insurance company.
So in that instance, you wouldn't actually be really taking the money, you'd just be stuffing it in an envelope.
We'd be a
and
mail
sending it on?
carrier. We'd just be a mail carrier, correct.
And I apologize. We're both speaking pretty quickly here. Madam Court Reporter can only record one of us at a time. So if I'm asking a question, try and let me complete it and then answer
No problem.
thereafter.
Yep.
So to clarify, the only instance where you would get any money is if the check is made out to an insurance company, you stuff it in another envelope and send it on its way.
That's correct.
But ultimately, the money comes from the insurance company to whoever's funding this annuity. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
And the people funding this annuity would be another insurance company or some other firm of that nature. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that would be the structuring of monies awarded in a lawsuit to the person hurt. What about monies awarded to the lawyer in a lawsuit? What about an attorney's fees? Can those be structured?
They can be.
All right. And how does that process work?
It's a very, very similar process. It's a similar outcome. The difference is the attorneys would be deferring it, but when they received the funds, they would have to pay the tax at that time. But it is a way to defer the taxes like that. But it's the same scenario. The money would have to come from the defendant and/or its insurance carrier, and there would also have to be language included in settlement documents, et cetera.
But it couldn't come directly to the attorney, could it?
No, sir. That would be constructive receipt, and the IRS would consider that taxable income.
constructive receipt, and they would consider it taxable income. So can you explain that just a little bit more for me?
Well, if they receive the money, then the IRS is going to consider that taxable at the time it hits their account. And therefore, undoing that is going to be quite a bit of a problem.
And so then they would get taxed on all of that money, correct?
That is correct.
As opposed to just the amount of money that they wanted to get that year.
That is correct.
And you indicated that it would be deferred taxation. So to use an example, let's say I represent somebody on a big suit and get $1 million in attorney's fees. If I were to structure it, I could have that stretched out over 10 years, $100,000 a year, and then am I hearing it correctly? I wouldn't get taxed on $1 million all at once. I would get taxed on that $100,000 a year each year for those next 10 years. Is that a good way of describing it?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And as a result, pay less in taxes.
That's the goal.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
I am.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for me?
Wearing a checked shirt and a blue jacket, it appears.
Let the record show that he identified Mr. Murdaugh. When did you first meet Mr. Murdaugh?
Probably 20 years ago, give or take a few years, 20 years ago. Probably at a convention or a continuing education seminar, since our primary market are plaintiffs' attorneys. And
what was your first impression of Mr. Murdaugh?
Very jovial, friendly, never met a stranger. Just a, generally nice guy.
Did you have occasion to work with Mr. Murdaugh more going forward from that point in time?
I did, as generally speaking, as we get to know our clients, a lot of times friendships get born out of that, and you get more comfortable dealing with them. And so yes, I worked with his firm a great deal. Did a lot of work with his firm. I probably actively would work. I've worked probably 5 cases with Mr. Murdaugh.
Now, in terms of those at his firm, did you work with Alec on a lot of cases or relatively few cases compared to his partners?
If you compare it to his partners, relatively few.
So most of the time you were working with the other folks at PMPED, but Alec maybe just a handful of times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Alec hold any other positions other than his role at the law firm that caused you to work with one another frequently?
Sure. At one time, he was the president of the Association for Justice, which is a voluntary organization of plaintiffs' attorneys. And so we'd be very closely together at trial lawyer events and things of that nature, CLEs.
And is there a shorthand for that organization that used to be applied to it? The
SCAJ.
SCAJ. As part of your professional relationship with Alec, what sorts of things would y'all do together?
Again, usually these would be at events. It was never really a one-off. It was usually events. Golf, dinner, lunch, things like that. Just things that you would do. Things that you would do when you're at a Hilton Head.
About how many times would you say you golf together?
I'd probably say I'd put the over/under around 15. 15? Yeah.
And you'd go have dinner, maybe some drinks together at the conference, correct?
Not every year, but we would see each other. But, dinner was probably few and far between.
Did you ever go hang out with Mr. Murdaugh at Moselle or any of his other properties?
No, sir.
Did he ever come and hang out with you in Columbia for dinner or drinks or anything like that?
It would be business related.
Did you ever go to any sporting events with him, like a Gamecocks football game or anything like that?
I never went with him. I may have seen him there, but never went with him, no.
There's a lot of folks in the stadium at Williams-Brice on game day.
Depending on the season.
Did Mr. Murdaugh ever meet you in Columbia and deliver some checks to you and tell you, hey, these are for the clients for structures or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever meet with him halfway between Columbia and Hampton and get checks from him?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever call him and say, hey, can you bring those checks to me so that we can finance this?
Absolutely not.
And would forge under any circumstances except client money checks personally in order to fund an annuity for them?
No, sir.
And so if you received or saw or reviewed an instrument made out to forge, and it said in the memo line, money for client or something to that effect, would that instrument be legit?
Well, it would be returned to the person that sent it to us with an explanation as to why we could not take it.
You would not take it.
No, we would not take it.
In working with Mr. Murdaugh, did you ever discuss options with him about how to structure fees for his clients?
Generally speaking, we have those conversations with attorneys, and I do remember he inquired about it, kind of went through what you would need to do, how you would need to do it, kind of the process in which it's done. So yes.
So did you explain to him some of the things that we've explained to these folks from around the county here today?
It's the same canned elevator speech I give to everyone. This is the mechanics of how it works.
Were there any specific cases that he came to you and asked you about whether you could set up a structure?
I don't recall if there was a specific case. I do remember there was a case where we sent some options over one time and nothing ever came to fruition. It was just, here's what you can do.
Do you recall the name Dion Martin?
I do recall the name Dion Martin.
What, if anything, do you recall about Dion Martin? Was that one of Alex's cases?
It was. What I recall about that case is that I got a signed option from plaintiff's counsel, signed by Mr. Dion Martin, or I'm assuming Mr. Martin, saying he wanted to set aside X amount of dollars. Not really sure exactly what that amount was. And he wanted to do it to an annuity. And so annuities, like anything, it's kind of based off of stock market and whatnot, so they can kind of go up and down. So there's a time window in which you are able to purchase that. If not, the rate may go up, the rate may go down. And so I consistently sent emails to Mr. Murdaugh as well as his paralegal, Annette Griswold. I would say at least 4, maybe 5 emails saying, hey, this is going to expire. This is going to expire if you don't fund this now. And after getting no response, after multiple weeks, we just closed our file.
So you did open a file for Mr. Martin, correct?
We open a file for every case, yes.
For every case, and I want to drill onto that a little bit. What prompts you to open a file?
Well, part of it is so that we can remember. If the attorney calls us and says, hey, I've got a case I'm about to start working on, or we got it, and they don't give us any information because they might be in the car, we can say, okay, this is the John Smith case, and I've got that tied to an attorney. And so that's how we do that.
So if you get so much as a phone call saying, I want to talk to you about so-and-so, you make a file?
That is correct.
Even if it's just one conversation?
I always ask for a name.
Do you ask for any other information?
I ask for a great deal of information, but oftentimes that takes a little while to get. But the name is what I need first.
Are you aware of a boat collision that occurred in early of 2019 in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or his family?
I'm aware.
And are you aware of generally any litigation that resulted from that case?
I'm aware.
After that boat crash and that litigation began, did you have any further conversations with Mr. Murdaugh about structuring any fees that he might earn?
We had general conversations, generic conversations, but we never had any in-depth conversations.
So he never asked any specifics beyond the general canned speech?
It was, this is what you can do and this is what you can't do.
Did he ever bring you any fees and say, hey, I would like to structure these or anything to that effect?
No, sir.
Do you recall in and around September of 2021, receiving a phone call from Lee Cope?
I do.
And what generally, well, tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Mr. Cope called me, asked me if he could trust me, asked if he could trust my office as much as he trusted me, let me rephrase that, and said, I'd like to give you a name of some cases, and could you tell me what y'all have done for those clients? He gave me probably 10 to 12 names. I remember I was standing in my driveway, so I'm furiously writing down these names, hoping I could read my own handwriting. And I got back with Mr. Cope and told him I didn't have a file open on any of these people.
None of them?
Not a one.
Not a single name that he provided to you?
No, sir.
Did they follow up with you and provide you any additional names?
They did. The next day, he called me again, gave me another list of names, went through that list. The only name that stood out was Dion Martin that I referenced earlier.
Did they ask you about where Forge Consulting did its banking?
They asked me if we banked at Bank of America, and I told them we had not for the last 4 years.
Was it the last 4 years, or was it a little bit longer than that?
It was 4 to 5 years, somewhere in that range.
I jumped ahead a little bit. You are generally aware of the events of June 7th, 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
When did you first become aware of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
Probably early morning, on June 8th, probably 5:36 in the morning. I got a couple of missed phone calls.
What did you do after learning of the murders?
Other than being stunned by it all, I let my wife know, called a few other people. I let my business partners know.
Did you reach out to anybody in relation to Mr. Murdaugh or Mr. Murdaugh himself?
I did reach out to one or two of his law partners just to express my condolences, and you know, obviously hoped it wasn't true, but that was confirmed. And then I waited a day and reached out to Mr. Murdaugh and just let him know we were thinking of him. Didn't have the words for what to say.
Had you ever met Paul or Maggie?
I had.
Did you know Paul very well?
I didn't know Paul very well. I knew of him, but I didn't know him very well.
How well did you know Maggie?
I knew Maggie, pretty well. She would oftentimes, I believe when Buster was in school in Columbia, she would text me and ask me where he could get his hair cut and where he could get his pants hemmed and things like that. And I was kind of like her local Google. So, but it was funny because I'd always respond to her.
You're in Columbia, Buster's in Columbia, she's in Hampton, and so she's texting you with questions.
Absolutely.
Did you attend the funeral for Paul and Maggie?
I did.
Did you see Alec there?
I did.
Did he say anything to you?
Not at the funeral, but after.
Did you go to a wake afterwards?
I did.
Did he say anything to you at the wake?
He told me how much Maggie had loved me and my wife and our family.
Between that wake and September of 2021, did you see the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh, on any other occasions?
I saw him in Hilton Head in August. That was the only time I saw him.
Where did you see him?
At the Skage Conference in Hilton Head Island, the annual convention. That's all attorneys and vendors and whatnot attend.
At the lawyers' convention in
Yes.
Hilton Head?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay. Was anybody with him?
His brother John Marvin was with him primarily, but others were around, law firm members of the firm.
What was the scope of your interactions with Mr. Murdaugh at the convention?
We hung out a little bit, or said, exchanged pleasantries, hugs, still, couldn't believe what had happened. And we did go to dinner. I went to dinner with him, his brother, and the majority, I don't want to count them off, of his law firm on, I believe it was Saturday evening.
Now, we've talked about Forge Consulting. Are there any subsidiaries of Forge Consulting or alternative names or other companies associated with Forge?
We do have two other companies that are under the Forge umbrella. One is Advocacy Trust, which is a trust company, and the other one is Advocacy Wealth Management, which manages, it's a veteran SEC-related wealth management firm.
Do you have any stumbling over my own tongue. Do you have any subsidiaries that are just named Forge?
No, sir, we do not.
did you ever tell Mr. Murdaugh that he could use the name of Forge Consulting or Forge for his own purposes?
Absolutely not.
Prior to September of 2021, did you have any knowledge that Mr. Murdaugh was using the name of Forge for his own purposes?
No, sir.
Back my own court's indulgence.
I'll stand for a moment. All right, come to order.
Showing you a document that's already in evidence as State's Exhibit 335. This document says it's a Bank of America statement. Is this an account statement from a Forge Consulting account?
No, sir, it is not.
Exhibit 335 on the Alamo for the Jersey Sea at Richard A. Murdaugh, Sole Prop, DBA Forge. That's not one of your accounts?
No, sir.
No further questions for this witness.
By the defense.
Good afternoon.
You had some formal positions with the South Carolina Association of Justice?
Yes, sir.
And what were those?
Did some government affairs lobbying work for them.
Okay, you on a contract basis?
As an employee and as a contract.
Okay. And at one point in time, Alex Murdaugh was the president of the South Carolina SCAJ?
Yes, sir, he was.
And were you employed at the time or contract lobbyist?
Yes, sir, I was employed at the time, yes, sir.
And part of his duties, well, I guess he was on the board for a period of time as well, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And the SCAJ board and the president would meet in Columbia quarterly, monthly, how often?
They would meet in Columbia probably twice a year. They normally met at the convention spots or the CLE spots, and then one was always by telephone. But usually the president was, even the telephone call, the president would come to Columbia.
And when he would come to Columbia, you remember Maggie would come with him and spend the night on those business trips to?
Sometimes, yeah. I don't know specifically for that for the Skage stuff, but I do. Maggie spend the night in Columbia, yes.
But you saw them traveling together in Columbia I mean, you said you would see him in Columbia on business reasons. Was the business reasons his membership on the board and then?
I would say, generally speaking, most of the time, when I would see him, it would be because of that, yes, sir.
Okay. And then he and Maggie came to you and your wife's wedding in New York, right?
They did.
And my understanding is the big day came on the day of a big blizzard.
At 3 feet of snow, yes, sir.
And so you had to delay the wedding a day, right?
We did.
And you got to spend a lot more time with Maggie and Alec during that period of time?
All the other guests, yes, sir.
Right, and so, at that point in time, your wife became friends with Maggie, and y'all became pretty good social friends?
I think so. I mean, we still didn't really hang out much after the wedding other than professional settings, and that could have been just because of the distance between the towns, but yeah, we keep in touch, no doubt.
And then every year, I think you mentioned, there's an annual convention at Hilton Head of the, we used to call it trial lawyers, but.
I still do too.
Yeah. So of the trial lawyers, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's usually at a hotel. It used to be at the Westin at Port Royal, I think.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
I think maybe they moved it, I don't know.
Marriott now.
Yeah, so, and there would be seminars, during the day, and then there'd be socializing in the evenings.
Yes, sir.
And it was a family event.
Very much so.
And Alec would bring Maggie and Paul and Buster.
Every time.
And you got to see him interact with his entire family.
I did.
And he was a family man, wasn't he?
By all accounts, yes, sir.
And you went to Maggie and Paul's funeral?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then after the funeral, you went out to Moselle?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure, what was Alec's demeanor?
He was a broken man. You could tell. He was very upset. He was very upset.
And then you saw him a few months later at that convention at Hilton Head?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you said he was with his brother John Marvin?
Yes, sir.
And his son Buster was there too. You remember
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Now, John Marvin's not a lawyer, right?
He's not.
Is it unusual for John Marvin to come to the lawyer convention?
I had not seen him before, no, at the convention, no.
Right. He was there supporting his brother?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And people were trying to lift Alec's spirits up and support him during that period of time?
I think so, yes, sir.
Right. All right. 1 second, Your Honor.
I don't have anything further. Nothing further from the state.
Thank you, sir. Call your next witness.
Stay calm. Excuse me.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you'll have a seat on the stand. If you'll state your name, just that microphone there, and spell your last name for the record.
Brian Hudak, H-U-D-A-K. Agent Hudak, how are you doing today? Pretty good. Where are you employed? South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, also known as SLED.
All right, and what is your duties there?
I'm a special agent in computer crimes.
All right, and just briefly, what do your duties entail at the?
Conduct forensic examinations, cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment modules, any sort of electronic device that can hold evidence. Also, I'm an evidence custodian for the unit.
Just a moment, sir. I have the jury go to the jury room for a recess. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to evacuate the building at this time, so we'll be in recess until we discover what's going on. We'll couple this with a lunch break until 2:30.
All right, folks, things are a little bit chaotic here outside the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. We're getting unconfirmed reports from sources who have just left the courtroom that a bomb threat has been made against the Colleton County Courthouse. We're in the process of working our sources right now, attempting to find out what exactly is going on. Obviously, you just saw Judge Newman indicate that the courtroom would be evacuated. As we wait to get some clarity here on what's happening. Obviously, this trial, as if it needed anything else to go off the rails. Here we have a courtroom evacuation over an alleged bomb threat. And again, we're trying to get some additional information for our audience here. We're texting court officials, texting officials with the state, texting our sources in law enforcement to try to find out exactly what's happening here. But clearly,
Hey, I love y'all.
thank you very much.
All the time.
We appreciate it. Got some fans out here. I was in the courtroom this morning. There was nothing unusual. Didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Obviously, security here is incredibly tight. Colleton County Sheriff's deputies providing exemplary security throughout the 2.5 weeks of these proceedings. This could be some knuckle job calling in Genwood. We don't know. Let's not speculate on what it is, but obviously a scary moment here in Colleton County as this trial was again in the middle of its third day of its third week. Genwood prosecution introducing evidence and witnesses. We were getting ready to have the jury come back in for
Agent Hudak, who is a computer forensic analyst with SLED.
Correct, and again, we're not sure exactly where that testimony was going as the prosecution has held their witness list very close to the vest. But again, this news, a bomb threat at the Colleton County Courthouse. Here's the question: are we surprised this is happening, or are we surprised that this hasn't happened already? Given the high profile
given
of this
what
trial.
we were hearing prior to the trial, I'm a little surprised, I'm not going to lie.
Well, we're hearing sirens now as first responders and other investigators are making their way into the courtroom. We're looking outside right now. They've got, Dylan, if you can turn the camera around, we're watching the courthouse be evacuated. Folks scurrying around here. Again, chaos at the Colleton County Courthouse as the double homicide trial of Alex Murdaugh interrupted by a reported bomb threat. That's what we were told by several sources as they exited the courtroom. Again, no sense yet as to whether or not that threat is legitimate, whether it's a prank. Again, we don't know. We're not going to speculate until we hear something official from law enforcement. And again, texting our sources furiously right now, trying to find out what's happening. Jen Wood, do we expect this morning?
No. I keep saying nothing can surprise me, and yet they keep on doing it.
And clearly we're going to have to be very careful in coming broadcasts about using the term bombshell related to developments in this trial, because my goodness, of actual literal bomb threat now in the double homicide trial of Alex Murdaugh. Got sources checking police scanners right now in Colleton County, trying to indicate if there's anything they can glean from those communications. Obviously not expecting law enforcement to divulge very much over those scanners about what they're dealing with here. Clearly the safety of everyone in this courtroom is of our primary concern. There were probably, I would say, at least 100 observers in the courtroom, not counting the media, not counting the attorneys, not counting the prosecutors, and obviously not counting the court staff. But Dylan, was that Valerie Borland from the Wall Street Journal out there?
It was, yes.
Could you see if she'd be willing to tell us anything that she heard in the courtroom?
Val's already gone.
All right, Val has already left. Again, I was in there just 20-30 minutes ago during one of the breaks in testimony.
It is a siren. I'm hearing tons of sirens now.
Yep, hearing more sirens now as first responders appear to be heading into the building now. Dylan has got his camera trained. We're looking at it on the monitor here. Just an unbelievable situation here in Colleton County.
I'm texting my friends within the courthouse to make sure that they are safe. Have not heard back yet.
And again, these are unconfirmed reports of a bomb threat, folks. We just had multiple individuals inside the facility who were speaking with some of the law enforcement folks.
No.
And that's the report that we received from those sources. Again, waiting some official word from the Colleton County Sheriff's Department. That's the agency with jurisdiction over the courthouse. Also waiting for some word from court officials led by Becky Hill, the clerk of court. We've been reaching out to her. Obviously, she's incredibly busy at the moment. But we're trying to find out exactly what's happened here in Colleton County, what prompted this evacuation of the courthouse. Again, midway through day 3 of week 3 of this double homicide trial, which has drawn national and international attention. And again, I said it earlier, Jen Wood, are we surprised that something like this hasn't happened previously?
I'm just surprised in general right now. I've never been. Again, like I keep saying, nothing can surprise me in this case, yet every day something surprises me, so.
But I don't think anybody had this on their
Murdaugh
Murders
my
bingo card. Correct. We've got a lot of things that we were possibly expecting. This was not on the list. It does appear as though the vast majority, certainly of the spectators in this courthouse, have been ushered out. And what was interesting, Dylan had video footage of them earlier coming down those steps from the second floor of this courthouse. That is an entrance that has not been used at all during this trial.
No.
Those spectators are always brought in through the first floor entrance where the metal detectors are. There has been no entry or exit from that door. In fact, since we've been down here months before, I've never even seen that door opened. So obviously a serious situation. They wanted to get as many people out of that building as quickly as possible in the aftermath of whatever threat has been made on this building. Again, Colleton County Courthouse has stood here since 1820. It's designed by Robert Mills, the famed South Carolina architect. One of the oldest buildings here in Colleton County. The seat of this county here in Walterboro. Part of the 14th Judicial Circuit, which the Murdaugh family, again, ran like a fiefdom for more than a century. A reign that lasted almost unchecked, or was unchecked until the house started collapsing back in 2019 in the aftermath of that boat crash case. Jen, it's hard to talk about the developments that we were watching with this situation going on, but as we have this break
The
I mean-
van that Alex travels in is going down Hampton Street. I think they might be getting him out of here.
All right,
Followed
that is.
by multiple law enforcement vehicles.
Dylan just told us that the van that is transporting Alec to and from court every day has just left, escorted by multiple law enforcement vehicles.
That is correct, and that big black van there at the stoplight, that is the van Alex Murdaugh has been transported to and from court each day from the Colleton County Detention Center.
Dylan, did you see Alec in it?
Could not visually identify anybody.
All right, if you can't hear him, he just said he could not visually identify anybody.
Again, so no sense yet of whether Murdaugh was evacuated from the courthouse along with the gallery, along with the media, along with the attorneys.
I have not seen that van move throughout the day in any other instance. It usually stays parked outside of the courthouse.
That's correct. Murdaugh usually arrives between 8:30 and 9 in that van every day. He stays in the courthouse for lunch, typically eats a Domino's pizza for lunch, and then at the end of the trial around 6 o'clock, 5:30 to 6, he is transported back to the Colleton County Detention Center. It looks like he is being taken somewhere. Again, we don't know where, we don't know what the protocol is for him in the instance of a threat like this. Also, at this point, no indication of who the threat was targeting. Was it Alex Murdaugh? Was it those seeking to hold him accountable for these alleged crimes? We just don't know.
Have there been threats prior to this? Or, I mean, anything? I mean, I haven't heard of.
This is certainly the first I've heard. Dylan Nolan obviously getting some footage here of folks exiting the courtroom. Just an unbelievable situation here in the middle of testimony. Middle of the third day of this third week of this trial. Everyone's settling into sort of a routine of assessing and analyzing what's transpiring, and all of a sudden everything is
Former Attorney General Charlie Condon outside of our RV. Everybody's kind of standing across the street from the courthouse, looking like they're providing or distancing themselves from the building.
They appear to be clearing the road that's going
Okay, they're
parallel here.
clearing the road that's right outside our RV that runs parallel to the courthouse, according to Dylan.
Dylan Nolan getting these shots. This is live footage, folks, by the way. This is happening right now. It's the scene outside the Colleton County Courthouse where once again unconfirmed reports of a bomb threat being called in to this facility, which has been hosting this trial for the past 3 weeks. Just an unbelievable situation.
The media has been completely cleared out of there.
We have confirmation here from some sources very close to this situation. It is a bomb threat that has been called in to this courthouse. No details on the threat, but we can now confirm sources very close to this situation. Don't want to get into details at this point, but they're confirming a bomb threat. So those initial unconfirmed reports, we are now getting some official confirmation, obviously waiting for a formal statement.
They've cleared the media out of the front of the courthouse where they were setting up for their live hits at noon.
Would you pass me my cell phone?
Again, if you're just joining us, we are outside the Colleton County Courthouse, where the courthouse has been evacuated due to a bomb threat during the trial of Alex Murdaugh. We are on the 13th day of trial, I believe.
Correct.
And we are awaiting word as to what is happening. Alex van, which has transported him to and from the Colleton County Jail to the Colleton County Courthouse daily, has left with a number of law enforcement vehicles escorting it. We do not know if he was in it for certain, but it would make sense that they would remove him from the courthouse holding cell if there was a bomb threat.
Absolutely, they're not going to leave anybody in that building other than anyone who's got to address the potential threat. And again, we don't know if this is a legitimate threat. We don't know if it's some yokel calling this thing in. We don't know how it's going to impact the trajectory of this trial, obviously our first concern, the safety of the folks in that courtroom, in that courthouse, and the first responders who are investigating this threat. That's our first concern here, as we obviously dealing with a completely unexpected situation in the trial of the century here in Walterboro, South Carolina. Checking at our time, the threat was called in shortly after 12:20 is what it sounds like, or at least that's when we were made aware of it. I guess we don't know exactly when it was called in, but roughly 15 to 20 minutes ago.
The van is circling back around.
Okay, Alex. Van is circling back around the courthouse.
Over by the wildlife center.
Over by the wildlife center.
Dylan Nolan keeping us updated here on what he's seen and keeping you updated through the camera. I'm being asked what I did.
Totally innocent.
I left. I was not in there.
Do you feel like making this go for longer? Is the right way to handle this?
Not me. I've done a lot of things. This ain't one of them.
I can be your alibi in this one.
Well, there we go.
Tombstone buddies for life.
Tombstone buddy Jen Wood here. Again, obviously an incredibly serious situation.
I see Alex van moving up the street with a unmarked police Suburban with its lights on behind it.
Now, I do want to point one thing out, and we're not going to get into the specific nature of these threats because, again, we don't know what this is, but prior to this trial commencing, the Fitsnews team was apprised of a potential threat to court security.
Yes.
And again, I'm not going to get into that at this point.
There's a K-9 team going into the courthouse now.
Unbelievable. Again, just to reiterate, we were apprised prior to the trial of the potential for at least one avenue of threats. This was certainly not consistent with what we were warned about during that initial conversation with those sources.
Hearing more sirens. How many canines you seen going in, Dylan?
I just saw the truck pull up.
Okay, he just saw the truck pull up with dogs in the back. Was it Colleton County?
It wasn't black, so I'm not sure. I couldn't read the insignia.
He could not read the insignia.
Also, no idea at this point, where does Judge Newman go during a situation like this? I mean, obviously we've got Alex Murdaugh appears to be out of the facility in a van circling the area. What do they do with the judge? That's what I'm wondering. And the jurors, I mean...
Absolutely. This must be extremely frightening.
Jurors have already expressed some concern about their anonymity, writing notes to Judge Newman. Obviously, this is probably the sort of thing that would take those concerns to another level. Now, let's just hope and pray this is a yokel and not something credible. K-9 crews entered the courthouse just a moment ago, according to Dylan Nolan. Again, this evacuation commenced about 23 minutes ago. A full evacuation of this courthouse, we're told, in response to, again, a confirmed bomb threat. That's from a source with direct knowledge of the situation. Again, we are still waiting for the official statement from law enforcement, but that confirmation coming from a source with direct knowledge, again, of what's transpiring inside that now evacuated Colleton County courthouse. Dylan Nolan, our Director of Special Projects, continuing to provide a live feed of what he's seen outside the courtroom. You know, we expected Jen to be coming on during an afternoon break
Yeah,
right
you know
about
what?
now.
Hard pass.
Yeah.
I'm not going in after. You kidding me?
Well, you're not going to go in at it? Come on, Jen.
All right, yeah, I'll go in.
Yeah, you'll go in. Again, continuing to work our sources as we try to assess exactly the nature of this threat and what, if anything, prompted this threat. Again, no information right now other than the simple confirmation that it was indeed a bomb threat. That's literally all we know at this point. Jen Wood, you getting anything from your sources?
Nothing yet. Most of my sources would have been inside. I'm hoping they are safely evacuated and may have left their phones behind.
Head out and grab director's chairs.
You want us to go? Okay.
Walk me on scene.
I've got to get one thing up here before we do that. I'm going to let Jen go out.
Okay.
If she wants to start, I do need to get something up real quick on this as we...
Do you want to come out with?
If you want to go off here,
I'm live outside the Colleton County Courthouse, where the courthouse has been evacuated due to a reported bomb threat. It is unconfirmed whether this is... I mean, we know that it's a real bomb threat. We are waiting to hear word from the court as to what they are finding. They've sent K-9 teams into the courthouse, and you'll see groups of people who were obviously evacuated and waiting to hear if they're going to go back in. Earlier, Dylan reported he saw a K-9 team pull up to the courthouse. We do not know how many K-9s went into the courthouse. We believe that they would be bomb sniffing dogs. And Dylan's getting some outside lights set up while we continue to report live on a bomb threat that was called in this morning in the middle of the Alex Murdaugh murder trial on the 13th day of court. Sources close to the court have told us that it is indeed a confirmed bomb threat.
why don't you see if they got questions in the chat?
That would be great. I don't have my computer.
Phone.
Brittany, let me know if you're getting any questions from the chat about what's going on. I will try to answer them to the best of my ability. As you can see, everybody's been moved to across the street on the streets that border the courthouse, including news media who were setting up for their live shots at noon. We're waiting to hear any additional information following this bomb threat. As we reported just a bit ago, Alex's transport van that takes him to and from the Colleton County Detention Center to court every day was circling the court with a police escort. We did not visually see him in it, but we're assuming that as they evacuated the courthouse, they would have had to evacuate Alec from the holding cell within the courthouse. So it would make sense that he did at some point get inside that van. We do not know where it's located now. Last time we saw it, it was driving past the Wildlife Center in Walterboro. So we just heard confirmation from sources close to the prosecution that this was indeed a bomb threat. We do not know how credible this bomb threat was. We are waiting to hear more word from our sources within the courthouse. The person that was on the stand about to testify was Agent Hudak with South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. He is a computer crime specialist. We only got about 2 sentences into his testimony when court was abruptly halted and the jury was brought into the jury room. At that point, we heard, sorry, startled me. There is a heavy law enforcement present downtown Walterboro as police are coming in to assist with the bomb threat. I'm seeing about 5 cars within about 20 feet of me, and Dylan has handed me my laptop. So again, if you're just joining us, I am outside the Colleton County Courthouse live after the trial of Alex Murdaugh was stopped abruptly for a bomb threat. Again, we're still waiting to hear word how credible this bomb threat is, but given the amount of law enforcement present on the scene, it appears they are taking this very seriously. Dylan Nolan is about to join me in the director's chairs. We're trying to set up a shot so you can see what is going on behind us. Let's see. So Dylan earlier did see a canine team pull up to the courthouse. Not sure how many canines were in the car. We're assuming that those are canines focused on bomb threat investigations. Can a bomb threat cause a mistrial? That is a solid question. Will and I were just talking about how the jury was allegedly, nervous going into this, given the small community and the task ahead of them. I can't imagine this is going to alleviate any of those nerves. And Will is about to join me. He was working on getting something posted on the Fitsnews website.
1 sec, I'll be there in 1 sec.
Okay. Again, if you're just joining us, we are outside the Colleton County Courthouse. We're mid-testimony during Alex Murdaugh's murder trial on the 13th day. Court was abruptly stopped around, let's see, I believe 12:20 p.m. and everyone was evacuated from the courthouse. We saw people exiting from multiple exits, and now there's a heavy law enforcement presence surrounding the courthouse. Alex Murdaugh we did spot Alex Murdaugh's transport van that's been transporting him to and from jail, or the detention center in Colleton County, to the courthouse. Circle the block with police cars escorting it. Obviously, as the courthouse was evacuated, and Alex would be in the holding cell in the basement of the courthouse. During any breaks, they needed to evacuate him as well. We did not get a visual of him in the van, but it circled the block multiple times with law enforcement following it. Again, sources have confirmed that a bomb threat was called into Colleton County Courthouse. We're awaiting word as to what happens next and how credible this bomb threat is. Obviously, law enforcement is taking this very seriously. We've been told to stay on the other side of the street from the courthouse, and all of the news reporters setting up for their noon shots have been moved from the front of the courthouse. Before they left, Judge Newman said they would be breaking for lunch until 2:30. I have no clue if that time frame's sticking. It looks like they have some work to do inside the courthouse. Where are the jurors taken to? I absolutely have no idea where they've taken the jurors to. I will get more information from my sources within the courthouse, but I have a feeling they are dealing with logistics of getting everybody evacuated, including the jury, to a safe spot. When I look to the left, hang on, it's where my mic's located. Thank you.
Appreciate it, brother. If you hear anything, let me know.
Thank you, Delphine. How long will it take to catch the person who called this in? I have absolutely no clue. I don't even know how the bomb threat came in. It could have been phone call, letter. I mean, at this point, the information we have is minimal unless Will got something I don't know about.
All right, my mic's on. We're good.
All right. Will has joined me live.
All right, we've got a little bit of information. According to our sources, there is a bomb unit en route. May already be here, but was dispatched immediately from Charleston County, including a bomb canine from Charleston County that is en route, should be here any minute, if not already here. We are told that at this point, nothing has been found to corroborate the threat, but that every precaution is being taken. And again, don't want to speculate here, but the initial reports that we're getting is that nothing has been found thus far to corroborate the threat inside the building. But again, a special bomb unit reportedly coming from Charleston, including a bomb dog from Charleston County, was immediately dispatched. That call went out about 20 minutes ago, which would put it at about 12:35. And again, they're doing obviously a full investigation of that threat. I'm told that some of the last people to leave the courtroom were the prosecutors in this case, actually, that they in fact waited until all of the spectators in the gallery left the courtroom and were safe before they left. But I'm told that the prosecutorial team has been moved out to a safe location along with the leading investigators
and the jury
on this case.
Obviously
and the jury
has been taken from the courtroom. We do not know
Correct.
where. I don't think we will get that information. So it looks like on my notes, the state called Brian Hudak, who is an agent with South Carolina Law Enforcement Department,
That's
at
correct.
12:23 p.m. and 2 sentences into his testimony, court was abruptly stopped and the jury was moved to the jury room, and then a break was called.
Correct. And from what I've been told, and again, this is preliminary information, so we don't want to completely discount this threat, but from what I've been told by sources very close to this situation, they expect that in the next 2 hours that we'll have an all clear for folks to re-enter the courtroom. And if you'll give me 1 sec, Jen, this is a good source with some information. I will be right back.
Absolutely, I will
Give
stay
me 1
here.
sec, folks.
Okay, so once again, we are outside the Colleton County Courthouse during the trial of Alex Murdaugh. We're on our 13th day of trial, and around 12:23, when Agent Hudak from South Carolina Law Enforcement Department began his testimony, he was called to the stand by the state. A court was abruptly halted about 2 sentences into his testimony and evacuated shortly thereafter. We did learn that we've confirmed that a bomb threat was called into the Colleton County Courthouse, and they are in the process of bringing a bomb team in from Charleston County. I'm told they left about 20 minutes ago to investigate the threat. We do not know how credible this threat is, but obviously they are taking every precaution. At the time of the threat, there was about 100 spectators in the courtroom, not including media or attorneys. Will is joining me once again. Is your mic on?
I've turned it back on, I
Okay.
believe. I keep having to turn it on and turn it off. Got to protect these sources. But once again, we're hearing that this unit from Charleston, a special bomb unit with a special canine unit, that is a division of the State Law Enforcement Division, SLED, obviously the agency which has been investigating all of these Murdaugh-related crimes. SLED is the agency which will be investigating the bomb threat now,
Yes.
apparently.
Okay.
So we're hearing some confirmation on that. We don't have anything official yet from the agency. No statement from SLED at this point, but it looks as though SLED will be the lead agency in investigating this bomb threat with the support, obviously, from the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, which has been responsible for courtroom security over the past few weeks. They've done an amazing
They've
job.
done a fabulous job. Their presence has been very reassuring and consistent.
And the thing I also like is that even folks like us who go in and out of that courtroom several times a day, every time we go in and out, they check us like it's the first time. There's no nodding to people that they recognize. They check everybody coming in
Right.
like it's the first time.
Absolutely.
So we've been very grateful for that security. But
Everybody has been evacuated from the courthouse, including the jurors, defense, prosecution, attorneys, and the Murdaugh family. Nobody remains in the courthouse except for law enforcement personnel.
correct. And initial reports, again, we can't confirm this yet, but initial reports are that Judge Newman is planning to proceed with the trial once the all clear is given from law enforcement who are currently inside the building. Again, I'm not going to speculate as to whether or not that means they think it was some yo-yo calling this thing in. But again, folks, it's a nationally televised trial, a nationwide, international audience. As I said earlier when we first came on the air in response to this threat, I'm almost surprised something like this hasn't happened already, Jen Wood.
I know. You're surprised that hasn't happened yet. I'm surprised it actually did happen. This trial continues to every day bring something new and unexpected.
Absolutely, and it felt like, we'd kind of settled into a rhythm. Obviously, we're still in the middle of the state's case against Alex Murdaugh. The trial, again, 2.5 weeks old, but really still, midway point, perhaps midway point.
We think close to midway point. Again, everybody in the courthouse evacuated. We do not know where the jurors were brought to. We do not know where the Murdaugh family went. These are a lot of big questions that we're getting. As in terms of the investigation, I do not know how long it will take.
Right, and obviously the investigation into the threat is certainly different than the investigation into the credibility of the threat, the legitimacy of the threat, which early signs, and again, I don't want to get too far out in front of my skis and give anyone a false sense of security, but early indications are that they do not think, or let me just say it this way, nothing has been found at this point to corroborate the threat, but once again, a special unit, State Law Enforcement Division investigatory unit coming from Charleston to probe this more fully.
And again, this bomb threat appears to have been called in around 12:23, or at least that's when the court was notified of it. Agent Hudak from South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, who is a specialist in computer forensics, computer crimes, was on the stand beginning his testimony. He got about 2 minutes or 2 sentences into his testimony when court abruptly stopped and Judge Newman asked for the jury to be brought to the juror room.
And all right, folks, we have now an official statement from the South Carolina State Law Enforcement Division. I've just been forwarded this statement. Obviously, Fitsnews, immediately in the aftermath, we reported from sources inside the courtroom saying it was a bomb threat. We then confirmed a few minutes later from a source with direct knowledge of the situation. Now we have the official statement from the State Law Enforcement Division, and I quote, "A bomb threat was received by the Colleton County Courthouse personnel. The building has been evacuated and SLED, along with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, are investigating the threat. No additional information is available from SLED at this time." That is attributed to Renee Wunderlich, the Public Information Director at SLED, statement that has just been received by this news outlet, presumably other media outlets as well. So we now again have official confirmation from SLED of a bomb threat at the Colleton County Courthouse, as was first reported here, again, a little over 30 minutes ago now. Jen Wood.
Just shocking news on day 13 of the trial.
never expected something like this. But again, with this international audience that we've been talking about and the passions and emotions of this case, again, should we be surprised that something like this is happening? I got to say, probably not.
No, probably not, but
again, the official statement from SLED, I'm going to read it one more time. A bomb threat was received by Colleton County Courthouse personnel. The building has been evacuated, and SLED, along with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, are investigating the threat. No additional information is available from SLED at this time. Again, that's attributed to Renee Wunderlich, the Public Information Director at the State Law Enforcement Division. Wow. Deep breaths, everybody. Deep breaths.
so shortly after the court was evacuated, we did, Dylan Nolan spotted the transport van that had been taking Alex Murdaugh to and from the Colleton County Detention Center to the Colleton County Courthouse daily, circling the block. We didn't see him in it, but like I said, they evacuated the entire courthouse, and the holding cell for defendants is in the basement, so it makes sense that Alex would have been evacuated.
Right. Obviously, we heard reports just a moment ago that some of the last people to leave the building were the prosecutors in this case and the state law enforcement investigators. According to my sources, they were adamant that the gallery, the regular citizens who have come down, if you will, to watch this trial, of folks from Walterboro, from beyond, the gallery in attendance at the court today, they were evacuated first. We in fact saw them coming out of that second floor door of this courthouse, which we've never seen used. As long as I've been coming to this courthouse, never seen that door open.
Now, Michael DeWitt from the Hampton County Guardian has reported on Twitter that Murdaugh's family members, including his son Buster, were among the first evacuated by police.
Okay, and that's not surprising. Not surprising. Now here's the question, Jen Wood, as we, again, I don't want to get too far ahead of this because, again, we want to make sure that we have confirmation that this scene is safe, that no one's in danger inside that building, particularly the first responders. But as we start looking forward here, there's so many ways this could impact these proceedings.
Absolutely.
I mean, first of all, I'm just sitting here thinking, your first response is, the Murdaugh narrative from the beginning is our family is a target.
Right.
Our family is a target. What will we learn about the nature of this threat? Again, initial indications are that it does not appear to be a credible threat. So that's obviously, assuming that holds up, that's going to be hopefully good news. But when we start looking past that and thinking, okay, who called it in? Was anyone targeted? We don't know yet.
We don't know. I do think it was interesting that the Murdaughs were evacuated first. I don't know if that was precautionary, if that's normal. There is, when you go into the courthouse, they do have metal detectors, and you are,
correct.
Like Will said, every time you go in, regardless of who you are, you walk through those metal detectors and you get a scan by an officer.
Yeah, again, they do not care who you are, folks. They do not care if you've been in that building dozens of times over the last few days. You get scanned every time you come in. And obviously there's a police presence not only inside the courtroom, but outside as well. We've seen deputies stationed at corners. And again, this is just normal. This is not because of any...
Right.
That's just what we see every day here in Walterboro, as the security for this trial has been very tight from the beginning.
Very tight, very consistent.
That's correct.
So again, if you're just joining us at about 12:23, during the testimony of Agent Hudak from South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, who is a computer forensic specialist, had just taken the stand. He was 2 sentences into his testimony when court was abruptly halted. The jury was asked, Judge Newman asked the jury to be brought to the juror room, and they shortly after evacuated the entire courtroom. We did confirm with our sources that there is a bomb threat. We do not know how credible it is. A special bomb team with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division is coming from Charleston right now.
May already be here.
They may already be here. There's a heavy police presence around the courthouse.
And SLED will be leading the investigation. That's what we've been able to also learn, which again makes this yet another Murdaugh-related SLED investigation, doesn't it, Jen Wood?
Absolutely.
How many are we up to now?
I lost count, man.
This was not one anyone was expecting, though. A lot of these investigations, we've been able to track a nexus and obviously see them coming. This is one I don't think anybody saw coming.
How do you think the jury's feeling right now?
Well, We mentioned that earlier. This is a jury that expressed concern about their anonymity. Clearly, this is a powerful family.
Absolutely.
Powerful institution. Some of the witnesses we've seen testify seem nervous testifying against the family. But again, with this threat, it's way too early to speculate on what it could be, but clearly it's going to be an issue moving forward in this case as we get more clarity on what may have motivated this. But again, the good news, at least early, is that no evidence has been uncovered at this point to suggest that this is a legitimate threat. And again, we're awaiting that bomb unit from Charleston to complete its work inside the courthouse. We're waiting for SLED to issue a statement giving an all clear, but the initial word that we heard coming from Judge Clifton Newman was that as soon as the courthouse was cleared, he's ready to get back to business, which is very much like Judge Newman.
Yeah.
If you've been following this case, Judge Newman, in case our audience didn't know this, just a few weeks before the trial, his son died. There was a lot of speculation that the trial might be delayed because of that. Judge Newman said no. The man just keeps rolling, doesn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he is a strong individual, a very, very good judge, and
Also
determined to see this case through.
Handled a bomb threat with aplomb. He was pretty calm. Nothing seems to shake the man. That's right. Just very calm, and that's an important thing because when you hear the word bomb threat, there's a tendency for folks to panic. And again, this was a gallery full of there was probably 150, 200 people in that courtroom if you count those in attendance. If you count the media, you count the lawyers, count the security, count the jury, count the court staff. Judge Newman set a very good tone for a very calm and orderly evacuation. And Dylan Nolan, our Director of Special Projects, amazing work as this was happening, set up a live shot outside the courtroom here, actually saw some of those members of the gallery evacuating from that second floor entrance. So great work there by him to get this thing going. And again,
It is interesting that this was called in today, and the rumors were that Cousin Eddie was expected to testify. I mean, we debunked those quite early on in the day. I mean,
that's correct. There was a big, the buzz we heard when we arrived this morning at the Colleton County Courthouse was that today would be the day that Curtis Eddie Smith would be testifying here in Walterboro. Pretty quickly we were able to confirm that those reports were not accurate. There was never any plan for Curtis Eddie Smith to be present in Walterboro today. In fact, he has never, today, there's been no motion on him.
No.
He's still at the Lexington County Detention Center. But yeah, there was a lot of speculation about his potential testimony, and again, we don't know what's related to this threat at this point. Thank you, brother. At this point, again, no idea what motivated the threat. All we know is that it is a confirmed bomb threat, that an investigation by the State Law Enforcement Division is underway, and that, again, fortunately, thus far, nothing to indicate that this threat is credible.
but they are taking every precaution,
Absolutely. As they should. But again, the early indication from Judge Clifton Newman is once that all clear is given, he's ready to gavel this thing back in session and keep it going. Now, we have had some questions about a mistrial. Does something like this potentially create the, if not grounds, but perhaps conditions for a mistrial? Because, I mean, how many jurors are going to stay after this? It makes you wonder.
Now I'm wondering why you were sending me in this.
Well, hey, now the plan was for you to go in this afternoon all along. Come on now.
Now, somebody asked about the mood outside the courthouse right now amongst the media. Calm. Everybody seems fairly calm. Obviously looking around trying to figure out what's happening. But, I mean, I think Judge Newman kind of set the tone for this evacuation, and
yeah, he really did. Very calm, and there was never, we saw as you were watching people come out of the courthouse earlier, there was no panic. And again, the law enforcement agents inside, the SLED agents who are helping assist with the prosecution of this case, and the prosecutors, as we told you earlier, they stayed behind to make sure everybody got out first.
And somebody just asked how old Judge Newman was. He is 71 years old, for anybody wondering.
Directly behind you is Amy Zimmercheck.
That's correct.
What's behind us?
We do have Curtis Eddie Smith's attorney, Amy Zimmercheck, right behind us in the blue
In the
dress.
blue.
Amy has been tracking these proceedings very closely ever since her client was actually accused of these murders by the defense attorneys back in October of last year. One of the roller coaster developments in this trial that once again, now we've got another huge roller coaster moment in this Murdaugh Murders crime and corruption saga. Just at every turn defies expectations, strains credulity. Never thought we'd be seeing something like this, folks. Again, if you're just joining us shortly after 12:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, a bomb threat was called into the Colleton County Courthouse behind us. That threat currently under investigation by agents of the State Law Enforcement Division with a specialty bomb unit out of Charleston. We reported on it first with sources from the court. It has now been confirmed by the State Law Enforcement Division, a statement from spokeswoman Renee Wunderlich, their public information director. Again, at this point, the good news, there does not seem to be anything to support this threat. At least nothing has been found thus far to support the credibility of this threat, but again, early going here.
I just got confirmation from the court staff. They are all out and safe, which is a relief.
That's another group of folks that we've been getting questions about. Obviously, questions have come in. Where is Alex Murdaugh? Where is Murdaugh's family? Where are the jurors? Where is the judge? Where are the court staff? Where are the attorneys
All I know is
prosecuting?
they are not in the courthouse anymore.
Yeah, nobody in the courthouse except the first responders who are attempting to gauge the, again, legitimacy of this bomb threat, which, again, early reports indicate that the threat, again, nothing at this point to substantiate that threat which was called in. And again, we don't even know exactly what time it was called in. I'm guessing it was probably pretty shortly before
12:23 when
evacuation.
Agent Hudak took the stand.
Correct. And again, we're midway through the middle of the third week of this trial. We'd heard physical testimony this morning. We'd heard forensic testimony as the court. We got some planes flying over now. Dylan bringing us some water. Thank you, Dylan. Dylan Nolan doing amazing work here as we went live on this almost from the moment that the courthouse was first evacuated.
What an afternoon, y'all.
That's right, man. Did you ever think you'd see it, Dylan?
Thank goodness for Dylan.
Absolutely. Again, we've got a huge crowd over here. Usually this area is pretty packed, but certainly a lot more milling about than before. Another thing that's interesting is that we have not been asked to move from this location.
Well, they
we're
have
literally
cleared,
right across the street.
Right, they have cleared out the immediate vicinity and told us to stay across the street,
Right.
but so far that's as far as we've been asked to go.
Right.
Which is good because Dylan just set up outside.
Right. Just put us up right out here. Again, but nothing at this point to indicate that this is a credible threat, but every precaution being taken. Deep breaths again, everybody, deep breaths. Again, just wondering how this is going to impact those jurors.
How it's going to impact the timing of the trial, if it does.
Timing of the trial, although according to Judge Newman, once that all clear sounded, we've been told he's ready to resume testimony this afternoon. We've been told, in fact, that things could get underway by 2:30, which is typically when court comes back. Newman has kept a pretty regular schedule.
Yeah.
We start at 9:30. Usually he goes to about 1:30, breaks for an hour, sometimes an hour and 15 minutes, comes back in the afternoon around 2:30 and goes until usually around 5:30.
Yeah. Charleston's about, so the SLED special bomb team is coming from Charleston County. Somebody just asked about how far Charleston is from Walterboro. I'd say an hour and a half.
Well, yeah, you can get there if you're moving in about an hour, and I'm betting that team is moving pretty quickly. Also, that call was made, we're told now, at the same time that the threat was issued. So they, if they're not here already, again, should be here any minute. So we don't know. Dylan Nolan, our Director of Special Projects, did report earlier that one K-9 unit did enter the building already. Not sure if that's the SLED team from Charleston or not. Again, we're working a bunch of sources in real time as this happens, trying to find out exactly what is happening. A lot of reader feedback, and as you might expect, Cousin Eddie at the middle of most of it.
I saw a very consistent Cousin Eddie thread.
What is it about Cousin Eddie?
I don't know. What is it about Cousin Eddie?
Well, we're going to try and get his attorney, Amy Zimmercheck, to talk with us in a moment.
I will happily give up my mic to Amy Zimmercheck. She is amazing.
Yeah, Amy Zimmercheck is the attorney for Curtis Edward Smith, the first person who was arrested in connection with this scandal in any way, shape, or form, in connection with that roadside shooting back in September of 2021, a botched suicide scheme in which he shot Alex Murdaugh in the head, allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
In anticipation of killing him for a $10 million insurance payout. Interesting point here. We've got a tweet from Sarah Ford, one of South Carolina's most prominent victims advocates, and she says, "This act has the potential to improperly prejudice the jury, which can be the basis of a mistrial. That is incredibly scary and frustrating." That's a very good point.
It is.
A very good point. Again, we've got two things to consider here, what Sarah Ford just raised, but then more importantly, jurors who say, you know what, this ain't for me. I'm out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tapping out. You know, these are folks that are already missing weeks of work. One juror was apparently in the emergency room, an alternate, and so that was the first alternate juror to beg off the case. In fact, I noticed this morning in the courtroom there was one empty juror chair. Wonder after this, will we see more empty juror chairs as they digest this bomb threat? And again, as we pointed out earlier, jurors have communicated to the court that they are very protective of their anonymity. A note was sent early in the trial just wanting the judge to remind everyone in the courtroom that they are to be kept anonymous. And again, we've been very careful. There was some issue earlier in the trial. One of the media outlets here had apparently printed some stuff about some specifics about the jury. We won't get into that. But this news outlet, we've always been very careful. Very simple identifiers.
Other than male, female, I don't
male,
think we've gone
female,
into...
race, that's literally the extent of it. Again, want to protect those people. I'm glad to know they were among the first to be evacuated and taken to safety in the aftermath of this bomb threat. Never thought we'd see something like this, Jen Wood.
Absolutely. Have you ever seen something like this in the middle of a...
I've never seen anything like this case, period. I'll be perfectly honest. People always ask what's next after Murdaugh's.
What happens if there's a mistrial?
It's a good question. The state would have to make a decision whether or not to try the case again. And again, that would be the same outcome in the event there were a hung jury. The state could decide to try the case again. Obviously, that would be an incredibly big decision for Attorney General Alan Wilson. You got to wonder what's going through his mind.
I can't even imagine.
The AG
was he in court today?
The Attorney General was in court today. In fact, I spoke with him briefly in the courtroom, just in passing. He was in the courtroom this morning. He's been here for the last week and a half. I think his first day here was Monday of the second week. So he was not here for the first week, had not attended any of the pretrial hearings. He's been letting Colleton Waters lead this prosecution, which, by the way, a very good decision.
Absolutely. He has been on fire.
Colleton Waters has done an amazing job. And again, I was in the middle of actually writing a column about sort of where this case stands now in terms of the prosecution making its case.
Hope you didn't spend too much time on that.
Yeah, I know, man. That one's might have to go in the old round file. But I was working on that. Jen Wood was working on this live feed. I had just come out of the courtroom from the morning session. There was a break in the testimony, and then at 12:23 p.m. is when Judge Clifton Newman stood up from his chair and announced that the court would be evacuated. He did not say why. He did not say why. A few minutes later, we spoke with some individuals who were coming out of the courthouse who said that they had been told it was a bomb threat. Got some confirmation from that shortly thereafter from an official source, and then about 15 minutes ago, the State Law Enforcement Division issuing its formal statement confirming that yes, indeed, a bomb threat had been called into the Colleton County Courthouse earlier today. Again, at this point, no idea when the threat was issued, no idea who issued it, no idea why they issued it or whether they targeted someone. And again, at this point, we have not determined conclusively that the threat lacks credibility, but early indications, as I mentioned, are that so far it does not appear any evidence has been uncovered to corroborate that threat, Jen Wood.
And they are proceeding with every precaution, obviously, bringing in a specialized bomb threat team from Charleston who should be arriving shortly if they're not already here.
Mm-hmm. We'll take a minute and see if we can get Amy Zimmercheck over here and see if she's willing to talk to us. We can shift gears and talk quickly about Curtis Eddie Smith. Again, rumors this morning that Curtis Eddie Smith was coming here today to testify. Again, if you're following our live feed, you knew very early on that those reports were not accurate. Curtis Eddie Smith not on the list of witnesses today. He's been at the Lexington County Detention Center all day. Seems like a much safer place to be than here, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
But a lot of speculation this morning about Curtis Eddie Smith. Jen had wondered maybe that was one of the reasons behind this potential threat. And we noted also, it's important to point out, is we got a private
jet flying overhead.
But one of the things we had pointed out, we did receive some warnings prior to this trial about just our safety as a news outlet. Not necessarily anything targeting us or any other media outlet, but simply that there had been some reports that there would be potential threats against these proceedings. We heard those warnings, a few days before?
Yeah,
And again, we're not going to get into those because we don't want to unfairly taint the issue. Again, it doesn't seem like those threats had anything to do with what we're dealing with today with this bomb threat. It seemed like a completely different situation. Scott, you want to tell us what's going on, bud?
Sure. Right now, I just talked to Becky Hills, clerk of court, and she said that it is a bomb threat, and they are currently sweeping the building. They've gone to an undisclosed location, and they're in recess until 2:30, and so hopefully we'll have more later.
Scott Grooms with the city of Walterboro. Can you tell us anything that court officials have been told regarding this threat? Is any legitimacy to it that they've heard, or do they think that this was just some Yahoo calling in
Actually, the only conversation I did is what I just told you.
Yeah.
That was from Becky just a few minutes ago, and they're really quite busy right now. So as I get more, I'll be more than happy to let you know.
Okay,
Swing by and let us know if you need anything. Scott Grooms has his finger on the pulse of everything happening here in the Murdaugh trial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And we're hearing more sirens coming in. Nope, going by actually.
Again, as Jen mentioned, a heavy police presence throughout these proceedings. Certainly it's been amplified now, and again, waiting to see if Amy will come on. Amy, you got a moment?
I'm on the way somewhere, but then I can...
Certainly. Yeah, we are. Don't mean to put you on the spot.
No, let me answer this.
Okay, sure, we'll come back in a minute. Hopefully we'll get a chance to speak with Amy Zimmercheck, Curtis Eddie Smith's attorney.
Huge Amy fan. She's
She's done a great job repping her client. By the way, Curtis Eddie Smith, as we were mentioning earlier, has been accused of these crimes.
Yeah, he has, by the
defense attorneys have accused him of these crimes, and so there was speculation that he might be testifying today. Again, we reported very early today that that was not accurate, that Curtis Eddie Smith not on a witness list today, but still a bunch of speculation about him, and then some saying that perhaps he could have been the potential target. Nobody knows.
Listen, that rumor I heard at the salon and then a couple other places locally, so.
Right. Curtis Eddie Smith is certainly the witness that people want to hear from. From the beginning of this trial, we've been asked about when he would testify, if he would testify. He's obviously a double-edged sword. If the state calls him, the cross-examination on him is going to be withering by the defense. And in fact, I heard sources close to the defense indicating a preference that he be called. A preference, which is very interesting. If you know a witness is going to identify your client as the killer, usually you don't want that witness to testify. But according to these sources, who apparently overheard Attorney Harpootlian in the courtroom this morning prior to this just unbelievable situation unfolding behind us, Harpootlian apparently saying that he was eager for Curtis Eddie Smith to testify.
So a little background on Curtis Eddie Smith. Curtis Eddie Smith's name We call him, he's commonly referred to as Cousin Eddie. His name first came up in the Murdaugh case following the roadside shooting of Alex Murdaugh on September 4th, 2021. And he was arrested in connection with that. He's facing charges via an indictment that came down, I believe, that came down September with additional charges in November of 2021. So the September 4th, 2021 roadside shooting, Alec had pulled over to the side of the road to change a tire and called 911 and reported that he had been shot in the head. Shortly after, it was revealed that Alec allegedly hired Curtis Eddie Smith to shoot him so that his son Buster could get an insurance payout.
$10 million payout, that's right.
Yep.
Curtis Eddie Smith, the first person arrested in connection with this entire scandal back in early, was it October, or mid-September rather, of 2021, shortly after that roadside shooting that really propelled this case. I mean, obviously the double homicide, a huge moment in this case where the attention of the nation began to be focused on the Murdaugh family. Things had kind of waned a little bit though, but that roadside shooting just propelled this thing to another level.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now we've got the trial propelled to another level in the aftermath of this bomb threat. If you guys give me 1 sec, I'm going to see if I can't speak with some law enforcement sources real quick and get some additional information. Again, the last thing that we've heard is that this building is being swept, that all court officials are in an undisclosed location, that jurors have been evacuated and they're safe. Judge Newman has been evacuated and he's safe. The Murdaugh family has been evacuated and they're safe. And at this point, again, just trying to gather some more information on what happened. But again, a bomb threat called in, courtroom evacuated shortly after 12:20 p.m. Eastern Time. And again, keep it tuned to Fitsnews as we follow this breaking situation. I'm going to go try and get some more information from our sources.
Stay live with y'all. I think Dylan might join me.
Well, can I grab your mic?
So, for people, again, asking for more information about Curtis Eddie Smith, who we were discussing earlier, somebody asked if Eddie had failed a lie detector test. Eddie did indeed take a lie detector test, I believe, in May of 2022, and it did indicate deception on some of those questions. As most know, lie detector tests are completely inadmissible in court, so...
Most know, Jen, not everybody's a legal nerd.
Well, I mean...
But yes, in South Carolina, lie detector tests are not admissible. They are used by investigators, though, to figure out who they should pursue further. It's a really good way for an investigator to put the press on somebody, because obviously when you're under the bright lights, when you're being asked the tough questions, and when you're being hooked up to a polygraph machine, you might say things that you would not say otherwise.
Absolutely.
Have you ever been a party to a polygraph examination?
Absolutely not.
I would like to remain that way as well.
Same. I absolutely feel the same way. So
Obviously,
for those just joining us, we are outside the Colleton County Courthouse.
Yeah, and a lot of folks have just dropped in on the stream. Thanks for joining us. It's absolutely crazy here. We're trying to learn as much as we can. Will is currently working his phone, working his sources, trying to get us an update as to what's going on here. We'll get that to you as fast as we can, but maybe can we speak about what we've seen today in the testimony, if you even have any of that still in your head?
All right, so this morning we started out with SLED agent Megan Fletcher, who was just on cross-examination by Jim Griffin regarding the gunshot residue testing she did on Alex's clothing and the now infamous blue rain jacket. Cross-examination wasn't overly lengthy, and they focused on the fact that 38 particles of gunshot primer residue were on the inside of that blue rain jacket, and Jim Griffin implied that perhaps Randolph Murdaugh III, Alex's father, had thrown the rain jacket over his uncleaned shotgun, and that's how it got on there. I mean, it was at this,
Yeah, as a defense attorney, you never want to be explaining why there's gunshot residue on an article of clothing that your client was seen to be carrying into a house on the night of a double murder.
Yes.
That is certainly a strong piece of evidence for the prosecution. I think it's something that this is a circumstantial case, so there's always going to be the limitations that carries, but I think that that's something that is likely to resonate with the jurors when you combine that with Alex asking for his home health care worker to lie to the police basically about his alibi. That is certainly not something that somebody who is completely innocent typically does.
Right, absolutely. And then after that, we moved on to the testimony of Annette Griswold, who was Alex's paralegal for, she said, about a little over 9 years. I thought her testimony went very well for the prosecution. She was very intelligent, very knowledgeable, and obviously deceived by Alec. Cross-examination, I thought it was kind of nothing.
Yeah, I didn't think
kind of a
that
nothing
Jim
burger.
Griffin, who has been doing most of the cross-examinations, actually all of the cross-examinations in the latter half of the prosecution's case, really made any serious inroads with her.
And then after that, we had SLED agent Hudak, who took the stand at 12:23, about 2 sentences into his testimony. Judge Newman abruptly stopped him and asked that the jury be sent to the jury room and proceeded to evacuate the court, where we learned that there was a bomb threat. We confirmed that through our sources there was a bomb threat, and we have seen the court be evacuated. We are working our sources to get some more information. But Will did confirm that a specialized bomb team from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division was being brought in from Charleston to go into the building to take every precaution. At this point, we don't know exactly how credible the threat is, but obviously the Colleton County Court is...
You got to take these threats seriously.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now, we had heard rumors about the Cowboys prior to this. Obviously, emphasis on the word rumors. Rumors. But do you want to speak a little bit about what the Cowboys are and
No.
their relationship?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
Jennifer does not want to talk about the Cowboys.
I know nothing about the Cowboys.
Fair enough.
No, the Cowboys are a local gang in Colleton County, and there's some theories that Alec was tied up in drugs, check money laundering through them. That so far has been unfounded for the most part.
And where were the rumors coming from talking about them?
Social media rumors.
Social media rumors. And you are the queen of monitoring social media for all things Murdaugh.
I try. So, yeah,
But we've never heard anything from our law enforcement sources
we did,
about that being a credible
obviously,
threat.
when we hear something like that, we do obviously make sure law enforcement's aware of it.
We always run things by them when we hear stuff like that online, and
But
if
this
it makes
was-
it to your ears, that means that they've indicated that it's actually
absolutely.
something serious. We're only raising it in this instance because it's the only known threat that we've heard about to these proceedings, and obviously we're in a situation where a threat has been called in.
Absolutely. So right now we're just kind of outside. Judge Newman had called before evacuation, before he calmly evacuated the courtroom, setting the tone for a very calm evacuation, had said that we would break for lunch recess until 2:30. And Will is returning, going in to the trailer. He's not returning officially. So we're busy checking with the sources for more information on what's going on behind the scenes. So that's where Will's at. What are your thoughts on this? Did this surprise you?
One thing that I found to be very interesting is kind of the tone of people's conversations as they were exiting the courthouse. Nobody seemed to be particularly alarmed. So
Well, did they know what it was before they exited?
Yeah, I don't know. But if you're being asked to evacuate a building and there's not a fire alarm going off, I'm
Right.
sure you're doing math in your head
Right.
as to the reason why you're being asked to leave.
I'm glad I wasn't in there. I probably would have looked like a fool.
Never, Jennifer.
Oh, boy. So, what did you think of Annette Griswold's testimony?
As somebody who's been researching this case and trying to learn every piece of information I can for quite some time now, to have a window into how PMPED operates in this trial, or to have a window into how Palmetto State Bank operated through Russell Laffitte's trial, it's a real privilege in a strange way, because we get to hear this flow of information that normally any one of these little details that we hear for hours on end during this trial would be something that we would obsess over for a week and write a story about and have a whole news cycle about. And instead we're just getting it, for hours on end every day. It's like drinking from a fire hydrant, but it certainly connects all these dots that we had, we'd seen all these dots, but we hadn't seen them connected in the way that we saw in this testimony.
Yep, absolutely. So again, for those joining us, we're outside of the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, where during the Murdaugh trial, day 13 of the Murdaugh murder trial, a court was evacuated around 12:23 p.m. due to a bomb threat. We have confirmed it's a bomb threat. We do not know how credible it is, but obviously law enforcement is taking every precaution. Shortly after court was evacuated, or actually during the evacuation process, we did see the transport van that has been taking Alex Murdaugh to and from court from the Colleton County Detention Center daily circle the block with the police escort. We're assuming that he was obviously evacuated and in there. And we got word that everybody in the courthouse was evacuated. The Murdaugh family was among the first to be evacuated, and the prosecution team stayed in. They were the last to be evacuated. Judge Newman, obviously a very experienced judge, handled things very calmly and set the tone for what I think was a very calm and easy
I can't say I'm
evacuation.
surprised that Judge Newman handled it the way that he did. He is a very even-keeled individual. I don't think I've seen him get above his resting heart rate ever, and I've spent many an hour in the courtroom with him at this point.
Yeah, he's. I very much enjoy watching him take the helm of a trial or a hearing. He's a very good judge, very thoughtful in his considerations and his decisions.
Yeah, I think that this case, brought the South Carolina bar under a lot of scrutiny.
Yes.
And I think that our state's legal profession has definitely showed its best side in Judge Newman.
And Will has confirmed through his sources that a specialized South Carolina law enforcement division bomb team is being brought in from Charleston. They should be here, I would assume. They were probably moving quite fast, and they were going to go into the building and just check it out. I feel confident that they are taking every precaution, and there is a very heavy law enforcement presence around the courthouse. The media was setting up for their live lunchtime.
It's very interesting,
recordings.
We're not on the TV schedule, but to watch all of the TV reporters go in and out, it's kind of like watching the tides go up and down on the beach. They'll all come out for their noon hit, they'll all come out for their, I believe, 6 o'clock hit.
Yes.
And then they scatter like sand.
Absolutely. And it's like boom, boom. Like they set up, they do their thing, they're very professional. They're also, for the most part,
We should try that.
You want to do it?
Very
No.
professional?
No. We know better.
But I have to say, we were live broadcasting this whole thing while they were getting kicked across the street.
Yeah, this is true.
To our new viewers, welcome.
Welcome.
Stay a while.
So we are, Judge Newman, when he evacuated, he did initially say a break. Then he said, court will resume at 2:30 p.m. It is currently 1:42 p.m. Eastern time. I do not know if that time frame will hold up, and we do not know what is going to happen next.
What do you think the attorneys are doing right now?
Holy cow.
I'll bet you that they're not thinking about this at all. I'll bet you that they're in there wargaming.
You don't think they're thinking about this? I'd be thinking about it.
They might be thinking about it, but I don't think that they're letting these precious minutes go to waste. When you're in a trial as an attorney, it is a deluge of work, much like we were talking about how we don't have time to dig into all of this information and report on it as thoroughly as we would if this was breaking 3 months ago.
Right.
They don't have the time to get, all of the work done that they would like to do and sleep enough at night to then come in court and function the next day. So I'm sure that they are like, 2 hours to clear the courthouse? Okay, let's use that to refine our battle
I think
plan.
they went right back into that war room.
I'm about to text you something breaking.
Okay.
All right.
We're about to get something breaking from Will Folks. Stay tuned while we await for that word. Again, we're outside the Colleton County Courthouse. We're at around 12:23 p.m. Court was evacuated during the middle of the Murdaugh murder trial. due to a bomb threat. Oh,
We have a new subscriber. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm looking around, y'all, trying to survey the scene and, see what I can see around the corner where I can't quite get the camera.
Everybody seems to be calm. There was a crowd here when this initially happened. It seems to have dispersed. I'm not sure where everybody went. Are we missing something good on the other side of the courthouse, or?
I can see a gaggle of law enforcement officers where the attorneys have been entering and exiting. The Colleton County Sheriff's Office has a mobile special operations center set up out there. It's a pretty nice RV that they have a live camera feeds from all around the courthouse in, so it's where they've been posted up throughout most of the day. It seems as though there are representatives of multiple agencies conversing right now. Nobody looks particularly frantic or as if the situation is very urgent. I'd expect that they're waiting for the more qualified bomb personnel to arrive, or if they're already in the building, to give the all clear. I expect that court will come back into session soon after that is given. Sources familiar with the situation tell Fitsnews the caller claimed the bomb was located in the judge's chambers. Newman's chambers are among the most secure areas in the courtroom. If y'all are not familiar with how courts are laid out, there's a large area that is easily publicly accessible. You walk through, they usually will metal detect you. They'll give you airport-style security. That being said, that publicly accessible area does not extend to the judge's chambers. Usually you will have to have like an RF badge, like most people have at their places of work to badge in to get into those areas. I'm not sure if the Colleton County Courthouse, built in, what did we'll say, 1820, has those security features. We in fact helped install a television in the courthouse so that the exhibits could be viewable, but I know that they at least have locks on those doors. So the idea that somebody would have snuck a bomb into the judge's chambers is a little bit hard to believe, because it would be extremely difficult to get back there. It would almost need to be a member of the court staff or the judge himself. I mean, that's just not going to happen.
Law enforcement presence outside and inside the courtroom has been extremely heavy, with metal detectors for anybody entering the courthouse, and everybody has to go through those metal detectors. Plus, they do a wand scan, as well when you get through the metal detectors. We had been asked earlier if this could cause a mistrial.
It takes a lot to cause a mistrial, and usually it will be a legal error. I doubt it, but I am not an attorney, so perhaps we can
Sarah
have some
Ford,
of our...
who is a victims' rights attorney, did tweet something I thought was interesting. She said, quote, "This act has the potential to improperly prejudice the jury, which can be the basis of a mistrial." She said, "This is incredibly scary and frustrating."
So that's Sarah Ford, who is an attorney. Disregard everything I've said. I didn't go to law school. I haven't practiced law for an extended period of time. Listen to Sarah. I can't wait to hear what the other great legal minds who've been giving their takes throughout the duration of this trial have to say. Twitter's a great place to be for that.
And we don't know that the bomb threat was necessarily called in, emailed in, mailed in. We don't have that information yet, but everybody is safely evacuated from the courthouse, including courthouse staff, reporters, bystanders who are in there watching, the prosecution and defense team, and the Murdaugh family. So everybody, now we're just awaiting law enforcement to search, secure, and make sure it's safe to go back in. So again, if you're just joining us, I'm going to repeat what we're doing. We are sitting outside the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro during the third week of the Murdaugh murder trial, and at about 12:23 p.m. during the third witness of the day, Agent Hudak from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, who's a computer forensic specialist, was just taking the stand and gotten two sentences into his testimony, and the Judge Newman, ordered that the jury be brought to the jury room, and very abruptly, we didn't quite know what was going on, and then the courthouse was evacuated due to what we confirmed through our sources to be a bomb threat. The bomb threat we just confirmed specifically was directed at Judge Newman's chambers within the courthouse, which is probably the most secure area of the courthouse. So.
And y'all, I now have your comments pulled up on my cell phone, so if you'd have anything you'd like answered, I'm monitoring that. Throw it in there. Although you guys in the chat seem to be quite capable of entertaining yourselves. People in the chat want to know how many alternate jurors there are. Jennifer?
There are, well, okay, so there were 6 alternate jurors at the start of the trial, and now there are 5 because one was dismissed, I believe, on Monday due to him being at the emergency room. We didn't get any additional details, but we are down to 5 alternate jurors and then the 12 regular jurors.
Somebody wants to know if Justin Bamberg is around. I haven't seen Justin today.
I don't know, do they want to know if he's around or if he's available?
Oh, yes, they did ask if Justin is available. That might be a question for Justin.
I do not know that answer. He is a delightful man, though. I very much enjoy talking to him.
Yeah, he definitely always has the best shoes in the courthouse. Justin is definitely a sneakerhead. I would assume that he is on the in
Listen,
the State
I think
House.
Bakari Sellers could give him a run for his money.
That's true. Bakari Sellers was rocking suede purple Pumas.
With matching socks.
With matching socks.
We do not know where the jury, the courthouse staff, the defense, the prosecution, or Alex Murdaugh has been evacuated to. Scott Grooms, who's the director of tourism and has been coordinating this, I guess, for lack of a better word, circus down here, said they were evacuated to an undisclosed location. He's working to get additional details for us and said he would stop by and keep us posted.
You want to come on?
Like live right now?
Yes, sir. Eric Allen, the
hey friends.
great Murdaugh YouTuber who's helping out Luna Shark Productions, is getting some footage of his own, I see.
I am, yeah. I was out here earlier and I'm about to go on live with us in about 10 minutes. But yeah, it's been wild. I ran out here earlier and got some footage of everyone evacuating, and didn't expect all of this today for sure.
No, a little bit unexpected,
Yeah.
in a case that already brought a lot of unexpected.
Yeah, seriously, no kidding. Well, thanks for letting me hop on your live real quick.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, and
Thanks for
you got some
stopping
really
by
great
here.
Murdaugh stuff. Where can people find you on YouTube if they want to check out your videos?
Dude, Dylan, you're the man. If you just search Eric Allen, ERIC space ALAN on YouTube, I'll pop up. You can find me there.
He's got some great.
And actually, I did a sit down with Eric. We did an interview, so I really, I'm always glad to see you here. Eric's always willing to help us out on the technical side, and I guess he's on-air talent now.
Yeah. Dylan and me have been like tech buddies since this whole.
We're the
all
two like video journalist nerds of South Carolina. We have a lot in common, so it's always a pleasure to see you.
Yeah, you too, man. Yeah, well, y'all enjoy the rest
Thanks
of
for
the live.
stopping by.
Guys.
Stay safe.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit. I mean, people are asking about Justin Bamberg. Let's talk a little bit about the attorneys outside of the prosecution and defense that we've seen in the courtroom. So Mark Tinsley, who testified, I believe it was Monday, one of my favorite testimonies of this trial so far, he testified without the jury present, which is called an in-camera testimony. He is the attorney for the family of Mallory Beach. Mallory was killed after a boating accident on September 24, 2019. Paul Murdaugh was allegedly driving that boat while intoxicated, causing the accident at a high rate of speed in Beaufort County. And she was thrown from the boat. They found her body tragically 8 days later. So Mark Tinsley, who we saw on stand and offered some fiery testimony, he is the attorney for the Beach family. We've also seen Justin Bamberg in court quite a bit. Justin has represented a number of Alex alleged financial victims and has been following this case closely in addition to that. Dylan with the backwards dad hate, fully engaged. Cat.
Yeah, y'all, I know that you're probably going to make fun of me for turning my ball cap backwards, but I would prefer that you can see my face as I'm looking down at my cell phone to read the comments.
And we did have Eric Allen just stop by.
I don't think he was in frame. I guess we have to get people between us like we did with Scott Grooms. But
Yeah, Scott Grooms, who stopped by earlier, is the director of tourism for Walterboro, the Walterboro area. He's been helping.
Scott has been great for us
He's
because he spent
wonderful.
about 30 years in television
Yes.
as a weatherman,
Yes.
so he
Yes.
understands the challenges of live video production and has been extremely accommodating to help us bring you guys the coverage that we've been able to bring you.
Because we are a small news organization.
And he's helped us play with the big dogs, and that means a lot. He's taken good care of us.
Yeah, he's a good man. We are very appreciative of Scott. Scott did stop by and confirm that a bomb threat was called in and that everybody had been evacuated from the courthouse, the jury, the prosecution, defense, Alec, the Murdaugh family, to an undisclosed location. Obviously, we're not going to be told where they were evacuated to, but everybody is safe.
Patricia says Dylan seems snippy. Y'all, I apologize. I'm from the north. I'm a Yankee. I must confess. This is the way I talk, but I promise that I have no ill intent.
No snip. Just a flat intonation.
Yes.
Let's see.
I'm trying not to sound too jovial, Jennifer. This is
I know, it's like a bomb
situation.
threat, and well, yeah, I do
A
feel
bomb
as
threat
though
in the
we're
middle of a
safe.
murder trial,
right.
you know?
Yeah, so, well, I do feel we're safe.
But the mood is actually fairly light out here on the
Yeah.
street, it seems. And our founding editor, Will Folks, coming down the stairs.
And running away.
But not coming back on set.
No.
We get another mic pack. All right, for those of you just following this, getting a little more information, we've updated our story that was initially posted on Fitsnews earlier, breaking the news of this bomb threat from our sources. We've got some additional information.
Oh, my. We're obviously
Not the kind of mic drop you want.
No,
not exactly CBS News up in here. I didn't want to steal your spot, Dylan. I'm still trying to gather some info, but the initial reports that we're getting, the bomb threat was called in, reference that the device, the alleged device, again, we've seen no indication that this threat has any credibility to it at this point, but the initial threat of a device indicated that it was located in Judge Clifton Newman's chambers. Again, that's from a source with direct knowledge of the situation, one of the same sources that first confirmed the fact that this was a bomb threat, but again, indicating that the caller, the individual who made this threat, told courthouse personnel that the bomb was located in Judge Clifton Newman's chambers. And again, as Dylan recapped after sharing that bit of breaking news, Judge Newman's chambers are arguably the most secure part of this building. So an odd place for someone to be able to sneak something like that in. And again, as Dylan also recalled, and as we've been saying from the beginning of this broadcast, every time we go in and out of that building, every time anybody goes in and out of that building, whether they are known to courthouse staff, whether they are even sometimes fellow law enforcement officers in plain clothes, they are given the wand. They are walking through metal detectors. They are given, again, no special treatment. Everybody gets checked every time they walk in that building. So the notion that a device like that could be somehow placed in the judge's chambers, again, seems to strain credulity, but first responders and law enforcement investigators taking every precaution in the courthouse behind us. But again, just wanted to share that bit of information regarding the apparent location of this
I appreciate that.
alleged device. And again, no indication yet whether or not the caller targeted Judge Newman. No indication as to whether they
Do
targeted
we know that
anyone.
it was a phone call? I was wondering that.
Yes, we have confirmed it is a
Okay.
call, that a call was made to courthouse personnel. We don't know who received the call at this point. And again, obviously we don't know who made the call, but the message that was conveyed to that courthouse personnel that a bomb had been placed in Judge Clifton Newman's chambers here in the Colleton County Courthouse.
Have you heard anything from any of your legal sources regarding the possibility of this causing a mistrial? Is that conceivable?
Still working on that. A lot of just trying to get information right now on what exactly happened with this particular bomb threat and the investigation, as we see some Colleton County deputies making their way across the courthouse lawn here. But again, trying at this point to ascertain more details about that particular threat. Again, who it was targeting, and again, the most important thing, whether there's any credibility to it. At this point, does not appear there to be any legitimacy to the threat, but every precaution being taken. But again, as we reported earlier, as Dylan Nolan told you just a few moments ago, the caller claimed that the bomb was located in Judge Clifton Newman's chambers, and we're trying to get more information again on the specific nature of that threat. I'm going to get back and start working some of these sources. Stay with us here at Fitsnews as we continue to bring you the very latest on this shocking development here at the trial of the century in South Carolina. Something nobody saw coming, but then again, as we've said,
Always with this case, expect the unexpected.
With this case, it is truly like Perry Farrell from Jane's Addiction said years ago, nothing's shocking, people. Nothing's shocking in this case. We'll be back in just a moment as we go dig for more information on this breaking news
And I'm
story.
going to stay live with y'all. If anybody has any questions, shoot them at me. We don't know that anybody did actually get into the judge's chamber. All we know is that when the bomb threat was called in, that it was specifically said that the bomb was located in Judge Newman's chamber. Judge Newman's chamber, as we just said, is one of the most secure locations within the courthouse, requiring separate RFD entry to get into it. So we are hoping that this is not a credible threat, but we are waiting to hear further word. So for anybody joining us, we are sitting outside the Colleton County Courthouse on day 13 of the Murdaugh murder trial at about 12:23 p.m. during the testimony of Special Agent Hudak from South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. He got 2 sentences into his direct examination by prosecutors, and Judge Newman abruptly stopped the questioning, told the jury to go to the jury room, and then calmly evacuated the courtroom, where we confirmed that a bomb threat had been called in. Let's see. Does anybody have any questions while I'm live? Shortly after the courthouse was evacuated, we did spot the transport van that was taking Alex Murdaugh to and from the Colleton County Detention Center to the Colleton County Courthouse daily, circling the block with a police escort. So we're assuming that Alec was evacuated from the holding cell in the basement of the Colleton County Courthouse and taken back to the Colleton County Detention Center while they resolved this bomb threat and investigated. We were also told that the Murdaugh family was among the first to be evacuated from the courthouse, and the prosecution for the state the prosecuting attorneys were among the last to leave the courtroom. I do believe Dick Harpootlian was in court today. I know Alan Wilson, the Attorney General, was in court today. He's been there, I think, every day since last Monday. He didn't come during the first week. I think he had other obligations, but has been a consistent presence behind the state prosecutors. We do not know where the jury was brought. We spoke with Scott Grooms earlier, who's the Director of Tourism for the Walterboro area and has been managing the circus outside of the courthouse for the entirety.
Somebody on the camera there on the court TV angle. Somebody's walking around in the courthouse.
Really?
Yeah.
Woo.
I guess it's probably a law enforcement person.
Dylan said on the court TV camera that you can see people walking in the courthouse. We both think that that is probably law enforcement. A sheriff's deputy is coming out to the street. And I'm trying to figure out what is happening. Stay tuned. Grits or cream of wheat? Probably Aaron. Grits, I think, as long as it's shrimp and grits. Let's see. Okay, so as most of us know, Alex Murdaugh, in addition to being on trial for the murders of his wife Maggie Murdaugh and his son Paul Murdaugh on June 7, 2021, has also faced a number of additional indictments, including financial crimes, alleging he stole around $10 million from his clients over the past 12 years. He's also facing criminal conspiracy charges with his alleged co-conspirator, Eddie Smith. Let's see. So people are asking why Alex is fighting the murder when he is guilty of so much other stuff. Right now, Alex Murdaugh, the only thing that he has confessed to is a judgment in the Satterfield case. So he confessed that he stole the settlement from his housekeeper, Gloria Satterfield's sons. She died on their property, and he encouraged them to file a lawsuit against him to get a settlement, and then proceeded to steal about $4.2 million. That's the only crime he has confessed of as to why he's fighting this so hard. Until he is found to be guilty in a court of law, he is considered innocent of all the crimes for which he's been indicted, including the 97 charges through multiple indictments that have come over the past year and a half. I was, so I'm kind of reading through the comments here. So today, prior to the bomb threat being called in, we heard the cross-examination of SLED agent Sarah Fletcher, who is a gunshot residue expert. Jim Griffin cross-examined her regarding the gunshot particle residue found on Alex's clothing and on the now infamous blue rain jacket, the inside of it. Jim Griffin focusing on the other plausible theories for how the gunshot residue could have gotten on that rain jacket. He also focused on the small amount of gunshot residue found on Alex's clothing that he was wearing when SLED agents, came to take his clothing and start their investigation. But I'm not entirely sure I believe that to be a very effective cross-examination. Agent Fletcher's was professional answer to his questions like a scientist would. After that, we heard from Annette, it's spelled Annette, but it's pronounced Annette Griswold, who was Alex's paralegal at the PMPED law firm for over 9 years. Annette testified regarding Alex's, demeanor prior to the murders, his demeanor after the murders. She also testified about quite a bit about the money Alec allegedly stole in the case that he worked with Chris Wilson that was coming to a head on June 7, 2021. I thought she was an extremely competent witness. I thought she played very well for the state. I don't think that Jim Griffin got very far on his cross-examination with Annette. I was very impressed with her testimony. And for a long time, I struggled to believe how so many people within the law firm could not see Alex's thefts. But for her, she said that she asked, and he gave very plausible explanations for what was going on. So for me, I thought that was a really compelling testimony, one of the strongest that the state has put on the stand so far. After that, of course, we had Agent Hudak from South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, who took the stand and 2 sentences into his testimony. He's a computer science forensic expert. 2 sentences into his testimony at 12:23, court was stopped and evacuated for this bomb threat. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the way Alex Murdaugh is pronounced. Lots of people say Alex Murdaugh. It's I try to say Alex Murdaugh because whenever I'm in conversation with local people down here, they always correct me. So I just go with Alex Murdaugh just to be consistent with what people here who know him firsthand say he pronounced his name. But you'll hear it both ways. In any way we pronounce it, somebody questions it. So somebody asked where Maggie's friends and family are. We have not seen Maggie's family in the courtroom that I'm aware of. I do know that Maggie's father has been ill lately, like very ill, not doing well. And I honestly don't know what her mother looks like, and though her sister allegedly looks very much like her. I've not seen them in the courtroom. I could have missed them. If Maggie has friends in the courtroom, I don't know who they are, what they look like. They could be there, but I couldn't tell you. Stephanie's asking, do we know if the divorce attorney Maggie spoke with will testify? That would be a treasure chest of information. I don't believe that we have confirmed that Maggie was pursuing a divorce. I'm sure that if she was, that attorney would be on the witness list. Oh yeah, I forgot about Michael Gunn. Jeez. Sorry. Thank you for reminding me. Michael Gunn also took the stand. Michael Gunn is a principal at Forge Consulting, the real Forge, not the fake Forge. Will Folks is returning. Do you have some additional information for us?
Yeah, I just wanted to address the issue of what's our shot look like? Am I even in it?
That's a good question.
Well, if you can see me or not, it's all right. No big deal. Just wanted to address the question that a lot of folks have been asking about, will this incident, this bomb threat that was called in earlier today, will it be grounds for a mistrial? I just got off the phone with one of the top criminal defense lawyers in the state of South Carolina, Pete Strom of the Strom Law Firm. I talked with Pete extensively about this. Pete told me no, that the remote possibility of this potentially causing a mistrial. What he told me, in all likelihood, Judge Newman will instruct jurors about the threat. He will give them information, limited information, but that he will probably not go into much detail, that he will simply tell them that there was a threat. However, it has been resolved, and according to Pete Strom, this will not be grounds for a mistrial.
Miss Amy Zimmercheck, I'm wondering if she is willing to.
Miss Amy, are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
Get my chair up.
Again, real quick, before we welcome Amy Zimmercheck on the set, just wanted to again reiterate, spoke with veteran criminal defense attorney Pete Strom of the Strom Law Firm, really downplayed the potential of this incident for a mistrial, said that Judge Newman would address the issue with jurors via specific instructions, and that he does not anticipate that this incident will be grounds for a mistrial. But Amy Zimmercheck, you want to hop on with us?
Sure.
Come on over. You picked a heck of a day to come down.
I know.
We thought you were going to be here for some other bombshell developments, but you ended up being here for a bomb threat.
Yes, literally.
Amy Zimmercheck, of course, is the attorney for Curtis Eddie Smith, the name that has been on the tip of everyone's tongue since this trial started, Amy. What is it about your client that's got everyone talking?
I do not know.
You wish it weren't that way.
I wish nobody knew the name Curtis Eddie Smith.
Well, let's first address the speculation. We had reported this morning that the rumors that your client would be here to testify today were not accurate. Can you confirm to us that he's not coming today?
No. Regardless of whatever happened, he was not coming today.
Correct. And he had at no point been moved from Lexington County Detention Center?
None. No.
First, I want to ask you, before we get into all of this and the speculation, how's your client doing? We've heard some reports that his health is not good.
His health is terrible. He is not doing well. So.
What's going on with
Well, he can't
Curtis?
get access to his pain medications. He has some severe spinal injuries, which is how Alec ended up representing him in the first place. So, so he's
struggling
super
right
bright.
now.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, it's the. I also brought the sun, apparently. The sun and bomb threats. So.
Son and Bay, well, you know, a little excitement.
Yes.
So let me ask you this. Obviously, hope his health improves. Hate to hear that for anybody. But as we look at his potential testimony, we had a report up a few days ago discussing what your client may testify to, particularly that roadside shooting incident and some things that Alex Murdaugh allegedly said to him on the roadside. Can you elaborate on any of that, or?
I cannot. I until he testifies, I'm not going to obviously I'm never going to violate attorney-client privilege. So
Sure.
what he told me, I can't.
Absolutely.
I can't tell, but if he does testify, I think it'll lend some interesting things.
Well, okay, and I understand you won't dive too much into those details. Let me ask you this. We interviewed in Florence, South Carolina, back in the fall, shortly after your client was actually accused of these crimes. And you told me at the time, if I recollect correctly, that you wanted them to test him. You wanted them to get DNA. Let me ask you this. Why do you think your client was thrown into this?
Because he's an easy target. I mean, they can just call him a drug dealer, and he's an easy target. So,
You feel as though he's being made out as a scapegoat for?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what I say, when I say easy target, he's an easy target just to blame, everything on. Oh, well, he did this or he did that, and now apparently he's so crafty that he, commits a double murder.
And you challenged the defense attorneys in the aftermath of their motion. You said, listen, we've given his DNA, it's been on file, and that testing him can only help your client. By extension, does that mean it can only hurt Alex Murdaugh?
I mean, I don't necessarily think so. I mean, but it could certainly exonerate or exclude my client, which it did. So,
So he's, in your mind, he's excluded.
Oh, from the DNA for sure.
So no connection whatsoever to this double homicide.
None.
Okay, and all those reports. Again, we'd heard initial reports that his phone was off on the night of the murders.
They have his phone records and his computer records, so they know where he was.
And clearly,
in addition to his alibis, multiple people. But yeah, he's got
three. Well, it was
three people that were with him, and his phone and his home computer. So yeah.
So he's nowhere near Moselle at the time of these tragic murders. Let me ask you this question though: the roadside shooting. Obviously, he's facing charges in connection with that incident, facing some drug charges related to Alex Murdaugh, some fraud charges related to Alex Murdaugh. What's your level of concern, assuming the state does call him, for the cross-examination from the defense?
I mean, I think, if he takes the stand and is willing to testify, he's certainly available to be cross-examined, and I think that he welcomes an opportunity to explain, how he got involved in this, what a drug dealer he was, I think that he welcomes the opportunity to kind of clear his name a little bit, especially the way that Alex has soiled it. So,
you've described your client as one of the many victims of Alex Murdaugh, and again, we've seen all this testimony from whether it's financial victims, whether it's his law firm partners, just this path of destruction that this guy has left in his wake for years. But let me ask you this: have you seen anything from the prosecution yet that drives home that double homicide case? Have you seen any evidence from them, any testimony?
I'm looking forward to what they still have to put in.
So, well, that sounds to me like a way of saying the answer is no, a very polite no, but because that's one of the things I've seen. Obviously, Judge Newman issued a big ruling in this case allowing all this evidence in, but that evidence doesn't necessarily prove the double homicide. It obviously proves he stole a lot of money.
I think it provides context to what he was going through, or maybe what he was thinking. But I just think listening to your witnesses is a really good thing. I think that they missed an opportunity with Miss Shelley Smith.
Shelley Smith, that's right.
I think they missed an opportunity with her to ask why you would call your brother, who's also in law enforcement, like, why would you feel the need? Was that a threat to you? Did you feel pressure? And I felt like they could have expanded a lot more on that. There are things that I think both sides are missing. It's easy to armchair quarterback,
sure,
but it's incredibly frustrating as a trial lawyer to see that other lawyers may have done it differently.
It's like, why didn't you drive this point home?
Yeah.
Have you thrown anything at your laptop or your phone, or
No,
thrown your
multiple
phone?
times. In fact, my laptop's in the shop right now. So.
Well, you may have a chance sooner rather than later at some point to have others second guess you when you.
Exactly.
Now, let me ask you this though: do you think the state will proceed with its cases against Curtis Eddie Smith, and if so, again, what's your
I
thinking
think
on
that
the time
they're
frame?
gonna. I don't know the answer. I clearly have no idea what the state's doing.
Really?
I really don't.
Oh.
I think it'll be difficult for them to proceed on some of the roadside shootings. I think they have a better understanding now. Before, when they issued the warrants, maybe their understanding was a little different than it is now.
Interesting. So they found out information perhaps about Alex Murdaugh since that incident, which leads them to believe that.
Yeah, I think that. I think it'll be interesting.
And you're not going to elaborate on all that, right?
No.
Well, let me ask you. Okay, and again, I completely understand that. Respect that. You got to do what's in the best interest of your client, and obviously, you don't want to spoil anything that he could testify to in open court. But let me ask you this question, and there's been a ton of speculation amongst those closely following this as to whether the state will call your client, Curtis Eddie Smith. What's your, give us a ballpark percentage?
It's 50-50 at this point,
Really?
honestly. I have no idea. I know that, I think that Attorney General Wilson is actually making the calls on who to.
Interesting.
I believe that he's the one making the calls on which witnesses to present, so.
Well, and on that front, let me ask you this, is speaking of armchair quarterbacking, you've watched the progression of these witnesses, how the state has kind of bounced to and from financial to forensic. What's your sense? You've read juries before. Is it confusing? Does it inhibit the development of a narrative? What's the state doing here?
I would love the development of a narrative. If I could find a narrative, I think that would be incredible. But I mean, I think that they're probably doing that because forensic testimony can oftentimes be incredibly boring, especially chain testimony or just, did you collect this? Where is this fairly and accurately, blah, blah, blah. So I'm thinking that they're trying to sprinkle in more backed witnesses. That's what I would do, because otherwise it gets incredibly boring, I think, and the jurors kind of tune out.
And repetitive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we heard it at the beginning of the trial is a lot of these witnesses were there basically to have evidence introduced. We kept hearing that, well, we'll get to some narrative witnesses sooner rather than later. Kind of still waiting on those.
Still waiting on
narrative
those.
witnesses. Who are you looking to from the state to provide some of that narrative, Amy? What kind of witnesses are you looking to?
Honestly, it's interesting with the narrative. It's not necessarily a narrative witness. I just wish that they would utilize the cellular and the text message and the phone evidence with more demonstrative things to kind of explain. I mean, there is a gap in Alex's phone records that
huge one.
That when you see it, it's an obvious gap, but when you're just talking about it, I think it's getting lost.
And those jurors, do you think?
I think Chris Wilson will be a good witness to hear from.
He was great in camera outside the presence of the jury.
He was fantastic.
You have to think, is somebody testifying about his best friend stealing that amount of money from him? What else?
And I think his testimony would go further beyond that in front of the jury. I mean, he talked to him the morning of the roadside shooting. He talked to him the night of the murders. So I think that his testimony will be expanded more so than it was in camera. I don't know, but I hope it would be.
Well, let me ask you one more thing. I know you got a lot to do here in Walterboro today, but I want to ask you one more thing. Before you came on, we were speaking with, I was speaking off air with Pete Strom of the Strom Law Firm, asking him about these rumors that this bomb threat situation could potentially create grounds for a mistrial. Pete seemed to indicate that was idle speculation and that
I don't. And from what I've heard, it wasn't directed towards any of the parties or any of the jurors.
It was targeting the judge's chambers.
It was charges. That's what I heard too as well.
Well, they picked the wrong guy to target, didn't they?
Yeah. He's
cool customer, tough cookie. Ready to get back to work, isn't he?
I don't think that we're going to get by there at 2:30, but yes.
Well, Amy, I want to thank you for stopping by, and obviously we will be watching with bated breath to see if your client is called to testify, and if so, what he might say. But thank you for stopping by and sharing your thoughts on all this with us.
Certainly.
All right, Amy. Amy Zimmercheck, the attorney for Curtis Eddie Smith. Again, the man whose name has been on the tip of everyone's tongues here in Walterboro. They're waiting for him to testify. Again, Amy said there's about a 50-50 shot from her estimation as to whether Curtis Eddie Smith will be called. So we'll have to wait and see. I know you'll do a great job with him. Thanks again, Amy.
Good to see you.
Absolutely. I know. We're going to have to bring the awning out here.
Yes.
Got some jets still flying and circling ahead as our live coverage of this unusual and unprecedented day in what is already an unprecedented case in South Carolina. Did you leave this in? All right. Val, you got a second for us? We're going to get Valerie Borline on the air at some point, folks. I promise you. And maybe we could get that awning out if you get a chance, Dylan.
I don't have power to that.
Okay. Well, we'll just roast, man. I swear it was freezing here last week, but
It's very nice to meet you. You too.
But again, just to recap, we spoke with attorney Pete Strom in Columbia, South Carolina, one of the best criminal lawyers in the state. Pete of the Strom Law Firm. He's a former U.S. attorney in addition to being one of the best criminal defense attorneys in the state. We asked him directly about this potential for a mistrial based on the bomb threat. Again, Pete Strom saying he did not think that that was a possibility, that Judge Newman would address this issue with jurors very generally, instruct them not to seek out any additional information about it. And again, as Amy just told us, and as we reported earlier, it does not seem as though this threat is A, legitimate, and B, in any way, shape, or form related to the jury. But again, still waiting official word on the investigation being led by the South Carolina State Law Enforcement Division. So just a momentous day here in Walterboro, South Carolina. We continue to bring you live coverage. We've been live now for a couple hours since 12:23 p.m., which is when Judge Newman ordered the evacuation of the Colleton County Courthouse in response to this threat. It was just as the testimony of SLED agent Brian Hudak, am I correct?
You
Brian
got
Hudak? Hudak. Sounds like a New York Jets. Is it the Jets? No, it's the Saints. You're a New Orleans girl.
I live in
Is
New
it the
Orleans.
Saints? Who knows? I'm a Colts fan, so, you know, we don't have a cool catchphrase. But
I did live in Indianapolis for 10 years.
Oh yeah, Indy Jen, hence your Twitter handle.
Yeah, hence my Twitter handle. And I did like the Colts.
You did?
I did.
Oh, there you go.
Went to a couple games.
Well, as we continue, and we're going to continue to reach out to other attorneys, we're going to continue to reach out to other law enforcement sources, both on the mistrial question, as well as trying to get additional details on the nature of this threat.
Yeah, absolutely.
So far,
the courthouse, people are going back into the courthouse. I just saw the prosecution enter about 3 minutes ago.
Dylan, get a good shot of that. Doesn't look like anyone's being allowed in at this point. In fact, they're being ushered away from the door. However, the fact that people are now being allowed just on the grounds again.
I did see the prosecution team go in the actual door.
Again, we are now 2 hours and 2 minutes after this threat was called in, waiting on updates from our law enforcement sources. At this point, again, the only thing we know, the threat allegedly called in via telephone to a courthouse security staffer, indicating a bomb present in the chambers of Judge Clifton Newman. As I mentioned with Amy Zemmercheck, they picked the wrong person to target, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. Whew. That was not going to go anywhere.
Not that I would call a bomb threat in, but if I were, that'd be the last guy I would call it into.
Not a good move.
Newman is the
Very
definitional tough cookie, people.
Well respected and very even keeled and not easily intimidated.
Man said 2:30. It's almost 2:30.
That is correct. Newman did indicate that if the courtroom were cleared, that we would begin proceedings again at 2:30. Jen, are you going to go in?
No, I need to keep a tab on this out here. Why don't you go in?
Well, again, I was in the court literally 10 minutes before this thing all went off.
Yeah, suspicious timing.
They can check my phone. I didn't call anything in.
If you didn't hear Dylan, he noted the timing of Will's departure from court was suspicious.
Yeah, and one of the Dateline...
But I can provide an alibi.
One of the Dateline people threw some shade at me, indicating that, like I said, I ain't going to call anything into Judge Newman.
Heck no, dude.
That's the last guy I'm messing with in this case. Still watching and waiting. It does not appear as though anyone's been allowed back into the courtroom, at least from the gallery. Jen said she saw the prosecutors go in. Did we see the defense?
I did not see the defense.
All right, and obviously no indication yet as to the status of Alex Murdaugh or his family members.
Or Alex Van.
And at this point, just to reiterate, the caller claimed that this device, which again appears to have been an illegitimate threat, but the caller claimed that they were putting the device in the judge's chambers. We do not have any indication whether or not they specifically targeted Judge Newman.
Okay.
Just that was the location.
Okay.
That they communicated that their
It was
bomb
the
was
judge's
in the
chambers.
judge's chambers.
So Valerie Bauerlein from the Wall Street Journal, who was just over here,
Yeah.
she mentioned that it's family court day, and she wondered if it was related to that.
Could be.
Yeah, I mean,
we forget that while this trial of the century is going on, that there's still business being attended to inside the courthouse by the staff. Family court, you've got collections of all kinds.
Yep.
You've got folks having to show up for pre-trial hearings and other sorts of proceedings inside that building. So it's not just the Murdaugh trial that's taking place inside the Colleton County Courthouse this month. Boy,
But
a
it was
huge crowd.
absolutely a very unexpected turn and a very unexpected case.
Absolutely. Nothing about this story has been normal from the very beginning, Jen Wood.
Not on my Murdaugh bingo card today.
No one had this on their Murdaugh bingo card, that's for sure. But the good news is, I think as we're starting to see now, that just the sheer fact that this many potential members of the gallery are being allowed, not in the building yet, but certainly right outside, that is a strong indication that our initial intel that this was not a credible threat was in fact accurate. Again, we are still waiting an all clear from our law enforcement sources. However, it does seem as though they were accurate in telling us that this was not a credible threat. I just can't thank this team here. As this thing broke, we were in the middle of covering this trial as we have been for the last 2.5 weeks. It's challenging enough to cover it without something crazy like this happening, but cannot thank these guys enough. Dylan Nolan jumped into action. Jen Wood here dominating our live coverage while I was off trying to find out information on what happened. Again, if you're just tuning in, if you took an early lunch break
and you're coming back
and are just coming back, well, you missed a little bit of action. 12:23 p.m. A bomb threat called into the Colleton County Courthouse. We have since learned that that threat was called in, indicating an incendiary device in the chambers of Judge Clifton Newman. Not sure whether or not that was a targeted threat to Judge Newman. Newman told those assembled in the courtroom that they would be evacuating the building.
Very calmly.
Very calmly. It was an orderly, quick, calm evacuation, which resulted in court being cleared and a SLED, State Law Enforcement Division, bomb squad being called in from Charleston. And again, it appears as though the courthouse is about to be reopened here after a period of approximately 2 hours and 7 minutes.
Judge Newman said court would resume at 2:30 as long as all things were clear. It is 2:30 and everybody is lining back up. I'm not surprised. Judge Newman is punctual and true to his word from what I've seen.
Absolutely. Fitsnews has a report up on our website about this bomb threat, so you can check that out in addition to our daily live stream and live feed of these proceedings, which Jen Wood has been managing every day for us. Jen's doing the live feed. Dylan Nolan's been doing the live stream. Again, you got to stay tuned to that because clearly you never know what's going to happen.
Obviously, you never know where the day is going to take us in the Murdaugh murder trial in Colleton County.
But we will take a quick break as we await the reconvening of this trial. Judge Newman intending to gavel us back to order at 2:30. And here's the real question. Did anybody get lunch during this break? This is typically the lunch break, is it not?
My girl brought me nuggets. You missed out.
They brought me nuggets.
I didn't share them, sorry.
But again, our sources on this from the very beginning, confirming it was a bomb threat, and then very shortly thereafter indicating to us that it did not appear to be a credible threat. Obviously, we will keep our audience up to speed on the latest regarding this investigation, because obviously, just because there's no bomb doesn't mean that a crime didn't occur here today. You can't call a courthouse and claim that you've put a bomb in the chambers of the judge. That is against the law. So there is a criminal investigation already underway, being led by the State Law Enforcement Division with support from Colleton County.
Hoping they got Agent Dove on this.
That's right.
Our cell phone expert that we heard from last week, who made us all take a second look at our cell phones.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, after that, I don't know what you can do without this thing
I'm concerned.
Picking up on it. But hopefully we'll get some information as soon as we hear anything related to that investigation as to who potentially called this bomb threat in. We will be sure to let our readers know. So we'll be keeping close tabs with both the State Law Enforcement Division and the Colleton County Sheriff's Department.
And at this point, we have every reason to believe the trial will proceed as...
Absolutely. Doesn't seem that there will be any delay in these proceedings. Judge Clifton Newman making it very clear he's ready to go. on the scheduled afternoon session.
Yeah, clearly sending a message he is truly ready to go.
That's correct. And also, as our good friend attorney Pete Strom from Columbia, South Carolina, told me earlier off air, we were speaking about the potential for a mistrial. And again, Pete Strom saying did not see any likelihood of a mistrial, that Judge Newman would address this through jury instruction.
Thank goodness.
And move forward.
That would be very costly.
It really would be. But again, you know, Jen, if this thing continues down the track it's been traveling and continues to travel, let's think about this. We could be headed for a hung jury. Getting away from the bomb scare and now getting back to the nuts and bolts of this trial. If this is a hung jury, we will be back.
Over again.
We'll do it all over again. We'll run it back.
But we'll be seasoned and ready to rock and roll, maybe.
Hopefully that trial will not include days like this. But again, thanks to everybody for tuning into this special breaking live event that we experienced together here over the last 2 hours. Bomb threat at the Colleton County Courthouse. Thankfully, it appears that that threat was not credible. As we can see behind us, the courtroom beginning the process of reopening for the afternoon session of South Carolina's trial of the century, which clearly nothing's going to stop, is it, Jenny?
Nothing is going to stop Judge Newman from hearing this trial.
All right. Thanks to everybody, and thanks to Dylan Nolan, who was Johnny
Thank
on
you,
the spot. Not only
seen a director of special projects / superhero move so quick, but
not only behind the camera, but in front of the camera as well, coming out while we were busy trying to collect evidence. Not evidence, geez.
Information.
Information
From our sources.
Well, it may be evidence. We got to find out who did this, don't we?
You never know.
Absolutely. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. Keep it tuned to our live stream, live feed, Fitsnews.com. Been the tip of the spear of the story from the beginning, and we will continue to bring the very latest here from Walterboro, South Carolina.
Yeah, like I said, this is just doing that. So he's going to feed all of those things.
My mom's like, don't you go in there. I'm like, oh, did you dare me, Mom? Is that a dare? So the green things on the right. Okay.
All right, folks, I don't know if you can see or hear me. We are a little bit far away. I'm looking for a thumbs up from Jennifer Wood, our research director who is just live. If you can see me, I'm standing kind of across the field and waving here. I'm going to see if anybody is willing to speak with me, but it seems as though somebody has actually fallen to the ground here, waiting to come back in the courthouse. It is quite warm. Temperatures were expected to reach 74 degrees today, and I think that it's gotten somewhere near that. Jen is calling me back closer, so perhaps we're having some sort of technical difficulties here. Bear with us, folks. We are in uncharted waters here as we figure out how to live broadcast this unexpected day. Folks in the chat, let us know if you're hearing anything. Was it getting signal out there?
Yeah, they can hear it on the live feed.
That's what I'm trying to talk to them. Can they see me? look at the screen and just see like what's coming on. I think that. Can you see the fence? Yes. All right, I'm going to go over there. All right, folks, it looks like my mic pack is working. Sorry, it's hard for me to monitor the audio as I walk, 50 feet away from the camera, so trying my best here. I'm walking back out to the fence where folks are lined up to get back into court. I'm going to see if I can speak with anybody on the fence here as they wait to get back in, get their opinion on what's going on here. Hey, y'all. Anybody have anything they would like to say to the folks watching at home about your experience with this craziness? Yeah, I guess y'all are unafraid to go back into the courtroom. I gotta say, I have a lot of respect for that.
Unafraid.
Who had to wake up the earliest to get here today?
We have a lot of faith in us.
5 a.m., okay.
I was 5 to 10.
We got a lot of 5 a.m.? 4:30, okay. 4:30 is our current winner. The earliest time that you had to wake up to get here. Anybody beat 4:30?
It's close. I was actually 4:20.
We have 4:20 as our new winner. Anybody wake up earlier than 4:20 to get here? 4:19. We got 4:19. I feel like I'm running a cattle auction here.
She is lying. She's with me.
She's okay. We were lying. The witness has been impeached here. But clearly you can tell the crowd is not intimidated. There's many folks here who have driven a long way to have access to this trial and are hoping to get in soon. It is scorching hot out here, and there's a woman who is clearly overheating. She's being tended to by both the deputies as well as the folks that she's with. It appears as though the paramedics are rolling up on the scene. Things are certainly chaotic out here as we try to get a grip on this situation. Hopefully they will be able to get everybody back into the courtroom sometime soon. It appears as though people are moving back in. I expect proceedings will resume shortly. I'm not sure what the status is of Mr. Murdaugh, who obviously needs to be present for things to get going again. We will be turning on the courtroom feed as soon as there's anything to show you. I'm going to head back to the broadcast trailer as folks move back into the courtroom, and the paramedics are hopefully able to help this woman who has been standing out in the hot sun for the last 2 hours. Thanks for tuning in here as we've covered the craziness that has been the bomb threat in the middle of the Murdaugh murder trial. You never know what you're going to get. Count on us to keep live coverage no matter what comes next in this crazy story. Did that work?
It did.
Thank God.
She said when you went that way, it kind of stopped working as well.
Yeah, I think I went behind that shed.
Yeah.
Fucked me up. That was good for the numbers, though.
Then I got lost. There it is. Holy shit. You did great, dude. News Nation wants one of us to do a live hit at 5:05. You want to do it?
Yeah, I'd be happy to go on.
Okay. Just lie and say you're in.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie to them. If they want me, they want me.
Dylan, you said the
Oh, oopsie.
Oopsie, he said. Apologize to our viewers for his profanity. It's still on.
here this morning, so it was the only morning I was not inside, so they're gonna put the blame on me. No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Same opinion. I try to follow the county law enforcement, so we got the best officer probably in the. I'd say I'm pretty safe.
Now, I was in there 10 minutes before this one day. No worries about going in. Safe.
I feel safe. Sure. On top of my mind. And again, we have here in the courtroom, so me, I think they're going to try to keep safe.
Good. All right, guys. Appreciate you all covering it.
Thanks.
Yeah, let's get them. Famous last words from the author. I got a lot of Stephen to say goodbye to. And let me ask you. What does your sister do?
She works under Miss Hill.
Oh, wow. The clerk of court, absolutely. And you look like you're not worried about going back in.
I think taking the necessary.
No, you're not worried about going back in there. We'll be all right. Great. Thank you. Great.
No, I was in the back trying to walk around and get in line. And we saw Alex being taken out at the corner. And then we went across the street. Now we're going to try to go back.
Word of concern for your safety? Feel like under control? All right. So there you have it, Dylan. Nobody's worried. Everybody's ready to rock and roll. So are we. Heading back in.
may now be seated.
You may bring the jury.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to proceed, and counsel, you may proceed.
All right, Agent Udak, before we got interrupted there, I think you're explaining your duties. Let's just start there again. What are your duties at SLED, sir?
In computer crimes, I'm responsible for examining digital evidence, be it cell phones, computers, vehicle infotainment systems. I also respond to network intrusion incidents, and I'm the evidence custodian.
Okay. And in the course of your duties at SLED, did you have occasion to come into contact with a 2021 Chevrolet Suburban that was driven by the defendant on the night of the murders?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was your role with that vehicle? What did you do with that vehicle?
I was contacted about potentially removing the infotainment system for examination. However, it was unsupported by the tool I use. So I was asked to still remove said infotainment and OnStar systems to be sent off for further examination.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 444. Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, that's a SLED property receipt that I filled out with the information for the infotainment module and the OnStar module.
And is that the document you filled out when you removed that infotainment center?
Yes, it is.
And what else did you remove?
Infotainment module and an OnStar module.
Okay. And you just testified that SLED did not have any tools that gave you the ability to actually analyze those items. Is that correct?
Correct. The software I have access to, which as far as I know is basically the only software, it was unsupported by that at the time.
And do you know if even today that software supports this particular vehicle?
I don't believe it is.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked for ID only at this point. Items 447 and 448. Let's see if you recognize those items. So,
yes, I do. It's the infotainment module and the OnStar module.
okay. And those are those the items that you removed from that 2021 Suburban?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'm going to ask you is let's start with the entertainment center. I believe there is a serial number printed on that. Could you read that serial number on the infotainment center into the record, please?
432-031-217-0000-296.
Okay. And your exhibit 444, which is your paperwork you filled out when you removed it. Did you write that serial number on that paperwork?
Yes, I did.
All right. And you don't have to read it out loud again, but can you compare the serial number for the infotainment center on your property sheet with the serial number on that box and tell me if they match?
They do.
Okay. All right. And then what's the other item? 447. What is that?
The LG OnStar module.
Okay. And does that have a serial number somewhere on it?
It does, but I cannot read it in the bag.
Would you be able to do anything to help you read it? Is that if we open it up, would it make it easier?
Yeah, if I could remove it.
All right. Do you have any a knife on you that you
I
can
do.
open that up? And it looks like you're doing something else there. Well, just for the
It
record,
appears to be a Federal Bureau of Investigation evidence tape. That's actually right over the serial number, and the letters in federal are preventing me from reading it. So
is it able?
I
can you peel it up a little
don't.
bit? If it's not possible, it's not possible.
It does not appear
Okay.
that's coming up.
All right, but did you read the, excuse me, on your property receipt, could you read the serial number on your property receipt for the OnStar?
Yes. It is 009 Victor India Echo Yankee 519052.
All right, and to the best of your knowledge, is the unit you're holding that exact unit you took out of that vehicle?
Yes, and for the letters and numbers of the serial number, I can see what I can see does match up.
All right. All right, at this time, say we move to introduce exhibit, the property receipt, 444 evidence.
It's admitted.
Thank you. All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as the exhibit 445, 445. And let me see if you just recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
And is that a document that you personally prepared?
No, it's not.
All right, but is that another property receipt?
Yes, it is.
And are those records that SLEG, property receipts, are those records SLEG keeps in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the name and signature of who did prepare that receipt?
Yes.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Britt Duff.
Okay. And what does that property receipt represent?
It appears to be representing that GM infotainment module and the LG OnStar module, changing custody for the purpose of providing to the FBI for examination.
And do you know how those two things were sent to the FBI?
I do not.
All right. And the serial number, the GM infotainment serial number. You don't have to read it again, but could you compare that to the serial number on the infotainment center?
They match.
Okay. And then I know you couldn't read the full serial number on the OnStar, but the letters that you can see, can you compare those with the serial number on the second property receipt?
For the ones I can see, they do match.
And at this time, I'm going to move to introduce Exhibit 445 into evidence.
No objection. Admitted without objection.
All right. And at this time, I'm just going to move that items 447 and 448 be marked for ID only at this point.
You don't have to move for them to be marked for ID only.
Yes, sir. We're just going to mark them for ID only at this point. Nothing further for this witness hearing.
Anything by the defense?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness.
City calls Dwight Foskey.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I will.
If you would, please, sir, be seated. State your name and spell your last name. Put in, please.
My name is Dwight Falkowski. Last name is spelled F-A-L-K-O-F-S-K-E.
All right, Mr. Falkowski, how are you doing this afternoon?
Doing good.
All right. Where are you employed, sir?
I am employed with the FBI.
Okay. And what is your job title there?
I am an electronics engineer.
Okay. And what unit of the FBI are you employed in?
The Electronic Device Analysis Unit.
Okay. And what does the Electronic Device Analysis Unit do at the FBI?
We collect data off of cell phones and other mobile devices, and in my case, vehicle systems, mobile devices in general that can't be collected by commercial tools.
All right. And so the FBI has a unit dedicated to extracting data off certain devices that is otherwise unavailable. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you kind of mentioned it, but specifically, what is your role in this unit?
I serve a role as an automotive forensic specialist.
Okay. And what does that entail? What does that mean?
So I take a look at automotive systems and extract data off the memory components of those systems. And then from the images we get from those memory components, I will take a look at there, find the data that we're interested in finding, and we will create parsing tools that will pull out that data and take it from a computer format to a human readable format.
Let's explain that a little more. You said a parsing tool. What is that? Explain that to the jury what that is, please.
Okay, so a parsing tool is, in this case, a computer script that I'm writing or I have written that will go in and look at the collected binary image, the flash memory image that I've created, and go in and either create a file system or just go raw into the binary and search for data that is of interest to us. This is data we've researched and found, and it'll take that data out of the system and again put it into a human readable format, text or graphics or coordinate points, so that we can understand it as humans.
In its most basic format, data is stored how?
In binary.
And what does binary mean?
Binary is just zeros and ones, what a computer reads.
Okay. And a parsing tool, if I understood you correctly, it helps you take that binary information and translate it into information that you can read and understand. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. And have you, first of all, tell us a little bit about your background. What education and training have you had in this area?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in electrical engineering. Okay. And if you'll give me one moment, I have my CV here, and I'll list out training I've taken with the FBI. In August 2016, I took the Digital Evidence Management Systems training. That's to store data on our electronic evidence management system. In August 2016, completed digital evidence handling. October 2016, legal ethics training. August 2017, CDART mentorship under FE. CDART mentorship is an internal designation for, at the time, I was working as a contractor to the FBI, and this training allowed contractors to handle evidence, and that was the extent of that training. Also in August 2017, completed the CDART proficiency testing, and I've also testified as an expert witness in September 2019.
Okay, and what, do you recall, if not specifically, but generally, what were you qualified as an expert witness in 2019?
I don't recall the exact name they gave me for the expert witness, but I serve as, what I've told them, I serve as an electronics engineer, automotive forensics specialist.
Okay. And how would you best describe your expertise that you're going to talk about today? How would you personally describe it?
I take a look at automotive systems, and I go in there and find the data of interest. If I'll go into the types of data, would be things like connected devices, cell phones, thumb drives. From cell phones, that can also collect things like call records and contact lists, also navigation data, locations of the vehicle or destinations that the user may have entered in the system. I go find that data in these systems, and I will write these parsing tools I've mentioned to go ahead and pull those out. That's generally the extent.
So would automotive forensic specialist be descriptive of what you do?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to enter Mr. Falkowski as an expert in the area of automotive forensic specialist.
No objection. Yeah, he's so qualified.
All right, thank you. All right, so let's talk a little more about the mechanics of how you obtain this data and what you do. And just talking, not specifically in this case, but just kind of generally in your unit.
Okay.
What do you do? When you receive a device from a vehicle, first of all, what kind of devices do you receive from vehicles?
They tend to be an infotainment center, which can be basically the brains of the system that puts on some of these modern cars, that puts up the screen, that shows your music. If it's got navigation, it'll show navigation. It's the computer brain of that system.
Okay.
Also take a look at components such as the telematics box, which you'll hear about, like the OnStar module in this case. And those will tend to have connected device services and sometimes location data as well.
Okay. And just generally speaking, how do you access the information stored on these devices?
First thing we do is what we call data extraction, and data extraction involves basically going in and finding the flash memory components on this computer, the infotainment system or the telematics box, and we have different methods to extract that data. We have software methods. We have methods where we'll connect to the circuit board, or when sometimes we will just remove the chip and read it with a reader.
And let me stop you real quick. This jury has heard testimony about cell phone extractions and how cell phones are extracted. And you mentioned sometimes you can use a software method. How is that analogous to how cell phone data is normally obtained in an extraction?
If I can compare it to a commercial tool like Celebrite, a software solution would be something you could plug into the system while it's operating in order to get into the system and extract the data you need.
But some of these automotive devices are far more unique than an average cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And therefore, therefore, is there an off-the-shelf ready system that can access most vehicles?
No. There is one commercial company called Burla that does have a tool that is used in the field. However, we only accept the devices at EDAU for systems that there is no support for.
Okay. So you mentioned this company Burla, which does produce a commercially available software that can extract data from some vehicles, correct?
Some vehicles, yes.
But it does not support the 2021 Chevrolet Suburban, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's how the device ended up with you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So I kind of stopped you there. And if a software solution isn't available, like Burla, what are some of the other methods that you use to pull data off of some of these automotive systems?
I mentioned such as attaching wires to a circuit board and extracting data from the memory component, or also removing the chip from the board and putting it in a reader and reading the chip, the flash memory chip directly.
Okay. All right. Let's talk more about what you did in this case. When you attempted to access the data for the 2021 Suburban, did you encounter any problems?
Yes, we ran into our first instance of data being encrypted on a vehicle.
Okay. And that's not something you'd run into before?
Not on vehicles.
Okay. And briefly, explain to the jury what you mean by encrypted, please.
So when a system encrypts the data, it takes basically a code word such as called a key and scrambles the data using that key so that it can't be written unless you have that key. And the key will, to read it back, you require the key to unlock the data and see it back in its regular form.
Okay. And you discovered this data on this Chevy Suburban was encrypted, correct?
That's correct.
All right. I'm going to show you, they've been marked for ID only, 448 and 447. And I'm going to take a look at them and see if you recognize these items, please.
This is the OnStar module that I processed. And this is the infotainment system that I processed for the Suburban.
How do you know those are the units you process?
We have an FBI identifier tag on here, and my personal identifier symbols are on here.
And that's on both of those devices?
On both units.
All right. At this time, State would move to enter exhibits 447 and 448 into evidence.
No objection. All right, get it.
All right, so let's talk about, you say when you initially tried to access the data on these, they were encrypted. Can you tell us what the FBI did or what you did to ultimately allow you to be able to access the information?
Involved our greater team to develop a tool that would be able to reach into a live system on one of these vehicles and extract the encryption keys and remove get the encryption keys so then we could decrypt the data that we had collected.
Okay, and was that process ultimately successful?
Yes, it was.
And how long did that take?
Approximately 1 year.
Okay, all right. All right, and when you accessed this information and you finally had it decrypted, what types of information did you find? Let's start on the infotainment center. What types of information did you find on there?
So the infotainment center contained connected devices, phones that have been linked by Bluetooth or USB, and associated with some of those devices were call logs and contact lists. And there was also a little bit of location data.
Okay. So you found some call logs, correct?
That's correct.
And how would that infotainment center get call logs? Explain that process. Why would they be on that center?
So a lot of cars that have Bluetooth connectivity will, when you connect the Bluetooth with them, sometimes they will ask you if you want to let the car connect to it or access your data on your phone. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it doesn't ask. But in most cases, it'll ask you, and then at that point, it'll take things like call logs and pull them from the phone into the computer, the infotainment system.
Okay. All right, and you found some call logs on this infotainment center, right? Correct?
Yes.
You found some location data, correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall if you found any from the date of June 7th of 2021?
Yes, there was data from that date.
Location data?
Oh, location data, no.
Okay.
There's not call data.
All right, you found some call data, you found some Bluetooth data, and what kind of Bluetooth data did you find for devices did you find?
It, primarily the Bluetooth address of the connecting device.
Okay. Did it provide you any information of when a device may have been connected to the infotainment center?
No, there was no timestamps with that data.
Okay. All right, but there's another thing, another type of data you found on this infotainment center, correct?
Yes, we additionally looked for vehicle information regarding the state of the vehicle.
Okay. Explain to the jury, what does that mean?
So what we were looking for on this car was something to show if the car was moving, if doors were opened or closed, windows up and down. We searched for this type of data on this vehicle.
Okay. And did you find some of that data?
We did. We found what we call states of the vehicle, and in this case, it was more granular things, such as, in one of the ones we're interested in looking at is the shift lever going in and out of park, kind of giving an indication.
And we'll talk more about that in a minute, but
Okay.
Would you say that there was a lot of this vehicle status data that was stored?
Yes, this vehicle stores a voluminous amount of data and some logs.
And is the majority of it really useful when you
No.
try to okay. Did you attempt to pare down the data you're looking at to find potentially useful information?
Yes, we combed through the data and we looked for data that matched our testing of a similar vehicle or identical type vehicle to be able to identify messages in this log that can be attributed to the vehicle states.
Well, let's talk about that. You mentioned it. You said testing. What do you mean by testing? What did you guys do to test this?
We obtained a identical 2021 Suburban vehicle with the same build out.
Okay.
And we drove it multiple times and extracted data from it multiple times in a series of tests designed to try to understand what is going on inside the system.
Okay. So this is simple testing. So you go out and drive it, and you'd record, you knew when you're driving, so you could record times, correct?
We record times, locations, yes.
And then you could go back in and pull that data off the infotainment center of the test vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
And then you can compare that to the logs that you guys wrote saying we did this at this time, correct?
That's correct.
And you what could you do with that comparison? What did that help you with?
So that helped us identify in the logs laid out states, very granular states of.
When you say granular, I apologize when I stop you, but I want to make sure we understand everything you're saying. When you say granular, what do you mean by that?
I'll explain a few of the states to give you an example.
Okay.
When the vehicle first, say you open the door and you see the screen turn on the car, that would be maybe one or two of the states that the system tells me it's waking up, a message saying it's waking up, then a message saying I'm showing my animation video on the screen as it starts to boot up, and then eventually, like if the car is being, and then other states of the car, such as the in and out of park, a lot of the states only mean something very small in the whole scheme of how the car is operating, at very specific little pieces of data.
Okay. And there's a lot of it, correct?
There's a lot of them.
And so you had to kind of figure out a way to kind of pare that data down into something that's useful for you to interpret, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And how did you do that?
Initially, we wrote a utility into our parser that would go through, first of all, and select all the messages we found of interest that indicated some sort of state of the vehicle. And then we attempted to take that data and put meaning to it. And it was a challenging process, let's put it that way.
But ultimately, do you feel like, at least for certain types of events, you're able to draw some conclusions about what was going on with the vehicle at certain times?
Certain events were much more specific about certain of the things that were going on with the car, and were clearer.
And when you were asked, the question of, can you use any of this information to determine when a vehicle could potentially be moving? Is that something that you looked for in this data?
We were looking for that data. We found something close to that data.
Okay. And in your testing and analysis, what did you determine would be the best indicator to you, looking at the data, of when the vehicle was moving?
The message indicating whether the car was in park or out of park.
Okay. And so you found a reliable indicator in your opinion, indicates the vehicle would likely or possibly be moving, correct?
That's correct.
Now, all you said was this particular message says it's either in park or out of park, correct?
That's all it says.
And it doesn't necessarily say whether it's in drive, correct?
That's right. I don't know what gear it's in.
Okay. But you can tell when it's out of park.
Correct.
And can you tell from that whether the vehicle is actually physically moving?
I cannot.
Okay. All right. I am. And at the end of this analysis, did you prepare data and a parser report to send to SLED at the end of your analysis?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 443. I'm going to see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a copy that I validated earlier today against the original evidence that was submitted.
So that contains the information you provided SLED, correct?
That's correct.
And generally speaking, what is contained on this CD?
It is the our unit's derivative evidence results of what was extracted and reported for both the OnStar module and the infotainment system.
Okay. All right. And so this provides both, we said there's voluminous raw data that came out of this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And it includes a full copy of that, right?
There is.
But also includes a report that kind of pares that down into more useful information to you, correct?
Yes.
And what did you call that report again? Was it the HTML report?
Oh, the format was in HTML, so you could open it with a browser, yes.
And what tool did you use to help you prepare that condensed report?
That was the parsing tool that developed that.
And that's what you talked to about at the beginning of your testimony with the jury, and that's a way to use software to help pare down the data into something useful, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. At this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 443.
No objection.
Admit it.
to show you it's been marked as Exhibit 449, and just describe what that is to the jury, please.
Okay, this is a spreadsheet that basically shows many of the states of the vehicle that we were looking at in testing the test and running our tests on the test vehicle. This is an analysis of the states that were on there, and this is what we were using to develop the understanding of what these states meant.
Okay. And so what would be a shorter way to describe that, a more simple way to describe that?
It's an analysis of the state machine.
Okay. Would it
Of the
be
state vehicle states.
Okay. This would represent some of the research that you and your team.
That is research. Yeah, that's a research document.
Okay. At this time, state would move Exhibit 449.
No objection.
So admitted.
All right. And we talked about call logs, and you found some call logs, correct?
Yes.
On this vehicle. And where did those call logs come from again?
They were stored within the infotainment system.
Right. And where did the infotainment system get them?
From an attached phone.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 446. And let me see if you recognize that document and where it's from.
Yes, these were call logs that we recovered off the infotainment system.
Okay. And those are two specific calls, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the date and time of those two calls?
The first one, June 7th, 2021 at 22:06:14.
And what was the number dialed on that one?
9111.
Okay, 3 ones. Okay.
And then another one shortly thereafter at 22:06:18, a couple seconds later, for just 911.
And in your research and testing, can you determine of when these call logs would have been pulled off the phone that made these calls?
No, at some point, the system would have downloaded that information from the phone. I don't know what time that occurred.
Okay, all right. And at this time, I would move Exhibit 446.
No objection.
So admitted.
All right. All right, and I'm going to show you what I believe is our last document. And this is Exhibit 442, and I'm going to ask if you recognize this document.
Yes.
And what is that document?
I've titled this document the 2021 Chevy Suburban Log File Excerpts from June 7th, 2021.
All right. And is this a condensed version of data from that original, that CD that we showed you a minute ago?
Yes.
Okay. And what is that condensed to? Why did you condense it to that particular data for this particular printout?
This spreadsheet was the data that our parsing tool was looking for amongst all the log files and extracting those out.
We talked about this a minute ago, but if you're trying to determine when this vehicle moved, you identified a key indicator. When the vehicle may have possibly moved, you identified a key indicator in that data that would indicate to you, in your opinion, that the vehicle could have possibly been moving, correct?
That's correct. In or out of park.
Okay. And when you produced that report, did you color code certain columns?
Yes, I hand-colored the columns on here that indicated those for clarity.
And I think I meant to say rows because they're horizontal.
They're rows,
correct?
yes.
My apologies. And you color-coded certain ones, right?
That's correct.
Okay. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 442.
No objection.
It's admitted.
We're going to publish this. And I'll need the computer, please. No. It's got to boot up. My apologies. Okay. So we'll keep moving. I'm going to need that exhibit back, please. And we're going to switch to Elmo. Once we get the computer going, it'll give a better view, but for the moment, we'll look at the Elmo. Okay. Can you read that document on your screen, Mr. Flores?
I think I could read that.
Okay. So let's just start at the top. And I think you read the title, this 2021 Chevy Suburban log files, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then we see a row below that that looks like descriptors, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, let's just start on the left. Let's explain what these mean. And we see on the far left it says line and then a number symbol or hashtag. What does that mean?
Okay, I'm going to explain that using the next column over file name first. The file name indicates the particular log file that the data was recovered from. There was numbered log files in the system. And for this date, there were 2 different log files that contain this data. And the line number indicates the physical or the actual line number starting from 1 at the top that data was located on.
Okay. And then we see the date next to that. And what is that again? Specifically, that date and time?
That is the timestamp of the actual log entry.
All right. Let's switch to the computer, please. And this will make this a little bit easier to see, hopefully. Well, if I can get to... Okay. And I think I'm at the top. All right, can you still, is that a little better for you to see? Mr.
I can see it fine.
Okay. All right, it looks like somehow I managed to mess up the spreadsheet. My apologies. All right, so event type. What does event type mean?
Basically, the event type is a part of the log entry that describes what sort of event is going on. It describes the event.
Okay. Event description, what does that mean?
It's just a longer, more verbose version of the event type.
And event value, what does that mean?
That is the actual value of the event, rather than this is the event and this is what its value is.
Okay. When you say value, what do you mean by that?
It can be a 1, a 0, a true, a false, or a textual indicator of the system state.
All right. And you say 1 or 0, true or false. You mentioned a while ago that data is always binary, right?
Yes.
And binary is always 1 or 0, correct?
In case a lot of these are 1 and 0.
Okay. And that's how data is typically stored in computer systems,
Typically,
correct?
yeah.
Okay. All right. So finally, on the far right, it says raw line from service log file. What does that mean?
That is actual line from the file copied verbatim.
Okay. And so that's the actual data log that you pulled out of the system?
That is correct.
Okay. And it includes a timestamp as well, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Okay, so let's just look at the top here. And you said you added in some color coding, correct?
That's correct.
And the top line appears to be red. That's 83, 84, correct?
Yes.
And 86, 76 is also red, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Why did you color code those red? What is that?
Those were basically messages that were showing the system starting up. The computer for the infotainment system initiated a boot sequence.
All right. And did your testing identify a number of ways the system on this vehicle could start up?
We observed it starting up with several ways.
Okay.
I don't think we know all the ways it may start up.
Okay. Well, what are some of the ways you observed that it could start up?
Just things such as opening the door of the vehicle or getting in the vehicle and turning it on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And when we say system startup, we mean the infotainment center.
This is referring to the infotainment center, not the whole vehicle.
Okay. So it's not necessarily we're turning the vehicle on every time we see a red color there. Correct?
That's correct. Just the infotainment system.
It could be someone just opening the door, correct?
Yep.
All right. And that represents, in some cases, where the screen in that car just kind of lights up if the door opens or for another reason, correct?
That would be an indicator, yes.
And are there certain occasions where the system can kind of start up on its own?
There's some unexplained times when the system seems to initiate a boot for no apparent reason. It's theoretical on what the car is doing at that point.
Okay. All right. And then below that, at line 9142 and 9144, it looks like you color-coded those two lines as blue, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and why did you color-code those lines as blue?
Those indicated these vehicle parked message that we found to be very useful in determining potentially the car moving.
Okay. And this is something that you found in your testing and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
That was reliable?
This is a reliable message.
All right, and it reliably means what?
Reliably tells you whether the car was shifted into park or shifted out of park.
Okay. All right, and looks like lines 9142 and 9144 both occurred at 12/21/43 on June 7th of 2021. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and is that local time?
That is local time.
All right. And what does that mean? What does vehicle parked true mean?
Vehicle park true means the shift lever of the vehicle was placed into the park position.
Okay, so the vehicle was shifted into park.
That's correct.
All right. But I see it looks like the exact same message on both lines, correct?
That's correct.
Why do we have the exact same message on both lines?
If you take a look, scroll to the right on the one that's showing the raw values, you'll see that the messages are not identical. They're from two pieces of the subsystem reporting the same event.
Okay, so this particular log, and maybe some other ones, get recorded in different places on this infotainment center.
There's a lot of duplication of messages.
Okay. And they don't, if they have the same timestamp, how would you interpret that if you see duplicate messages with the exact same timestamp?
I would typically consider that just a single event.
Okay, and so let's look down below that, and I see multiple things happening, and I'm highlighting it, on lines 9148 to 9150, 33 and 23 seconds, and I see a number of things happen there with the same timestamp, correct?
That's correct.
And in your analysis, in your opinion, when you see a group of messages happening at the same time, what's the best way to interpret that information?
You have to kind of take a look at them as an aggregate.
Okay. And so you kind of look at all these messages as a whole to interpret what they mean, correct?
That's correct.
Rather than each one individually.
That's correct.
Okay. So let's look at it. Looking at lines 9148 and all those lines that are timestamped identically, which goes down to line 9159, what does that group of messages, in your opinion, mean was happening on this vehicle at that time on June 7th of 2021?
It looked like the infotainment computer was beginning a power down sequence.
Okay. Okay, and we go down to 1242, and we see a few lines in 9167, 9459, and 9716. We see a few of those red color-coded lines, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and again, what does that mean? Why are those coded that way?
The infotainment system initiated a boot up sequence starting up.
Okay, but any number of reasons of why that would have potentially booted up at that time?
Yeah, it could be a number of reasons.
Okay. All right, but then at 9954 and 9956, we see some blue color-coded messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and what do those mean? It says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
Vehicle parked false means this car was shifted out of park.
Okay, and that's at what time?
18:23:57.
All right, help us out. What's that in civilian time?
6:23:57
PM?
p.m.
On what date?
On June 7th, 2021.
And again, we see two identical messages, correct?
Yes.
But you would interpret that as one event, correct?
Yes.
And what is that event again?
It's a vehicle taken out of park.
Okay. Okay, and we see a few things happen. Looks like 1853 and 1911. Some of those red color coded. What's your interpretation for lines? Looks like 396 and 984 on June 7th there. What's going on in those lines?
It's another infotainment system boot up, a startup sequence.
Okay. And then we see another red event at 210344, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
Another boot up sequence.
Okay. And from any number of reasons, correct?
Correct.
Could be if someone just opened the car door, correct?
Yes.
And then we see a group of messages. Looks like a few at 210405, and then a few at 210418. Quite a few more at 210418, and that's 9:04 p.m. Correct?
That is correct.
All right. And that group of messages at 9:04:18 p.m. What, in the aggregate, what is that telling you is going on with this vehicle at that time?
One moment.
I have the times highlighted there.
Yeah, at the 21:04:18, those ones looked like the system was, but prior to that, it seemed to be shutting down, and then it stopped and started coming back up.
Okay. And so it seems to be starting up around 21:04:18, correct?
Yes.
And that'd be consistent with that red coded message we saw a second ago, correct?
Yes.
And it's also consistent with the red coded message at line 1281 at 21:05:56, correct?
What do you mean by consistent with that message?
I'm sorry. Take a look at line 1281. You see that?
Yes, I see 1281. That's the next system startup message.
Okay. And what time is that again?
21:05:56.
All right. And I'm going to do my best, and I'll try to stop you. Let's try to talk in local time.
Okay.
Or civilian time, excuse me.
I'll try to. I'll start processing it that way.
And I make that mistake too. What time is that in civilian time?
That would be 9:05:56
PM?
p.m.
On June 7th?
On June 7th,
Okay.
2021.
Okay, and then below that, we see a group of messages starting at line 1557, and they have an identical time state of what?
9:06 and 44 seconds.
Okay. PM?
PM.
All right. And what is that group of messages telling you at that time?
That looks like the vehicle system is continuing its power-up process.
Okay. All right. And then we see a series of messages that all occur within 2 or 3 seconds, starting at line 1591 at 9:06:48 p.m., and then continuing on through 9:06:49 p.m., and quite a few at 9:06:49 p.m., and then into 9:06:50 p.m., and that's lines roughly 1628 down to 1654. What does that group of messages tell you is occurring?
So at that point, part way through those message sets, it actually has an engine running event, so the car has been turned on.
Okay, so in your opinion, the vehicle is running at approximately 9:06:49 to 9:06:50 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay, on June 7th?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then we see at line 1670 and 1672, it looks like another couple of blue-colored messages, correct?
Yes.
And again, what are those blue-colored messages? What do they indicate to you?
The vehicle park message.
All right, and it says vehicle parked false. What does that mean?
The vehicle was taken out of park.
Okay, the vehicle was taken out of park at 9:06 and 50 seconds, correct? PM?
Correct.
All right. On June 7th, correct?
Correct.
All right, and if we look at it on line 1672, the timestamp it has a slightly different color stamp. I don't know if is that viewable on your screen? Yeah. It looks like it's colored more green, correct?
That is correct.
Why did you color that particular block green at line 1672?
I was highlighting events where you could see where the vehicle was taken out of park, and it looks like it was continually used and then put back into park.
Okay. And so, first of all, those two lines at 1670 and 1672, they represent the same event?
They are the same event.
Okay, and that's the vehicle taken out of park, correct?
That's correct.
And you color-coded that green because you wanted to find when the vehicle was put back into park, correct?
Correct. I want to find, yes.
Okay. Because you, in your opinion and your analysis, you've determined that that message is pretty reliable and something we can rely upon to make a determination of when that vehicle could have been moving, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so 9:06:50 p.m., the vehicle is taken out of park. And then let's go down the line, 1904. And we see another green stamp embedded in a blue line. You see that, sir?
Yes.
And what does that mean to you?
Well, it was the next event where the vehicle went back into park.
Okay. So at what time is that?
At 9:22 and 45 seconds p.m.
Vehicle's put back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And in your opinion, could the vehicle have been moving between those two times?
Yes, it could have. I have no evidence of that.
Okay, all right. But the vehicle's out of park for that?
It is out of park.
Okay, and that's something, in your opinion, we can rely upon, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And roughly, I'm not going to ask you for exact seconds, roughly how much time passes between the vehicle taking out of park at line 1672 and put back into park at line 1904?
Approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right, and I'm going to scroll down. And I'm scroll down to line 3059 and 3061. And I see some more green colored blocks here, correct?
Yes.
All right, and what are those blocks? What information is contained in those blocks? What messages?
Again, it's the vehicle in or out of park messages.
Okay, and so, and what time is that? Those two messages at 3061?
3061 shows 9:43:05
PM?
PM.
And that's June 7th,
June
correct?
7th, 2021.
And what, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but at that particular event, what happens with the vehicle?
The vehicle goes out of park.
Okay. And then at the next line below that, what's the time on that, the date time on that?
9:43 and 59 seconds, June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay. And what happens with the vehicle?
It goes back into park.
Okay. And so roughly how much time passed between those two events?
It looks like just under a minute.
Okay. And you can't tell us whether the vehicle actually moved during that time, correct?
No.
All right. All you can tell us was it was out of park for a little under a minute.
Yes.
All right, and not to put you on the spot, we'll go back up and look real quick. So that's at 9:43:05 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Let's go back and look at the previous vehicle parked at 9:22:45 p.m., and that's line 1904. That's when the vehicle had been placed in the park, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and let's just do some rough math. Do you have a pen? You can write it down if you need to. 9:22:45, the vehicle's in park.
Okay.
9:43:05, the vehicle is now back out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Roughly how much time passes between those two events?
Approximately 21 minutes.
All right, and so the vehicle is out of park for about a minute at lines 3061 and 3079. And then let's scroll down to line 3096 and 3310. What happens with the vehicle there?
The vehicle goes out of park.
Okay, at what time?
At 9:44:54 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM.
Okay. And then the next event below that, what occurs there?
Next event is the vehicle goes back into park at, that would be 10 o'clock and 36 seconds.
Okay.
On June 7th, 2021 PM.
And those are color-coded green because they kind of represent a matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Of when it went out and when it went back into park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And roughly, how much time passes between those two events at 9:44 and 10 o'clock of the night of June 7th?
approximately 16 minutes.
Okay. All right. And then let's go down to lines 3327 and 3328. And those are two more green colored events that represent that matching pair, correct?
That's correct.
Vehicle out of park and the vehicle in park, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are the times associated with those two events?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 17 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM. And it goes back into park at 10:01, 29 seconds on June 7th, 2021,
Okay.
PM.
And roughly speaking, how many seconds is that?
About 12 seconds.
Okay. Okay, let's go to just a few seconds later, lines 3336 and 3340. And we see another matching pair of these green messages, correct?
That's correct.
Out of park and then back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times on that particular event?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:01 and 30 seconds on June 7th, 2021. That's PM. And it goes back into park at 10:01 and 43 seconds, June 7th.
So maybe I can do the math this time. That's roughly about 13 seconds it's out of park?
That's correct.
Okay, and we see a whole bunch of messages again, that group of messages starting at 22:04:44 and kind of going on until 10:04:44 p.m. and 10:04:47 p.m. We see another group of messages. What does that group of messages generally indicate to you in the aggregate? And that's this group I'll highlight.
Okay. 3 to 2, engine run false. It looks like the system is powering down.
Okay. Okay, and then we get down to lines 3464, and that shows another green color-coded pair of messages, correct?
That's correct.
And again, goes out of park and back into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the two times associated with those two messages at 3664 and 3682?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what
what's
are
the
those
question?
times?
What are the times?
Yeah.
10:04 and 49, it goes out of park. That's PM on June 7th, 2021. And it goes back into park at 10:05, 55 seconds PM, June 7th, 2021.
All right, and that's roughly more than a minute, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and then let's go down to lines 3490 and 3504. And we see another matching pair in out of park and then into park, correct?
That's correct.
And what are the times associated with those two?
The vehicle goes out of park at 10:11 and 45 seconds on June 7th, 2021 PM. And then it goes back into park at 10:12 and 38 seconds PM, June 7th, 2021.
Okay. All right, and that's roughly just under a minute or so?
That's correct.
All right. And we're almost to the end here. Okay, and then we see another message. So first of all, we see some messages that are blue colored at 3506 through 3515. And why are those blue coded instead of green coded for you?
Those are more vehicle park messages, but they appear to be with the, basically duplications of the existing ones.
Okay. So that's just duplicate information, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then finally, at line 3521, we see the vehicle. What happens with the vehicle at that line?
Okay, it goes out of park at 10:13 and 39 seconds PM on June 7th, 2021.
Did you find a matching kind of pair as we've talked about for when the vehicle goes back in the park?
No.
All right.
No log message was present for that.
Okay. Can you explain why that log message may not be present?
We found during the testing of our test vehicle that there are times when the system decides to temporarily stop recording message. The reason is not clear.
Okay. But you do see it come out of park at 10:13:39, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, and just to reiterate this, you're just telling us when this vehicle's in and out of park, correct?
That's correct.
Because that's the most reliable piece of information you've been able to deem from this data, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us necessarily where the vehicle's moving, correct?
That's correct.
And you can't tell us if it's moving, or if you see it go out of park, who's shifting the actual gear knob, can you?
No, we don't know who's in the car.
And all you can look at is this particular data, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And just so it's clear, you know, you've determined, you're interpreting this data because you use a test vehicle to see when you see these messages, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And that's why you're giving us these opinions today, correct? From
That's
your
correct.
testing. All right. And when you were using your test vehicle, if you took a vehicle, if you took the vehicle out and drove it, took it out of park, drove it, and then put it back in the park, would you find that exact same matching pair of in and out of park messages we just talked through? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you weren't able to determine any other data that would reliably tell you if it was moving or not, correct?
That's correct.
All right. But, so if the vehicle's driving and you see that, you would see that identical pair of messages like we just talked about.
Yes.
And however, if the car's just stopped and someone shifts it out of park and just sits there with their foot on the brake, and then sometime later puts it back into park, would you see that same matching pair of in park, out of park message and back into park message?
Yes.
You would. Okay. All right. Not for a mistake, this witness.
By the defense. Stand for a moment. Right, back in order.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hopefully this won't take long, just a few clarifying questions. First, you mentioned that the data was encrypted.
Yes, when we pulled the data off the chip, it was encrypted.
Is this something that's the manufacturer did?
Yes.
Okay. It's not something that the end user doesn't do something to encrypt the data. It comes that way.
Not for an infotainment system, no.
And so it sounded like you kind of had to reverse engineer with a test vehicle to figure out the meaning of stuff. Were you not able to get General Motors to assist with that?
We could, but we generally try to find the data on our own. Often we have it's difficult for us to get the manufacturers to work with us on that data.
Did anyone attempt to reach out to General Motors, say, to de-encrypt the data?
Not from EDAU.
I won't go over this spreadsheet too much. You still have the exhibit with you?
I have a copy.
Okay. And we didn't have a... We can move on. Is it up?
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you just briefly about, if I can find it on this. There were some things that were happening at 903. 903. 2103. Let me do it. I've got my phone on that. And 904. I didn't quite understand, what do these mean? This group of things that say info state, sleep, then state, some abbreviation, animate, all these things happening in this 904, 905 range. What does that mean?
So as I was attempting to explain before, that some of these messages, like individually, they don't mean a whole lot. Like, what does this actually mean? But in this case, it's generally showing. Could you scroll down just a little bit more so I could see a few more of the messages? So it looks like initially, like at line number 984, where the system initially boots up, and then at 904.
Well, let me stop you there.
I'm
When
sorry.
you say system startup, what does that mean? What is the system and what is it doing when it starts up?
So this is just the computer for the infotainment center. This is not the entire vehicle, but something woke up that system. And just like your home computer, it needs to boot up before Windows is ready. It's a similar thing that has a boot up sequence. This is a log that says that was initiated.
Okay. And what would trigger this? What would make this startup happen?
We know that some events that make it happen, such as opening the door or just starting the car, we don't know all the events that might make that happen.
Well, on my Chevy, if you walk near it with the key fob, the lights come on the little door handles. You can stick your foot under the rear and the rear will come up. Would walking near it with the key fob trigger anything?
It's a possibility, but we did not investigate that.
But scrolling down here to 906 and 48 seconds, am I reading this correctly to say that the engine was turned on?
Can you scroll down just a little bit further? Keep going just a little bit more into the 49 second. So if you see that there was at one point there was messages such engine run false, which is only within the same second as a following up on engine running true. It's messages like this that get a little bit confusing on there, but ultimately it's basically saying, here I'm at, but I'm moving to this state here. So in that case, it looked like the engine started running at this time.
Okay. Well, I don't think I'll belabor this spreadsheet anymore, but I did want to ask, did you additionally retrieve data related to the phone connecting to the entertainment system? I think there was the 911 call that you...
We had a call log that was extracted, as well as the connection of a Bluetooth, or several Bluetooth devices.
I'm going to hand you a printout. Is this a printout of device connection history that you were able to obtain from the vehicle?
We need to go back to the original material and take a look at this, because some of this looks more than like what we originally collected. There's pages of this here.
Right, it goes back way outside of sort of the time frame, but that's... I mean, can you identify this?
I mean, the format looks familiar, but it looks... I might have to go back into the original material and pull up the HTML report. Is that acceptable?
Absolutely.
And Your Honor, I think the witness is asking to look at his original data to validate what Mr. Barber has. State has no objection to that. Well, we'll just need a few minutes for him to validate it.
No objection, Your Honor. Absolutely.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room for a short break, hopefully.
All right, Jim, what a little relaxed update this time, hopefully.
Yeah, not nearly as exciting as the bomb thread of earlier today.
So we've had a little lull in the drama, but the testimony picking back up and some critical evidence just introduced by the state through the testimony that we just heard. Walk us through what just happened, Jen Wood.
So the state brought in a FBI automotive forensic data specialist. This man is an engineer and clearly quite smart. Mr. Falkowski.
It's a great name. You can actually get folks out of that, I think.
F-A-L-K.
Something like that.
Nice.
Close.
So he
You
was...
should say that 3 times real fast.
I can't without pulling a Dylan. So Falkowski... Thanks a lot. Thanks, throwing me off my game here.
I'm the only one who hasn't dropped an F-bomb today. I just want to throw that out there. I'm the only one on the set, which, by the way, everyone was worried about me on the live stream, and it seems Jim
on a
Wood is
live
doing
mic.
no one.
Oh, for the love of Pete. So Falkowski was testifying about the data that they obtained from Murdaugh's Chevy Suburban from June 7, 2021. I'm still catching up on the timeline, but it took them a year to unlock this data.
Oh, wow. And this, of course, the vehicle owned by the law firm.
Correct.
And what did they find, Jen Wood?
All right, let's go through what I found. Who knew what they collect on you? So 2 phone calls were taken from the call log of Murdaugh's car, and that is when the Bluetooth connects to the phone.
The vehicle, right.
Both of these calls were to 911, and they were 4 seconds apart. The first one was at 10:06 and 14 seconds.
Wow.
And then the second one was 4 seconds later. I didn't hear that, because I know that when he initially called 911, it connected him to Hampton County, and they transferred him to Colleton.
That's correct.
So I'm not sure if it was 2 separate calls or if that was part of that transfer process. And then they were talking about when Murdaugh took his car out of park and back into park, which sounds boring, but actually I think was a little more interesting than people think. So at 9, it looks like Murdaugh finally fired his car up at 9:06 and 44 seconds on June 7, 2021. And they're back.
Court's coming back. We'll be back with this update in a sec.
If you bring the jury.
Your Honor, we're just copying a little bit of data, so we'll need maybe 2 or 3 more minutes.
We're going to bring the jury and let them watch you do that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the day and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
Why did they end? Why did they end?
Dylan, any idea why they cut?
Nobody wants to hear Dylan and me dropping swears.
It's always good when we get that live mic update.
Yes,
You always have to go back in time and, well, what did I say over the last
let's
5
not
minutes?
go there. So
Hopefully nothing totally inappropriate.
So it sounds like they were trying to get evidence together for the forensic vehicle analyst to look at and have adjourned for the day.
They've adjourned for the day. Just a bizarre day. We kind of settled into a routine and a flow here at this double homicide trial of accused killer, disbarred lawyer Alex Murdaugh. Today, that flow obliterated, Jenwood. A lunchtime bomb threat, followed by an abrupt adjournment for the day by Judge Colleton Newman. This trial is settled into sort of a rhythm, even though it's been disjointed in terms of what's been introduced. The timing, Judge Newman gavels us to order at 9:30. There's usually a break around 1:30, lasts till about 2:30, 2:45, and then we stay till 5:30 or so. That's
right.
Generally been the schedule. You can kind of set your watch to this guy.
Yeah, we're a little off our game today.
A little off the schedule today, but obviously a good reason. The bomb threat, which took place shortly after 2:20 p.m., forcing an evacuation of the courtroom and a delay of these proceedings until after 3 p.m. Jen, what did we hear when we came back? Obviously, we know what happened in the beginning of the day, the testimony from Murdaugh's paralegal,
Annette
Griswold, driving home that testimony from yesterday from Jeannie Seckinger, the former or current chief financial officer of the Parker Law Firm.
And then Michael Gunn followed her, which did more of that.
The Southern Don Draper, as he's known.
Yes. So I thought Annette Griswold did very well in her testimony. For a long time, I was not clear how employees of the law firm could not see his theft, and when she spoke, it became very clear to me how good he was at deception of the people that were closest to him.
And again, a 20-year relationship of trust. You know, you have someone that you've heard and believed for 20 years, and you know, they give you an excuse that seems reasonable. And again, that was the thing, that both Seckinger's testimony and Griswold's testimony today, both of them talked about how they accepted Murdaugh's explanations for these checks, for these discrepancies. But obviously today we got into some of the meat of just how detailed he was in pulling off these heists, particularly telling Griswold, no, don't make it out to Forge Consulting, make it out to Forge.
Explaining to her when she asked that Forge was simply an umbrella, like a company under the umbrella of Forge Consulting, which Michael Gunn subsequently said absolutely that is not the case.
But here's the question that we've been trying to get answered most of the day, and again, obviously interrupted by the drama of the bomb threat, but here's the question that we need to ask and start answering. And in fact, I was working on a big column on this when the bomb threat hit, but we're getting information that conclusively proves Alex Murdaugh stole millions of dollars. In fact, if this were his financial crimes trial, we would be talking about how the trial's basically over, that there's nothing the defense could do. But this is not Alex Murdaugh's financial crimes trial. This is his double homicide trial.
Well, this is all being presented as it goes to his motive. They're trying to prove his motive to murder his wife on June 7, 2021. Do you think it's been effective?
I think Seckinger's testimony was very effective. Now, what I think would have been effective today is if we'd gotten to the testimony of Chris Wilson. And again, this is you can talk about the financial crimes and the forensics, are they connected? You can talk about whether or not prosecutors are relying too heavily on these financial crimes to bring us to that June 7, again, when the fuse was ran out, the fuse lit, whatever analogy you want to describe. But Chris Wilson's testimony could really get them where they need to go
and
on this.
We saw that when he testified in camera without the jury present. And I do think that the questioning of him will be quite a bit more extensive when he comes back with the jury present, and I'm anxious to hear that.
And the cross-examination will likely be far more intensive as well.
Right.
But Chris Wilson, like Seckinger, like Griswold, just an incredibly compelling witness, at least he was the first time he testified, again, outside the presence of the jury. And you're now seeing folks, we said this earlier, a lot of folks had asked, are we going to hear these folks again after they've testified? Yes.
We are.
Yes, you don't watch a video of it. The jury needs to hear it for themselves. And obviously the attorneys have many more questions that they ask in the presence of the jury than in the in-camera review. Well, Jen, you've been reading up on this vehicular science. Tell us a little bit about, was Alex Murdaugh in a car when he called 911?
Well, it appears, I'm like going through the timeline, he called 911 at 10:06 and 14 seconds, and then another one was made 4 seconds later, both calls to 911. And I'm still kind of going through this timeline because there's a lot of line numbers and time numbers, but it appears that at 10:04 and 49 seconds, Alex's car went out of park, and at 10:05, 55 seconds, the vehicle goes back into park. So I don't know necessarily that he was driving at the time the calls were made. I'm still going to go through that and listen again because I did see a lot of people wonder if that was what they were going to say. But
any involvement with the car, isn't that interesting? Because he said he went and checked for pulses.
Exactly.
This is inconsistent
with his narrative.
And again, obviously Murdaugh's narrative from that night already.
Now the other thing I picked up in here was that the vehicle, it appears, left the property, Moselle property, at 9:44 or 9:06 and 44 seconds. And drove. It took us 16 minutes. They cannot confirm whether it was driven, but just confirm that it was taken out of park. And that's indicative that it was being driven at that time. It was put back into park at, 9:22 and 45 seconds. So it was a 16-minute drive to Moselle. And then out of park again. It was taken out of park at 9:43 and 5 seconds on June 7th, 2021, which is approximately 21 minutes.
Now this will be interesting because if you recall, a few days ago, Shelley Smith testified, the caregiver for Libby Murdaugh. Her testimony, again, was picked apart by Jim Griffin, Murdaugh's attorney, in cross-examination. But the part of her testimony that was critical was when she said Alex Murdaugh told her, I was here for 30 to 40 minutes.
Right.
Essentially planning a timeline in her head. But if this vehicular data is accurate, Murdaugh's not telling the truth, is he?
No. No, not at all.
Jen, let's talk about let's back this up big picture for everybody that's following this case. Clearly, we've got a man who has lied about some of the most critical components of his narrative, of his alibi, which again, in the days after these killings, I was told Alex Murdaugh had an ironclad alibi. In fact, in our report, 2 days after the homicides, in which we referenced him as a person of interest, his attorneys were very upset with that report, fired back that he had an ironclad alibi. That ironclad alibi, Jen Wood, has been melted.
It sure has.
It has been melted. But do these lies, again, he's been caught in any number of lies that we can see now, do they make him a murderer?
They still don't have anything to me that's hard that places him, like, that indicates he's the murderer. I mean, obviously, yeah, they're placing him
he's
there,
obviously at the scene.
But did he actually pull the trigger? We don't have the weapons. We don't have the clothing. I think that, I mean, the clothing he was wearing had limited gunshot residue on it, and the clothing he was wearing earlier in the night in the video with Paul was completely different. So,
does it feel like we're getting these bits and pieces, and that someone's going to come in and tie all this together for us at some point? Because
that's what I'm hoping.
Because we've heard from a number of folks on social media, from a number of folks just talking here at the courtroom. In fact, we talked with a bunch of folks during the evacuation break, and the consensus from 9 out of 10 people we speak with is that the prosecution's case, very hard to follow, Jen.
Yes, absolutely.
They got to start distilling this. They got to start putting this in some kind of format. But again, we're now 2.5 weeks into this thing, a solid 2 weeks into the prosecution's case. They've got to start getting on this, don't they?
Yeah, they really do. I mean, I think it's time.
Bits and pieces here, though, coming in. And again, obviously, Jen Wood bringing you up to speed on a key development here, which would, again, potentially indicate Alex Murdaugh being in a vehicle when he called 911, perhaps a vehicle on the move. Not entirely sure, but more importantly, yet another component of his theory, of his story that he gave to police about where he was and where he went before and immediately after these murders, clearly not adding up. Murdaugh caught in yet another lie based on this evidence, assuming this evidence is valid.
Right, and we did have Murdaugh's paralegal, Annette Griswold, identified with certainty that the voices she heard in the Snapchat video at 9:44 p.m. were that of Paul, Maggie, and Alex Murdaugh.
8:44 p.m.
Yeah, sorry, 8:44.
That's all right.
Oh my gosh, so
we only
many
had one
times.
bomb threat today. So.
Only one.
Only one bomb threat. But by the way, just a quick update on that bomb threat. I have spoken with a number of different law enforcement sources. We can inform our audience that threat apparently came through, again, via telephone on the main Colleton County courthouse switchboard. So this was a call that someone apparently just went online, found the main number for the court, and called in. It is not confirmed at this point, but we believe that there may have been some call masking technology, some number shifting involved. However, again, a lot of these, there's software everywhere you can use now to fake your number, and I don't know how to use it.
Me either,
I don't even know how to use the TikTok, people. I'm on the TikTok and I don't know how to use it.
Doesn't know how to use it, nor is he allowed to.
Nor am I allowed to. There's probably a good reason for that.
So for people that missed it earlier, you did speak with Cousin Eddie's attorney, Amy Zimmercheck. What did she tell you?
Yeah, I had a good conversation with Amy Zimmercheck, and we brought Amy over during the bomb threat break because we had heard this morning just a palpable buzz around the courthouse this morning indicating that Curtis Eddie Smith would be testifying today here in Walterboro. Jen, obviously you were checking out very early this morning on his whereabouts and the fact he was still in the Lexington County Detention Center.
Yeah, I was waiting for that alert to come up on my phone that he was being moved.
Correct. We were tracking that, and obviously we reached out to our courthouse sources because it didn't seem like that fit with the timing of any of this, but we were able to quickly confirm that no, Cousin Eddie was not in line to testify today. In fact, we don't even know if he will be called. I asked Zimmercheck today whether or not she felt her client would be called. She said it was 50-50.
Okay.
And also we heard today some sources that were inside the courtroom that were close to the defense table overheard attorney Dick Harpootlian discussing the possibility of questioning Curtis Eddie Smith, and apparently attorney Harpootlian salivating had the opportunity to cross-examine Curtis Eddie Smith. So again, at this point, will the state call him? Will they not call him? But that's the question that's on everybody's minds down here in Walterboro. All we hear is Curtis Eddie.
That's all I hear everywhere, not just in Walterboro.
And again, the reason Curtis Eddie Smith was accused by Murdaugh's attorneys of actually committing this crime,
right,
in a motion that was filed back in October. Jen, what was the basis of that? A failed
polygraph exam in, I believe it was May of 2022. It indicated deception when they asked if he knew anything about Maggie and Paul Murdaugh's murders.
It is. We're on. You want to say hey? No worries. Can I grab you in a minute?
So yeah, it did indicate deception, but as we know, polygraphs are not admissible in court.
They are not, although that polygraph and the failed polygraph from Curtis Eddie Smith clearly kickstarted a major push by the defense to pin this crime on somebody else, which again is something they've been trying to do from the beginning. Also with the boat crash, that was the first thing out of Alex Murdaugh's mouth when he called 911. It was the first thing out of his mouth when those first responders got there, clearly trying to project and point to another potential perpetrator of this crime. Jim, we'll wrap up here real quick on this crazy day here in Walterboro with a bomb threat and some more discombobulated, I would say.
More discombobulated
presentation
of witnesses.
Hopefully they will be forming some sort of coherent narrative at some point. And again, we reported early on to be on the lookout for a few key witnesses. And again, one of them, David Owen. David Owen is the lead case agent on the Murdaugh double homicide. He is an agent with the State Law Enforcement Division, a lieutenant actually, with the State Law Enforcement Division. And we've been told to keep an eye out for his testimony, as that is going to be the narrative, the guy who's going to carry the narrative for the prosecution. Again, hopefully they're going to be getting to this pretty quick because they're all over the place right now, aren't they?
They are all over the place.
And the bomb threat probably didn't help. So anyway, keep it tuned to Fitsnews. We've been here from the beginning, tip of the spear on this story, all the way back to the boat crash. Follow us through the end of this trial, folks, as we get to a day of decision for Alex Murdaugh here in Walterboro. This is the end of day